Okay, so we are live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And we are really happy that you're here. And I am Rebecca Benningfield, and I am here with Gillian Watson and Samuel Hofman. And we have a great show
Hello.
ready for you guys. So, hello. How are you doing, Gillian and
Gillian
Sam?
Watson and Samuel Hofman, and
Doing really good.
Great show
Hello.
ready for you guys.
Trying to put off my
Okay.
Yeah,
second brain.
yeah, you got it a little too loud because I actually heard myself talk back again.
Well, it wouldn't be a live show if we didn't have some technical errors, So
By the way,
it
Jillian, I'm
happens.
using my I'm Dead Posh. I'm from Naren coffee coaster.
Oh,
You
cool.
sent me for Christmas many years ago.
I keep sending you little edgy things inside them cards.
And I have my Ireland poster on the wall and in the kitchen and everything. So
Yep.
Oh, did somebody send you a poster once?
yeah, well, Jillian sent me stuff, and she sent me
Oh, okay.
the
Yeah,
colored
okay.
pencils that I still make the monthly drawings with every month.
Yes.
They
And
must
I
be
don't use
stumps by
crayons.
now.
They're most of them are about 4 or 5 inches long. They started out like 7 or 8, full length pencils, but I've used a handful of the main colors halfway up, and I'm always very careful about grinding them down smaller. I don't waste them, but I'm careful of them because I like them. Anyway,
Good.
Well,
yeah, well,
hi, Carolyn
Yeah,
is
Lenny.
here. I see her just now. Hi, Carolyn.
Hi,
And
Carolyn.
Thank you.
okay, did
I'm
I
glad
swear
you made
already?
it.
I didn't.
She said she was going to try to make it to the show. So, yep.
Hello, Carol Ann.
Love
And again,
friendship.
thank you.
Yes,
Oh,
and we have experimental with
hi,
us.
experiment.
Hi.
Welcome to a crazy week, everybody.
Really?
It's
Crazy,
been
crazy.
interesting. We've been going through some really wonderful pictures and some fantastic sightings, and some great members are out there turning in all of their wonderful stuff, and we're all drooling every time we open up the next
Mhm.
page. It's fantastic stuff going on out there. We love it.
Yes. I'm checking. I was trying to get TikTok added. I got all that approved, and it looks like it's not working at the moment. So I'm going to work on that just a
Boo.
second. I know. I'm going to see if it'll let me change.
Well, these are, like you say, technical glitches. Once you
I
figure
mean,
this
it's
stuff
the
out,
first
the next
time,
time is
yeah.
easier.
I did everything like I, it said to do.
Hi, Freezy Peach. Oh, good evening. Yeah, it's nighttime there.
We have Sussy. Hi, Sussy.
It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Montana, in the
Earthbrain
USA.
Bub.
Hi, Freezy Peach. Hi.
Yes.
We're not freezy tonight, which is really good. So
It's actually nice
it's been
here.
warm, unseasonably warm now. Wow.
Well, yesterday in Oklahoma, it was 74 degrees. It was warm. I was stuffy last night. I debated on turning my AC on for a few minutes because it was stuffy for December. That's weird.
Unheard of. And of course, there's that major storm that is going through. I think it hit Arkansas and just south of you there, and is running all the way up to the northeast there. I think that hit yesterday, and I think today is when it's going farther east, and that's going to run up through Kentucky and all of that. So they're having a nasty storm.
Better see if Lorna's okay.
I don't know if anybody's noticed, but Washington State is really flooding, and they're having wave, what they call the what do they call it? The river of rain or something system. Anyway, they call it the banana belt thing. God, why is my brain not working on what they called it? But yeah, there's going to be 2 more major rain events that are going to come in off the West Coast. For anybody living in Washington State and wondering if the flooding is going to end, no, it's about to just start. So what you got, the first dose was small compared to this next wave, and then the wave after that. So there's big stuff coming in off the Pacific literally into California. And the Sierra's got a whole bunch of snow, and which is good for them because they need the water. And then Oregon and Washington State are going to be, their rivers are overpouring and doing all sorts of stuff. And they found a new fault line underneath the Washington State fault line where the Juan de Fuco and everything in the North American plate and all of that meets up. So they have a new discovered fault line that's in that estuary water area between Washington State and Seattle, and then all that island area on the far west coast of Washington State. So they found a new fracture, a new fault line that they had never previously known about. And I was interested in that. I'm going to look more into it, but I did see an announcement on that. I've been doing some homework on planet Earth and its development and stuff, and they recently came up with a how do planets form thing, and they were talking about how salt crystals in space do this, and then electrically connect to each other and gather. And I just laughed and laughed, and then in the next two sentences, and gravity did this, and I'm just shaking my head, going, "Yeah, you understand it, but you don't understand it," you know. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Right,
That's my week, you know.
You told me that planets were made from dust. Is that
Well,
what you said?
in basic, yeah, the formation of the star creates and all of this stuff, and you've got, the explosion of the star and all the gases, and, it's like a nebula scenario. And
Yeah.
these gases and the chemistry equations that are within these gases and the electrical properties and everything. And then it's like gold will actually, if you have particles of gold at the bottom of a river, it'll actually attract to each other and turn into a nugget and a lump. Not always. That's the difference between placer gold and nugget gold. But like-bodied salt crystals and stuff gather together in the microcosm, whatever, and then get larger and larger and larger, and then start rotating. And then, of course, they get voluminous, and then you get iron in sulfides and all this other stuff interacting to create a liquid core and an electrical response as, And Earth, of course, was a volcanic ball of lava for like 1 million years or something as it started to form, and more stuff got hit, and bang, 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 and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But,
Sounds cool. It's like those experiments we used to have in science class, and they used to tell you how to drop the whatever it was that we had in and into the solution, and it was on a string, and then every day you come back to your science class and it would be bigger and bigger, the crystal formation thing like that. That was fun.
Right. And of course, if it was in water, then it's in positively charged material, which would therefore make it work.
Yep. Water, it was like we made the things blue so we could make blue crystal or something. So we had different things that we, just suddenly popped into my head. Random.
Freezy Peach is talking about a dreadful headache and nausea. I've been getting a lot of that too, where I get literally seasick, like I'm on the deck of a ship all day long. And when some of the planetary passes are happening, yes, I have had headaches, and then the ear ringing. I posted a thing the other day, and I just asked it's through all the pages that I frequent and some moderate and some admin. I kept asking everybody, do you hear it yet? Because that hum is out there, and I still every day hear it. Not every day, most days. And it's so loud, I'm in awe. And then I ask my kids, and I go, "You can't hear that?" And they go, "No." It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And it's so loud, it drives me. It actually, rings in my head.
Yeah, I had some dizziness last night, just out of the blue. I was just laying still, not moving or anything.
Right.
And started spinning.
Yeah, you get vertigo, you get earaches, people get nausea, people get headaches, people lose their balance. There's a couple other symptoms, chest pains, back issues, where all of a sudden the pressures are so intense that your back is no longer out of the blue funcking properly.
That's
nice
me.
light pinch. I noticed there was some new pictures like that again down Skywatcher 2 page. I
want to show you guys this one. This happened this week. I took a screenshot from a man's video, and I could see it as he was, panning by, and I was like, oh my goodness, there's a big chunk covered up of the sun.
Yeah, nice long box cube, definitely. Yeah, I looked at that and I went, well, duh, look at that corner.
Isn't that
you're exactly right.
Yeah,
we got a lot of pictures in this week on that. There's a lot of captures on the long box cube, and if you look on the same picture on the left hand side, you're looking at the red asteroid below. I believe the planet overhead the entire gray area from the main little weird line in the middle is Nepenthe from the greenish. And then I would say that is the red asteroid to the left there on the bottom, cutting into the side of the sun, because it has that sort of flat, squarish, rounded front side on the right-hand side of it, which is on the left-hand side. But yeah, the front face has always had a little square edge to it, a rounded square edge, square, and then it goes rounded. And that's how we've always known the red asteroid to look. So
if I can find the video, I'll get it so we can watch it. I meant to do that, but let's see.
Yeah, again, here's an example of a repetitive pattern that we see over and over again.
Right.
And,
I'll show some more examples in a second.
The naysayers out there don't take that into account. They don't sit there. They look at one picture and go, "Oh, I don't see it," or it's, I see clouds. Well, you have to take into account the sky pattern over and over and over again. And that's how, we, of course, fortunately had the opportunity to watch them when they were smaller. But now that they're so huge, the same patterns happen over and day after day after day. And excuse me, but that's not just clouds when you see the same pattern every day.
Right. Not possible. Here's another good craft one.
That looks like the green asteroid and the blue asteroid next to the sun there with a rosation flare, which is a cutoff flare.
Explain that again, because I used to get those. I don't get those anymore.
Well, yeah, because we don't get them anymore because the sun hasn't been in that pattern. Now we have to also remember that the planets have moved up higher and they've actually gotten smaller. So they're back to some of the old patterns of the rosation flare, for example. And the reason we call that, it looks like an opening flower and all the little buds in the petals. And But this is actually above the horizon line. If you look at the main real horizon line in this photograph, there's a straight line up about, a half a quarter or a third of an inch. I was trying to measure that in my brain. About a third of an inch up, there's another straight line that's cutting off the sun. And that, of course, is probably Nepenthe as well. Mm-hmm. We've been seeing that. We've also, now had it been a little rounded more onto the left side, I would say add two. But being that it's a straight horizontal straight across thing, I would have to say, like the previous picture, I would have to say Nepenthe. And this, of course, is patterns that we have watched for years, which is how we have learned these things. And, even in the past, I'm sure we probably made some minor mistakes here and there. I've noticed where we have both Rebecca and myself have talked to people, and then we cross-reference each other's site, and we go back and forth, and she answers questions for people on my site, and I answer questions for people on her site. And we've sort of made occasional changes to the same thing, but that doesn't mean we're wrong. What it means is that, what we're seeing at the time fits the pattern that we understand. And I mean, I've typed stuff where I have been absolutely wrong in the past, but that doesn't mean that the science that we're working off of is a lie or is incorrect. It means that we're human. We make mistakes. And in the early days, we have made more mistakes. And then over the years, we've learned more and more and more in order to hold that state of what we know now. And I chuckle about all those people who are nitpicking over the little stuff when they haven't even taken the time to actually understand the whole overall science involved.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just pulled this picture up just to show, other occasions where a corner of the sun, is chunked out there, covered up by craft. And there's no other reason why there would be a sharp corner, That's not.
Yeah, I think I got a couple of pictures like that this week as well, but unfortunately didn't send them to you.
And we lost a member the other day by accident.
Oh dear.
Andrea Adams, was that her name, Rebecca?
It is, yes.
Yeah, and I have to publicly apologize to her. She got caught up in some removals, and I still haven't figured out. I saw the backlog, but I don't understand how it occurred. So I am not able to put her back on yet. I'm hoping she did not get banned completely. I'm
Well,
hoping
if you,
that either that or unfortunately she might have to just stay with Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, or and we pretty much post the same thing on
yeah,
Anonymous and on Skywatcher Anonymous as we do on Montana Skywatcher 2. And if we are not able to get you back, and because I tried yesterday,
did you
and I
go
do
into your
apologize.
activity? I was gonna say, if
Yeah,
you,
I went down my
you
activity log and I found, and
uh
it said that I kicked her out, but I don't remember doing that.
doesn't it give you the button to undo?
Usually, but the other day,
Uh-huh.
maybe there was a period of time. I don't know if I banned her completely or if I just blocked her, or not. I don't block people generically. I mean, I don't know if I banned her out of it or not. I don't think I did that, but it's telling me I did, and so
Yeah.
this is all part of some crazy stuff that's been going on. So,
Well, I know
it was
also.
possible. It was possible I clicked on the wrong person. You got dun 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 because
Yeah.
her stuff was being put into spam on Montana Skywatchers 2.
Yeah, I was going to say she has considered creating a new account because of other problems, she's been
Right,
having.
right.
So
And I
if she does
apologize for
that,
if she hears
that
this,
will
I hope
fix
she
it.
knows that I'm willing to try and work this out somehow, because
Yes.
she was not the person I wanted to boot out, and there was like 6 or 7 other ladies posting down, new members that were posting down Montana Skywatcher 2, and I got tons and tons of junk this week. So
Yeah.
I was busy doing a lot of removal of members, and I think she may have gotten clicked on by accident.
Yeah.
That's the best thing I can
Oh,
think of.
I've done that before too.
Yeah,
It
I
unfortunately
have in the past.
happens.
I've accidentally bumped somebody out, and then they were the wrong person. And assumptions, and when you're doing it, and you're right in the middle of like trying to get rid of 10 different people, it can occasionally happen, and I do apologize.
Okay, let's see. Getting things straightened up on my end. Sorry, I'm
I'm
kind of
actually too warm for
stalling a
once.
second. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
let's go find some pictures. Let's see. Here's a new one. Some new ones from this week.
Hello, Axis Tip.
Yes.
Necessity.
So I thought so.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought so.
Core
Yeah.
and then the angle.
Man, isn't that pretty? And from experience, when it looks like this, it only lasts for just like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah,
The
and
colors,
then
and
it's
then it's
gone, and then it goes
gone.
into grayish and blue and dark, and
Right.
yeah. What's with the dark? One minute you're looking at it and there's those incredible colors, and then it's just black.
Well, there's also the light pinch effect too. I mean, we've seen an awful lot of that going on where the something cuts in front of them, and there's been a lot of asteroids crossing in front as well, and we got quite a few pictures coming in last week over that. The smaller asteroids are crossing the sun, and that does affect sunlight, and that'll make a sunset go away even faster, or briefly go away, and then 10 minutes later it's back. Why are the clouds flat on the
Yeah.
bottom?
Yes.
They're flat on the bottom because it's showing you a layer of the bottom of the planet, because clouds are you mean always flat on the bottom? That has to do with layers of air and where it's standing on. The moisture at a certain area, there's dry air, and then there's many different bands of our atmosphere that go up, weather, air that's 10 feet off the ground in a lot of cases moves one direction, and then you go up 50 feet higher and the air is moving another direction, and you go up another 100, 200, 500 feet, and then the air is moving in another direction, or with variable wind speeds and different moisture ratios. And so there's multiple layers, and the clouds are always flat on the bottom, usually like a cumulus nimbus, due to layers of action.
I was thinking about crafts. To me, crafts are always flat on the bottom. So I wasn't sure.
No, yeah,
I didn't
no,
know
yeah, well,
about that.
but you were saying most weather, always
Yeah.
generic weather norm.
I learned something new.
Uh,
Let's see.
oh my God, Jess,
What?
I've recently become a flat earther. Jess, why are you here?
Well, Sam, I have a
Yeah.
lot of flat earthers in my group. I
Well,
do, and
I'm terribly sorry. It is not 1444. Time to remember that we've disproved
Oh,
that,
no.
in the 1400s when advanced chemistry and all of that was being solved. I'm not trying to down you or discredit you or anything, but I'm terribly sorry. It's not possible. There's, I go back to those two words, stellar rounding. Um, any planet that is a planet that has a positive charged core rotates and gets spun by stellar material coming from the sun. That's why our planets rotate. That's why they become round. They're not perfectly round. They can be lumpy and apple shaped and egg shaped and whatever, but that's rounding from stellar material. And then if you don't believe that, then you're reaching into what they refer to as the firmament, which is another really crazy conspiracy theory where we're a closed off chunk of land with other land beyond our closed off mountains. And I've watched that stuff. People send me that stuff all the time. And I just sit there and shake my head. No, there isn't a weird, larger conspiracy where aliens and ET live just beyond this mountain range that we can't get by. And it's not, it's not the Truman Show. Well, Jess, and I apologize. I don't mean to come off and try and put you down. I wire you here was like, because we deal with, proven science, and I'm trying not to slam you, but I mean, excuse me, but it's flat Earth is actually humorous to me, and I can't even go there because it's just like that, grabs my brain and he goes, no, 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 and it's let's do real science, please. And I'm not trying to insult you at all. I just let's bring you out of the darkness of 1444 back into the year 2023, please. And I
Yeah, I
mean that
sent you some pictures. I sent some pictures. Just that might help.
And that's why we do what we do, because we want to keep people informed. We want people to know what we've taken the time to prove, and we want people to know real science. And I'm sorry, but flat Earth is not real science.
When did flat Earth start as a?
Oh God, 1400. Yeah, I mean, in the 1400s, they believe that
but
if you
then
sail
maps.
too far,
Yeah, those guys in the maps.
if you sail too far, you go over the edge, of the Earth, and I'm reminded of God, what was that old Eric the Viking? Yeah, there was an old show. It's comedy. Norse Eric the Viking, a good movie if you want to see a good comedy.
Eric the Viking. Okay. That's a new one.
I finally tried looking into it. Yes, I have looked into it, and excuse me, and I'm not trying to brag, but I am a genius, and I do have a government IQ rating as being a very high genius, and I think I knew better when I was 9, and I apologize. I don't mean to insult, but my level of science was beyond that a very long time ago.
So where did you say the new fracture was, Sam?
It's I didn't really, I believe it's there's this ocean way between Seattle. There's all that inland area that's waterway, and then there's more shore on the far side, on the western side, but it's the southern area of Washington State, just above Oregon, where all those coastal waterways inside the Seattle. I'm trying to think of the other towns in that, Bellingham and all of that. And I've been up on that peninsula, and I've driven all the way around that to get to those island areas. It's a beautiful country. I would actually like to live there, with exceptions that I know that it's not a good time to be living there. It's beautiful. I have some nice friends over there as well, and I kind of warned them, like, have you moved yet? Because the tsunami on the West Coast issue, which the last major one was in about, I believe, 1640. It could have been earlier. But it's well overdue for another major tsunami. And then they're also, it's like the same thing with the La Palma thing. They're watching La Palma again because it's still behaving, and they're still expecting that fracture that runs through half the island, just like the previous fracture on La Palma proper the main volcano itself. I can't remember what the name of the volcano is, but that whole area at one point in time slid into the ocean, and it does a side explosion. And scientists learned about that from Mount St. Helens, and I always believed it even before then, years ago, even from the Lolo Peak here, because I've known about side bursting volcanoes since I was a child, because we have evidence of that in the mountains around us. And it just seemed obviously natural that it would occur, but we never knew that. And I was like, what? Come on. Anyway, I guess they run on facts only, not a level of intelligent supposition. I kind of lost. Oh yeah. Okay. So that fault line is in the southern waterways of south of Seattle, off the bottom of the waterways there, and it runs, I believe, laterally from Juan de Fuco into. There's a smaller plate in there, and then the North American plate, but it's down there close, right north of the Oregon border and south of Seattle.
Okay, research that one.
Yeah, I have to look into it more. I just saw a brief thing on it, and it didn't go into grave detail, and I was right in the middle of flipping through stuff, and so I was looking for something else, and I stumbled across that, so I didn't stop.
Oh, there's always something new, the little tidbit that pops
Oh
up.
yeah, well, they still don't even understand how the Rockies were made, and that it doesn't make sense to them, and it's folding and stacking, and the fact that the Yellowstone hotspot, 10 million years ago or whatever, used to be offshore, and then over, it's probably way more than 10 million. It might be 40 million years ago. But then the North American plate has moved over and shaved off the top of that opening of the hot spot, which at one point in time was a very large island, very large island. And then the North American continent drifted over the top of it. And that's where we have periodic bursts ups from below the North American plate. And that's why the big major majority blow up of Yellowstone, why it's so strong, why the caldera is the way the caldera is, has to do with the moving westward of the North American plate. And then also at the same time, the California plate, which is moving northward, skidding into the face plate of the North American continental plate, which is why we have the San Andreas Fault, etc.
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, that's wow. That looks kind of cubey.
Yeah, that's what.
It's enormous. Oh.
But it most likely is a Saturn's yellow moon. Well, we know the cube's always in front of the Saturn's yellow moon, so
Here's one of my videos.
And you can see the light on the far side here on that flat edge, that flat light, and that almost looks like a downward facing Star Destroyer. On the right hand side, there's that illuminated edge.
Oh, look at it! Yeah, look there! Look there! Ooh.
On the opposite side of the shadowed moon, which shows you there's light showing in between a Saturn's yellow moon and a Saturn. But that straight line effect of it tells me that's probably the side of the long box cube shadowing, and then we're seeing the light.
Yeah, there's something there, and then there's something down there.
Yeah, and of course those things are stuck together, and that's part of the deception of why we can't visibly see everything as well as we'd like, because I chalk them up to almost a level of like space chemi.
All right, here's one of my videos from the other day. This is Tulsa, Oklahoma. This is what it looked like.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, 2 or 3 nights ago. But that I just noticed I kept getting that rainbow reflection, and I normally never get that. I thought that was, it's something different I've noticed.
Well, you are filming through your windshield.
No,
it's just you're actually filming out the window.
I have a sunroof.
Oh, well, excellent. Yeah, that must get
cold. I know better than that.
That must be difficult. How'd you hold the wheel?
Yeah, if I ever get a GoPro, and I hope I do, I would like to. I would, definitely put a mount on my car for sure. In the hood edge or something, and have it facing outward. That way, when you close the hood, it doesn't knock the bracket. But I would have a spinnable bracket that you could probably just tuck in on the hood there and next to your windshield, or even in the windshield wiper grill area. I'm sure there'd be some attachment area there, or even on my luggage roof, because I'm driving a mom van, a minivan. Right. And and I could mount it even to my luggage rack. But I'd for sure tie a string or a mounting extra to it so that if it did fall off or too much wind or whatever, that you'd still retain it with a chain or a string or a rope or whatever, so you don't lose the
I
camera.
got this.
There you
I
go.
think
Yeah, you're already way high techer than I get to be. Unfortunately,
But that's for bikes, Sam. That's for a bike. I'm a humble serf. I'll go on my bike. So
yeah, and
you
you
stick it
don't
on there, man.
and you don't
Amazon's
have
my
two kids
friend.
to put clothing on and buy Christmas presents for regularly every
No,
year. So yeah, you're
just
financially,
me.
you're a hair more stable financially than I am, with the exception that I own my own home. Although I have to rent the land, it's a double wide mobile home trailer, and yes, it was a down step for me to move into a trailer. But at the time, in 2003, I had very little choice.
But they're amazing places. I mean, I stayed in
Oh,
that
it's a
caravan
really
park,
nice house.
and
It's a
they're
double wide.
absolutely phenomenal. You wouldn't know the difference. They are solid as rocks on their foundations. They
Yeah.
are cozy, and
Yeah.
they were equipped with all sorts of stuff. It was just super amazing. I enjoyed it.
And
Yeah.
we see Thunda is back.
Yeah. Hey, Thunder.
Glad you're here.
Right there.
And Jess, back to Jess again. Jess, we look forward to teaching you so that you can grow past flat Earth, please. We look forward to that. Bring you back into the light.
I was just going to say, I remember sitting here and I could see the lead object really well. I can see it. Well, it looks like it. But anyway, all
right.
the asteroids.
Yeah, and there's a box there.
Lots of
and
them.
and
Look at
there's
all those.
other stuff. And then there's at the bottom is the spiral asteroid. And in the middle is a whole bunch of stuff. And then
There's a whole bunch of messy stuff in there.
on the right, yeah. I'm thinking that the lead asteroid is probably on the right-hand side here this time, going underneath in the right-hand side at angle down, and then the rest of that stuff is the smaller stuff. Yeah, and
kind of like that with Atu's
sort of.
moon too.
Yeah. And that is of course Atu and Atu's moon on the left. And if you notice the sunshine refraction on that rainbow hueing. That's showing you that there is a whole bunch of garbage and material that is breaking down into that refractive rainbow. That's why you're seeing it, is because there's a tiny microscopic, well, no, I can't say microscopic, but there's thousands and thousands of smaller debris things going across the visible sun. And that's why it's refracting into a prism refraction, which is giving you the rainbow hue. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there.
Yeah, I don't normally see that at all.
And the only way that you're going to see that is through some debris doing the prism effect breakdown. And this is, of course, part of why we tell people not to film through glass, through their windshield, or if you're on the 5th floor of an apartment building, don't take a shot through the glass, because in a lot of cases you'll have at least two layers of glass, and you're going to get a glass.
The thing is, you can't resist it, Sam. When you see something,
I know, but you're going to end up.
You got to roll the window down. You have to.
Yeah, you're going to end up with a glass double no matter what. And this is also why I tell people, don't film through a welding glass lens. Yeah, you may get an idea of what's up there, but you're going to get a double of everything. And even in the early time when I was taking pictures, I would use a pair of sunglasses in front of the camera, and even that got glass doubles. So then I stopped doing that as well.
Yeah, it drives you insane, because that one time when I started doing that and I seen it, my heart nearly dropped into my toes. I thought I was seeing like 3 moons or something. I thought, my God.
Yeah.
You're like, oh.
Yeah, and you can't film through stuff because it will put a refractive extra. And even a lot of everybody's talking about, I got this green dot and it's a lens flare, or is it the green asteroid? Well, we've seen that the green asteroid, when it's really close to the sun, will put off a lens flare of the green asteroid. It's so intensely
and that's quite phenomenal, because you know that you're seeing something, and the wee flare actually describes what the thing is that's flaring.
And I always look at lens flares, and especially if it's a color band where it's coming down the shaft and you see 3 or 4 or 5 little different colored refractives, and that tells me that there's other objects in there in that, which is part of the lens flare as well. I can't use
look at that, Wowzer.
but it's a reference. I am thinking that is two jets going off in the distance. I think they're just those look like planes to me. See the movement? They're not
Really?
straight enough for asteroid fall. Now, if they were
Okay.
spiraling and tumbling, they would also show a tumbling effect into the clouds. But these are probably
Uh-huh.
two jets going away from the camera.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting, though.
Well,
Interesting.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
It could be stuff falling, but I'm be more inclined to say
There was
airplane.
one in that video I just showed. It was not this long, but it was just, about half the length, and it was just there by itself, nothing starting it or ending it, just, a straight line. It stood out, no planes in sight. But this, I don't know anything about this picture other than it looked interesting. So, hey, Audrey. Hello from South Africa. That's
Hello.
awesome.
One of our newer members at Montana Skywatcher, and we're not going to be letting a lot of folks. If you guys are out trying to get a membership at Montana Skywatcher 1 or 2, we're currently having a little bit of a problem, and membership is going to be very heavily reduced. We're not going to be adding a lot of folks. It'll be a very slow process, and they have to be highly vetted. I think we're looking at the red asteroid and the little sister here again. Of course, we've got how many hundreds of pictures of that. Of course, underneath Attu, see how purple and blue it is way up in the upper part? And so, yeah, Attu, and then Attu's moon isn't even in this. It might be that part of that black edge over to the middle left there, but it'd be a little too small. It could be another cloud. Could be lead asteroid. Could be any number of things. But, yeah. That is definitely the red asteroid, and we've seen it time and time again, showing that exact display pattern for, 3 years now?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Let me get another one. It's similar. I have one that...
Yeah, we've got handfuls of them. And
I
it's
know.
always the same thing,
You're right. It's always the same oval shape, yes.
Yeah, with the little
One
sister in
second.
front, and then everybody thinks, oh, it's a mothership. It's a big, this,
Mothership, yeah.
but while we're on that, there is no mothership that's going to come down, land, and save us, by the way. Not going to happen. Not anytime soon, anyway. So we still have to go through the tribulation before visitation. Yeah, there's another example. Red asteroid and little sister in front of it. And you can see that the little sister is the greenish, whitish part. The red asteroid is the rounded, more red. Now, the red asteroid isn't always red. We've seen it many different colors as well, but it's the repetitive shape that that mostly identifies everything. And then
look at that
shape placement. Yeah, there's another example of it. You can see the little white dot in front, which is little sister or other multiple little sisters. And that's where that name came from, is because the red asteroid has actually 6 or 7 really smaller asteroids around it, following it, and behind it, and many of them are on the back side of it, but yet we can still see them. Yeah, there's another example. There's that shape again, and it has a sort of a semi-tail, but it's sort of like if you were to slice a fish in half, you're going to see this semi-half round, and that's what the shape of the red asteroid actually kind of is. Yeah, there's another example. Red asteroid with little sister in front of it.
Yeah, because it's like 2 little circle.
Right. Yeah, and it looks weird, but it does this ion drop thing, and it's
ripple in a pond deal.
They come out of space, and space is minus 450 degrees. I don't know if that's Kelvin or Fahrenheit, but it's minus 450. There again, we have an asteroid encased, and this could actually be Attu related snail foot and all of that. But the asteroids are related to the snail foot development underneath Attu and Attu's moon. And that's why we keep seeing the same repeated patterns, is because those objects are always in the same place, because they're physically connected to the bottom of the gas giants Uri and Attu. And
right. Whenever I see asteroids and cubes on the left of our sun, I know Attu and its moon are just right there, behind it every time.
Or above it.
And when I see the green asteroid, usually Nepicity is behind it somewhere. Usually.
or it's gone all over to the far
Or I
right, where
sat
it's
them.
actually crossing at lower at the horizon, but almost in front of a Saturn's yellow moon, which it was
Totally.
like 2
Yeah.
months ago.
I
And
have a
that has to
good
do with only
example
with
of
out
that.
view, not actual location.
Let's see. I had a good example. Let's see if I can grab it real quick. Here it is.
Hey, I think I'm waking up. Yeah,
Is the coffee kicking in?
yeah. Well, I got half a cup down here, so yeah, I'm waking
Uh-huh.
up. Yeah,
Yeah,
there
I
is
was gonna
great
say, how
example.
many does it take before you wake up?
About 2 sips usually. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm not drinking a lot of coffee these days. It's not so good for my stomach, and
Right.
acidic and all of that. And of course, coffee. We haven't had a good coffee crop in many, many years. Frankly, I haven't. I could buy more expensive coffee, I'm sure. Unfortunately, I don't have the budget for that. But
Yeah.
every once in a while, I'll treat myself to a downtown cup of coffee at Butterfly Herbs in Missoula. If you're ever in Missoula, Montana, that's the place to go. It's the hip strip cool spot to go have coffee, and they got some fantastic stuff here. Hey, you're getting a free commercial. God, I just caught myself. I
I'll have
should
to
go see
remember
about
that.
if they want to fund our shows. Brought to you by Butterfly Herbs, Missoula's
Yeah.
hipster spot. Yeah, Is it possible you can
Yeah,
show Sam's November drawing of the planetary bodies placements?
I can.
It's
Yes. Give me
possible,
one
but
second.
we may get flagged over it.
Oh dear, let's hope
Well,
not.
let's see. Give me one moment. I'll
Yeah,
get it.
yeah. They keep flagging my drawings lately as nudity, and I spent a couple of days in
That's
Facebook
funny.
jail a week over. Yeah, it is funny. It's like what? I'm sure it's some stupid bot doing something. Some algorithm, and and then we got to wait for a human to actually step in. It's
Okay.
chaos, I tell you.
Well, yeah, I mean, because we're dealing with computer, you can't
Yeah.
communicate with it. It's, you know,
What? Yeah, and it's also we have to also be aware that half of what we see now may not necessarily be real. And that's spooky too. I'm talking about in overall videos like the talking people, and AI and all that. So, check your sources of where your information comes from.
Yeah, you
Uh,
get all them apps, so you could do all sorts of things yourself.
yeah, and well, yeah, even I saw one on YouTube the other day where they're selling an app now per year where it takes your normal picture and then does a makeup glam over for you.
Yeah, well, I had the one that said, "Would you like to see yourself as an Egyptian?" That one.
Oh boy. Yeah, just send me $29 a year, and I'll give you use of my app, and that's horrible. That's horrible. And I'm
They
not a
always
person
ask
that
for money
promotes.
anyway.
Yeah, well, I'm not a person that promotes fake pictures of people. I mean, that would be you if you're like on a dating app, and then you ever actually go and meet somebody else, and they're gonna go, you're not the person that I've been talking to for the last 6 months, are you? Because you don't look anything like you. And that's just opening a can of worms that I don't think anyone should do. Hey, I like that drawing.
I do too. I
I
was
like
really
it.
surprised to see Atu's moon so small, at
Yeah,
that time.
look
Yeah,
at that.
yeah,
And it's
that
matched several drawings. I mean, it's matched
right,
several
right.
photos.
And we were seeing it at that time, and it,
Yeah.
so, and I even included the back flat edge of Atu's moon because Atu's lower left side has an odd flat edge to it. And I did even draw that in. And of course, this is all stuff that we've learned. And if you look at the red asteroid, they're the little sisters in front of it.
Yeah.
And, the tan asteroid and the green asteroid is over down at the horizon level. And so is the spiral asteroid in the middle at the bottom of the page that you barely even notice until you actually look for it. And of course, the skull asteroid is between Atu and Uri, but that's how I had to draw it because it, placement. And out view has a great, it's not actually like that, but that's our out view.
Yeah. It's really amazing how close they look, together. They look like they're so close together from our view.
Yeah,
Here's some examples of.
it's stifled my brain repeatedly trying to figure out how all this works because it doesn't work according to Einstein's science, which is another example of that Einstein's science is wrong. Not we're wrong, but they are wrong. Yes, that's a hell of a leap. But excuse me, in 1980, I already got yelled over that by many doctors in in Washington over that, and they were screaming at me. So I've already paid for that one. So don't doubt me.
Right. They would not have come looking for you if you were wrong.
Yeah,
Why would they
exactly.
bother?
Yeah, why would they
Went to
bother?
a lot of
Why would they?
trouble to
Why would
track
they?
you
The moment I
down.
turn 18, literally kidnap me and force me into, and I wasn't going to be forced. And I just said, after they were trying to put me here and put me there and put this project or that project, after I was just not doing well with those folks. And I just said, look, I'm not going to work for you guys, so you might as well send me home. And they sent me home in handcuffs on a Greyhound for 4 days. I was handcuffed with a Virginia State trooper. And then we did all these bus stops. And every time I'd get out of the bus and walk around amongst all the bus and the public, I'm standing there wearing handcuffs. And they never took them off until I got to Montana.
That's insane.
I even had to go
And
to
you
the
were
bathroom.
18,
Yeah, I had to go to
right?
the bathroom handcuffs. And if you ever tried to wipe your butt with handcuffs on in front of you, it's kind of hard.
Oh my
It would
God.
be. It would be. And didn't they make you like change your social security number?
Yeah. When I got to the bus station, there was like 3 men in black in a black vehicle that picked me up and met me here they were waiting here when the bus came in. And then they drove me with very little. I mean, these people were cold, and and the NSA and all of that, and they were very cold and not informative. And I'm of course pleading for, I'm a young guy and not knowing how the system works, going, come on, guys, you got to. And I thought they were going to drop me off at home, but no, they dropped me off at the Social Security office and said, you don't exist. You need to go sign up for the world again. And I went and did that. So I got a new Social Security number. They changed my old one. And then when I came out of the Social Security office, they were gone. And then I had to walk all the way across town back to my apartment and to find out that I hadn't been there for many months. And
Even
they had
though you
rented
thought
out
it
my
was
room.
just days or weeks, right? You thought
I
you'd just
thought
be
it was,
gone.
they messed with my memory. And so my memory was like, I was thinking I was gone for a couple of weeks, and actually it was several months.
But your stuff was still in there, like.
My roommates moved all. Now we had this big long closet from a rendition from a construction remodel where they separated the apartment we were renting from the back part of that they were renting out to somebody else. And so there was this long big white hallway that was in the dark corner, and they had just taken all my stuff out of the room there and just put it stacked in that corner. So all my stuff was still there. And then they went, oh, cool, because the guy that replaced you he's behind in his rent. He's only paid 1 month's rent in the whole time he's been here. So they booted him out and took me back because I was a proven rent paying apartment member. And I was living on Front Street across from the library, or next to the library in Missoula, next to the Clark Fork River. And the park was across the street. And it was really cool. It was a great apartment. I love it. And of course, it doesn't even exist anymore. They tore that building down years ago.
That's crazy.
Hey, Sam, there's a couple of people over on TikTok that are curious if you could just give a quick explanation about Tiamat. I know we talk about it a lot,
here we go again.
but there's a lot of information out there about Tiamat, and people are caught up in that.
Well, that goes back to the original formation of the Earth scenario. And it is believed that Earth at one point in time was a large water type planet, just like Saru and Nibiru are, very large planet. And they believe that something or somebody or something crashed into us, which doesn't make a great deal of sense in my science, and broke up the planet Tiamat. And we're a smaller segment of what's left of Tiamat, and our moon was supposedly formed from that, and so was the asteroid field beyond the planet Mars, which is known as the Kuiper Belt. That's
the hammered bracelet.
That's the story of Tiamat. It's a supposition. It's an assumption. It's a theory. It's not proven. like Nibiru is proven, the 7 planets are proven, the 2 stars are proven, and that goes all the way through history, because we've got reference points and many cultures writing it down, and many cultures depicting it in stone carvings and hieroglyphics and et cetera, et cetera. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes. Um, let's see. And so this here is an example of a planet behind our 2 suns. Is that what the halo
Yeah,
usually
we're not
means?
seeing the halo come below the horizon line. The halo is not below the horizon line from the photographer. So therefore, it
Okay.
is a ocular anomaly in space.
Cool.
Okay.
They're cool
Well,
pictures, aren't they?
so are there times where a halo is not Imaru? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Well, yeah, there are times that
Uh-huh.
we're seeing a halo through what they call ice crystals in the atmosphere. And there are times that, yeah, that's what that is. But those go below the horizon line, which is what a sundog is. And to me, sundog is a swear word. But yeah,
Mhm.
if the halo goes below the horizon line, and we even saw that on some of Gillian's pics last week, where that halo, refractive halo, was either cutting through some trees or whatever, or it was ice crystals, whatever. But you could see the lens or the circular halo went down below the horizon line. And this is
Okay.
very possibly ice crystals in space, but I sort of kind of doubt it. It doesn't have the excruciating halo that it would. It would be way more edgy on the edge, and this is very round and smooth in the circle. So it's very likely that this is an illumination of the backside of Imaru. But then space is dark; it plays tricks on you.
Got it.
It's a really beautiful picture, though. It's really.
It is really nice.
The Star of
So
David pinching through other planets. Oh no. Okay. All right. All right. Since it's Christmas season, remember
Yeah,
those
Sarah
3
David.
wise men that followed a star that led them to the town of Bethlehem? That's the story.
Mhm.
Um, they were not talking about our star, which is an example that there's another star that cometh, that approacheth. So they're telling us a tale of a coming star. Now, of course, we have to also remember that from the Abrahamian religions, where all these religions are formed from the Abraham group and the Old Testament, they were captives. The early Jews were captives of the Sumerians, and when the cycle and the climate change kicked in for the Sumerians, they sent all of those slaves back to their original home because they could no longer afford to feed them. They didn't, the crops weren't growing, so why have the slaves around to grow the crops? So if they didn't need them, they got rid of them. And and Abraham brought the stories that he learned because he grew up in Samaria. He was captured as a small boy and released as an elderly man back to Palestine, to where they became, then they renamed themselves the Jews. And they were cousins to the Palestinians, and they still are to this day. And people need to realize that. And that's an entire different story of global conflict that we're not going to get into here today. But the stories that of that tale of the coming second star and the 3 wise men, that was a renaming of an old tale, and there's similar tales in Egypt lore. There's similar tales in Sumerian lore. There's similar tales in a few other Abrahamian religions. I hope that answers your question. We have 2 stars. We have a binary solar system. We always did. We always will. 83% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. We are not the exception. And
so
once people get a hold of that and just, go, this is the reality, then all of this other crap will just go by the wayside, because that is I mean, they've been warning us, all those carved depictions of, of King David, for instance, pointing his finger, and people look at him and go, oh, what's this that he's got in his hand and what's on his cloak? But you're not looking at the upper part of the left-hand picture where he's actually pointing at the second
Mhm.
star, the extra planets, and even a cube. The cube is at the top of that drawing depiction.
And the cubes are very dominant in a lot of the pictures and a lot of
Yeah,
the art
cubes
and a
have
lot of
been,
the stylized.
and the cubes and all of this. There's even the long box cube is carved on the inside of some of the uh, funerary tombs of Egyptian hierarchy. Now, I'm not saying pharaohs. I'm saying some of the other people. But there's carvings on of the long box cube, and we've seen them. And of course, there's also carvings of the technology airplane and helicopter and all this other stuff. And if you don't believe that stuff, well, you need to start studying a little bit more because it's all right in front of us. It's all there. And this is, of course, what Montana Skywatcher 1 and Nibiru Followers Anonymous 1 have spent years, documenting all this information, cross-referencing all this, gathering all kinds of study topics together from many people. And a lot of people send us stuff too. And unfortunately, I have to say this to people out there. If you are a member of Montana Skywatcher 2, if you're a member of Montana Skywatcher 1, and if you are posting off-topic stuff and stuff that says, oh, this is the real names of the planets or anything like that, anybody that's going to post that on my website, you are going to find yourself in so much trouble so fast, it'll spin your head, and I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. Everybody has to follow the damn rules because there's only one of me. I don't have Lucinda anymore. And Andy and those guys and Matthew shouldn't have to clean up your childhood messes for you if you can't follow the rules. Okay? We're a science site. I don't need ulterior information from other people that haven't even got a freaking clue what the hell they're saying. Because we've spent the time, we know what we're doing, and our site is for citizen science submissions from you. I don't want you to post something you found on another page, on another site, or on YouTube or TikTok, unless you get permission for it, unless you've been a long time member and have the ability to judge what it is you're posting. Because I'm not going to spend a week trying to clean up after everybody that breaks the rules. Therefore, you're hearing me a little impatient, but I've been going through some stuff where that's what happened with Andrea. Was there's a bunch of people that are breaking the rules that are new members that have not felt the wrath of Sam, and I'm sorry, but I'm serious about what we do. Sorry, I had to say that because I mean, if you post up on Montana Skywatcher 2 and you do it and you do it and you do it and I see it and I'm tired of it, you're going to be gone. We're not there for that. I'm not there to clean up after you. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's not hard. No, it's okay. I mean, it's not hard to follow those rules. Just post your own pics. That's what I learned early on. The best way to post in your group, I would just put Tulsa, Oklahoma, and the date. And that's it. I wouldn't make assumptions of what it was or try to, because if you put wrong information and you're not sure about it, then you're passing along wrong
if
information.
You put the wrong
to
information
else.
on your heading, then I'm sorry, the rest of your post is void. Beep, away it
Just
goes.
Put your put your location, and that's about it.
You could say, hey, I'm looking south. I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and here's the date. And that's all you need to put, unless you really, really, really have been around long enough to know what the heck you're talking about. And if you type the heading and you say this is this and it's correct, I'll leave it. If it's incorrect, it's coming off. Because the new folks need to have constant information, not varied information, which confuses them. And we are about teaching this science that's proven, not guess or supposition or assumption or any of that. We don't do that. We do science.
Sunday is with us. Hi, Sunday. And they're asking about the O positive blood type and their offspring. Information on that.
Yeah, after last week's show, I talked about it on last week's show. I recommend that you go back to that. After I felt that I have shared a little too much information sometimes. And so currently I'm a little bruised or touchy about going on into too much grave detail. other than to say that we used to only have A and B. And then somewhere in the past, all of a sudden, we ended up with O. And I will hint that it's special. It's part of the plan, and that will give you the opportunity to go dip your toe into a little more metaphysical information, because there's tons of information out there on YouTube. And I'd like
Yeah,
you to
there's
go.
lots of it. You can sit
And
there for ages. Trust me, I know.
if I
Mhm.
had Jesus here right now, he would be agreeing with me. If you learn
Mhm.
this information on your own, you're more likely to understand it than if I was just to hand you the answer.
You need to study. You really do need to study. It's the only way to open up your mind every single time. It adds another piece and another piece, and the light inside your own brain gets brighter and brighter, because you can't teach other people unless you actually know what you're talking about and you have evidence yourself to go
Could
back
you
on and come and show
say,
it.
I mean, something that you told me, Jillian, was that O positive is a bloodline from Inky. Is that just a general
Well,
answer, or
I
I'm new to
studied
this
a
too?
whole bunch of stuff, and I really have always been fascinated by how blood groups are so different. And I know also that we're either Rh positive or Rh negative. And then, of course, you get AB, A, B, and O. Like Sam says, what about O? O's also a negative and positive, but
I don't attribute O coming from the Nibiru planets.
yeah.
It is part of the
I
plan,
was told it was
but
part
I'm
of
not going to
Earth.
hand that to them as them doing it on purpose. It was, I think, God, here I go. Yeah, go look it up. I don't
Yeah,
want
look
to
it
put
up.
my nerds on the chopping block any further.
Right. Where do you recommend people look for
Oh,
that?
YouTube, of course. If you want anything, just go to YouTube and type in whatever, even no matter if it's two sentences long. If you type it in, it'll get you
Started.
many different
Started.
examples. And then if you retype it in a different way, you'll end up with a whole bunch of new examples. You could even type in the metaphysical origins of blood type O. Try that. Anytime that you type it in, YouTube does a really good job of that, and it'll center you down into a field of study area that you can have many choices. And don't always believe everything you see. If it's confusing and it doesn't make sense, or if it's boring, well, then move on. The truth fits. It's comfortable, and you automatically. And well, I have to say you. I can't say you. I automatically know the difference. And you may have saw that in the movie the other day on Dune, Rebecca, where I know
Yes.
when something's true. I know it.
So I told you I need like a summary of the movie. I did watch it, all of it.
Yeah, excellent.
Um,
Yeah, there
yeah,
is a
I mean,
better
I was happy
version of
that
there.
Good Guy won. Huh?
That was the full original version, and then they had an outtake remastered ending on the one that they actually put out. I think it originally came out, of course, on VHS. The movie theater version of it versus the VHS release version of it, they had a different ending at the end of the ending. It was the same ending, but then they added a little bit in between where they were having the back commentary of the Emperor Pada Shah, or whatever his name is. I can't even remember the guy's
Yeah.
name, but um, uh, they at the end, Paul reached with his mind and changed the planet of Arrakis because it started raining. And of course, there was no rain ever on Arrakis at
Right.
all. And so then all of a sudden they got rain at the end of the show. And this is why
Oh,
they're all
yes.
dancing in the rain. And that has to do with the abilities of this great powered Kwisatz Haderach.
Okay.
And
I mean, it was a little confusing, for
yeah,
me.
he had far
But
greater power than in the book. I mean, the guy had vast amounts of power. In the movies, they sort of touch on it in all these. There's just like 4 different versions out there now, and In some, they barely even touch on his abilities at all. And the reason that me and Jesus and everybody has asked you to watch Dune is because
Yes.
it had to do with the fight, intergalactic fight over the commodity spice, the spice melange,
Yes.
and all of that, and how that's kind of what Earth is. And it also had to do with Paul Atreides himself, who was a super being through genetic manipulation, and that was the second part of what the connotation was.
Did
Which
you
also
give her the
goes back-
classic Dune to watch, or
Excuse
the
me, say
new
that
one?
again.
Was it like a new Dune, or was it the classic Dune that you
Oh, I
gave her?
sent
It
her
was-
I sent her the original in theater version. The VHS version had the extra added ending with the rain part. But there were little nuances that were different from the theatrical version versus the release version. There was a little extra dialogue throughout the whole movie, so she saw more dialogue than your average person who would got it on VHS.
Okay.
And that same thing we're talking about, Paul Atreides and the genetically modified superhuman that he became, is also going back to that reference where we were talking about the O positive or O negative, or what, which is where I don't want to give too much information about,
Okay.
because then we're talking about lore and metaphysical lore that is reaching off the scientific
Yeah.
fact and going off into lore and fantasy, and I hate to go there. And look how green it is in this.
Yeah, this was a few years ago. One of
Yeah.
my captures, it started off. Let me back it up a second, because this is what the morning looked like.
That's crazy. Look at it. What
that,
time was
yeah.
that?
8:30 in the morning. I was
Wow.
running some errands, and there it was. So I knew when I saw that Nipicity was nearby. I don't see things like that very often, personally. I see it all the time online, but yeah.
I'll be right back. I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah,
Let the dog
go ahead.
out.
Let's see. He's checking. We got Rebecca Stallard. Hi, Rebecca. She said she thinks part of Dune was filmed in Mexico. That would not surprise me at all. It looked like could be. Let's see. All right. So then 4:30 in the afternoon, it turned out like that. This is not a real bad rain bomb. I've been in a couple that was very bad. And of all times, I'd be driving when it would,
Yeah, that green is
Super
unmistakable. I just realized I had my mic muted. I've been talking for a minute and not even talking along with you. Yeah, that
yeah,
green.
I thought everybody's quiet.
That's that Nepesity green that is absolutely unmistakable, and we also attribute it to rain bombs. So,
Yeah, very green. I just want to say hi to Tracy. Tracy is with us too, and she's O positive. She said, but she's my neighbor, not neighbor, but she lives about an hour away from me, so not too far. And she's also an admin for our group. So yeah, we go way back.
I did a shout out last week, and I got the poor man's name wrong, and I screwed up again. Hey, mark this down on the calendar, guys. Sam was wrong.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, I got flack over that from other people last week too. Yeah, you act like you're never wrong,
Yeah.
or you say that you're never. I am rarely wrong, and I yes, maybe that's arrogant, but that's the truth. The gentleman's out here in Lowell. He works at Town Pump, and his name is Leroy, not Tom. And I apologize. I don't know where I am sometimes very horrible with names. I used to actually have to write people's names down at business meetings on a little notepad in front of me. That way I would get it right and not get it wrong. I'm terrible with names. I will be better in the future. I promise you. This is one of my learning curves. I am trying to learn to listen better, because I don't do that very well. I just talk over everything, which is why and how my brain works, because I think really fast and I talk really fast. That's my gear. That's my speed. Yeah, the green in this is absolutely unmistakable. We don't see a tornado, so why is there green? Well, because it's actually overhead passing planet Nepenthe, which is what causes these rain bombs. Now that's kind of a small rain bomb. Now that's open core snorkel drop down of Nepenthe. And it has a repeated pattern that happens over and over and over again. And if you look, the real sky color in this one is yellow and orange. The rest of everything up above that is planet. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones right there.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an awesome shot of Nepenthe. And then, of course, you can see the axis tip and the little asteroids coming in from the left-hand side. And there it is again. And you count them 1, 2, 3 rings on the bottom prior to the snorkel. And then I keep pointing that out. Look, count them 1, 2, 3. And, if that was just a cloud anomaly or just a storm, it wouldn't have the 1, 2, 3 every time. And supercells don't have rings.
And we didn't see things like that 20 years ago, or before
no,
all this.
absolutely not. No,
Never.
You'd be going to church talking about the hand of God, Oh, I saw the hand of God coming to crush it, and look there, over and over and over again. And we also watched it go from one end of the country to the other with comparable sightings where we documented and we talked to people while it was occurring. And, hey, did you see that? No, but I can see it off in the distance. And myself and Deb, who's another moderator, from Montana Skywatcher 2, wonderful lady. She's also helping with a fundraiser, not making a great deal, but anyways, thank you for helping. And while she was watching it come on, I'm over here in Montana looking in that direction, and I'm seeing it as well. And this is how this citizen science works. We do comparisons. We talk to people on the phone. We talk to people in PM, and somebody in Germany is telling me this is going on, and I say, well, yeah, I kind of saw something like that yesterday, and then we hunt for the pictures and we gather them and we do the cross references, and this is how we have learned all of this stuff. And yes, we do make some mistakes along the way, and some people are using that as evidence that I'm lying. And I chuckle. It's like, there's no perfect science here, and we're not going to always be right, but we are absolutely documentary. There's a bad word, long word. We're historically correct, accurate. So if you want to stand there and skin hairs or split hairs, well, then maybe you're not ready for this information either.
All right. Yeah. I mean, people make mistakes. It's not like.
Oh, well, I'm apparently expected to be absolutely
not the end of the
perfect,
world,
or I'm lying. Anyway.
Yeah, being deceptive.
I'm going to try to avoid that.
That's just.
I'm going to avoid that negative side of the aspect, but I have to remind people that, we are human. We don't have all the answers in the textbook to stand here and hand it out to you in a information.
We're doing pretty good considering. I mean, this is we do on our personal time. We put all this together.
We're 95, 99% accurate. I mean, we are accurate because we've had all of these people involved. It's not just one person doing it. We've had all these people involved to debate and discuss and compare and support and hand pictures to so-and-so. Did you see this week? And, oh, yeah, I did. And did you see this? Oh, no, I hadn't. And we compare notes in private message on a regular basis between all of us. And we've got, 18,000 members in one group and 32,000 in another group and 60,000 and 80,000 in another. And then we've had fluctuating memberships as well. I checked the membership activity log on Montana Skywatcher 2 this week, and there was a period of time where this summer where we barely had anybody maybe they were all at the beach or whatever, but our activity log went way down this summer, and now it's picked way back up again. It's a high percentage again. And so I'm glad that they're out there, but everybody needs to log in at least every day and at least say hi. And we don't have a lot of that commentary stuff going on in Montana Skywatcher 2. There's very little of that also in Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, and people do a lot more talking in Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Anonymous 2 and Off Topic. And that's Rebecca's rules, and so how she runs it's her business.
Which part was that? Tell me again which part you were talking about sharing pictures that aren't your own. You mean?
Right.
Or
Well, I try not to have see, well, because then they don't have any background information. Well, it's a picture I got off of such and such a site, and then they don't know anything about it. So what good does it do to you if you hand me a picture that I can't back up with information?
right,
So why are
right,
you posting it? Now, it may be a great picture, but the reason that unfortunately Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 were formed was for personal submissions. That way these people can tell me, yeah, I live in Berlin, or I live in Paris, or I live in London, or I live in Sydney, or wherever. And this is what I saw facing west, and the conditions were. And that way we can attribute, and we also know when the picture was taken. And then a lot of times, some of these really cool shots recirculate years later. And they go, oh, I just got it. Because here, look, on the posting, it says January 12th, when in fact it had been taken 3 years earlier, and somebody had just reposted it on January 12th. And that can be very deceptive. And this is why we ask for personal sightings, so you know when the picture was taken, what it's taken of, or what you assume it's taken of, and in the direction and where and location. That way we can actually have that attributable background information, which I feel is very important.
right. No,
Well, I'm
I
not going to
agree.
post a
I
picture
mean,
and say, well, here's a really cool picture. I don't know when it was taken or by whom, you know.
right.
And yeah, here we have a very darn good example, I believe, of Attu's moon. It is slightly green though. That could be Nepacity as well, and it is at sunset.
Behind it.
You know,
Yeah, I was
I'd
thinking,
have to be sitting watching them.
Oh,
But
that red as well.
look at that. Isn't that
yeah, well, a lot of that
gorgeous?
orange and yellow is coming from Saru refractive off the side face of the sun, because she's way back close to the sun right now. And Yuri is in the way, and we haven't been able to see her for a very long time. But she is showing her bottom, and she's showing her highly illuminated, very thick core. And also that yellow can also be coming off of the Saturn's yellow moon, refractive cross coloring, which we've seen for years. And the thing with it is we wouldn't be seeing any of these colors in the sky so freaky intensely as we are without. And of course, people will say, well, what, it has a lot to do with the CMEs. And yes, it does. Some of the sky colors do have to do with coronal mass ejections from our star. Yes. But the majority of the refractive colors do come from the refractive angles of light from the crossing planets. And we never had skies like this when I grew up. No way, no how.
No,
I always
No.
throw that at the end of it's like,
we know that.
it walks
And
like a duck and all of that,
I once had a meteorologist tell me that I just didn't remember skies looking like this. They tried
Right.
to make me question my memory,
And how old was that meteorologist?
how old were they? Younger
Yeah.
than me. Yeah,
Oh,
younger than me.
yeah.
30s
And then he's
probably.
standing there telling you that you don't remember.
Right,
Excuse me, young man.
right. I'm like, that's not it.
Yeah. Don't tell me I don't remember the skies when I was young. I'm a painter. I'm an artist. I used to watch the sky every
Right.
day because I want to know how to paint clouds. Because clouds are hard to paint, especially if you're using acrylic. Now, if you're using oil, it's easier. Watercolor, way easier. I don't. My dad was a really good oil painter, acrylic painter, and what my dad did some fantastic watercolors. And I ended up, drilling a hole through the paper all the time.
But you did beautiful paintings. I've seen one of yours.
Yeah, and I need to get back to painting, and I was thinking about doing that. I should actually sort of try and allocate a large sum of money in order to buy some new paints, because all my paint's dried up.
Mhm.
And
I thought the girls got them.
well, yeah, they were. Yeah, that's partially why, because they didn't put the caps back on properly as well. Dad, I need some red, and I don't have any in my paint set. Can I have some of yours? And I'd have to dig my paint
Dad,
box
I
out.
just used some of your paint. Dad, I just broke
Oh.
one of your pencils.
Well, they knew better. I
Sorry.
always kept my paint under my bed, so that was quite a thing for them to go and actually, because it's in a very large antique paint box. My father gave it to me when I was a child, and that was one of the greatest days of my life, was when he gave me his paint box. It was like, oh my God, it's an heirloom to me. Anyway, but yeah, they didn't get into my paint without permission, but they did destroy. And I used to have a very vast paintbrush collection of antique paintbrushes, which you can't get anymore. And if I still see them in like pawn shops and stuff where somebody's got this real old horsehair paintbrush that looks like hell, but it's originally that thing used to be $150. I'll go, yeah, I'll buy this for $3. Thank you. And I used to have a vast collection of paintbrushes because I was always buying paintbrushes. And I even have some my dad gave me all the way back from, when I was a child. So, and then of course, Shiloh unfortunately left them in the paint or, sitting in the bucket of watercolor or whatever. And I lost a lot. And I gave her a very large set of paintbrushes as well, which is sort of a kind of a family tradition for us to give paintbrushes because Shiloh likes to paint. Nova is very, very good into digital art. Now Shiloh, of course, is reaching that way, and she's very good. But Nova actually outdoes anime. Nova does better anime than anime. And I am not bragging. I am told.
Must be her. That must be her mojo. Then that must have been.
Yeah, well, she's gifted in ways, and she doesn't even understand it yet. And she comes up with stuff, and she hands me, "What do you think of this picture, Dad?" And I went, "You drew that? Yeah, I drew that. You drew all of that. Yeah. Did you do it freehand using digital? Well, yeah." And it's like, oh my God. And then she is better than the major anime cartoonists out there. She's better than the Japanese.
Well, then she's already found what she could do as a career.
I totally agree with her. And then she gives me a dirty look when I talk about it. Like, Dad.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. I have to make money.
I was gonna say, she's still really young. I mean, I'm sure later on, she could.
She'll get to it.
And here completely off topic, but
I know.
That's kind of like Montana Skywatchers. This is my one thing. I paint and art, and art has a huge to do with look at the rotation on the left hand side.
The patterns,
over there, and having art and understanding of light and understanding of the clouds and the sky is important, and that is why I was able to do what I'm able to do. Why I saw them come in originally when they were so much smaller. Because I've spent my entire life preparing for this. And also I knew they were coming.
Right. But you didn't know when, right? Like you didn't
I
know
knew,
time
I
frame,
knew at the time in the 70s, the general understanding, the general science of it was they were coming in 50 years. So that would have bumped it all the way up to 2020. Rather than 2010 and 11 and 12. Because, I mean, we visibly saw them in space into 2009, 2010. You could see them coming in when they were tiny. And then as of 2011 and 12, they were way bigger.
Okay, that goes along with this question from Thunda is asking, did you first notice the signs of the binary system in space and then saw the cloud patterns, or other way around? What did you first notice?
Yeah, in 2009-ish, 10-ish, I saw a planet by eye, and it was perfectly round, and it was very, very big, way bigger than anything we've ever had pass by Earth in my history of watching Saturn and Mars and Jupiter through a telescope. And I saw the damn thing on a clear day, and there was the only thing in the sky, and there was absolutely no clouds. And I saw that planet and I went, oh shit, they're here. Because I was expecting them. And then after I realized that they were here, I started paying more attention. And that's, of course, when I saw Nibiru when it was way, way smaller. And then we spent a bunch of time watching the Antarctica live cams, because I also knew that the SETI Alpha project was based off in Australia, and they were down there for a reason. And they went down there because they would have a view of the approach rather than being up here in the North America where we had to wait for almost over a year.
Because they came up from underneath us, didn't they?
Right. Yeah, they came in. That's why you saw the view that you saw. And that's why even now with Michelle Mountain, she was on a couple of shows ago. And she was talking, there's events that we're not seeing up here because our out view angle is different than hers is. And that's why we believe that she's reporting sun separation, which could account for some of the enlarged flaring and why the sun is so intensely weirdly looking.
Has she sent you a video yet? I would love to see that too.
I haven't seen anything, but then I haven't been off looking for it from her because I unfortunately I've been busy doing administration rather than science.
Yeah, I know.
So Yeah, I haven't been caught. I'm not caught up currently in what's going on. I've been just trying to play catch up with the administration part of running uh, 3 to 5 websites at a time, or excuse me, Facebook sites.
Yeah, I think that I've seen something this week as well. It looked like two of them, but then it could have been the yellow moon, but it was two definitely round, glowing light sources. And one was ours, and the other one was so enormous and
Well, yeah,
so
the
stretched. It
second
was
one,
so.
the second sun is much larger than ours. Originally, Rebecca, didn't you create Off Topic, Nibiru Followers Anonymous Off Topic?
There is,
The
yes.
what was the intent of that site?
Oh gosh. Um, well, originally it was kind of a conspiracy site,
Right.
is what kicked it off, and then I drifted away from conspiracy. So it's kind of Cindy Green now.
Metaphysical? Mhm.
It's honestly, it's open. It's just open session, open topics. I mean, it
Yeah,
can be whatever, cat
you
videos.
you,
It
you
doesn't
don't
matter.
visit it very often anymore, do
I
you?
haven't lately. No.
Yeah, and it's crossing my mind, because there are a lot of people out there that have questions and want to talk with each other about stuff, and I am kind of a stickler for the rules, and a lot of that does go on in Montana Skywatcher too. And I was thinking, well, maybe we need to make a Montana Skywatcher gossip room, and then we have a music room. Um,
Yeah.
we could have a room where people could just talk about anything they want, and then we don't have to follow the rules. And
Right.
that could be
That's,
a place for members to go. We'll see what if any of the folks out there say, yeah, please make it or please don't make it.
uh,
It's not like I
it's an
need to
open
admin
session.
another site on top of it, and I would imagine I'd probably
What's
step
one?
in when it came to flat Earth or any of the other things that are a little extreme and not productive, but
Hmm.
oddly, that just gave me a minor headache. I was like,
Oh
"Ow!"
no, just the
I was
idea.
I
I
was
think it
reaching
sounds like a
into
good
trying to
idea.
run that, and then all of a sudden my head starts hurting. I'm going, "Ow!"
I mean, if we're careful about who we add, then it's we don't have to worry about
Yeah,
things.
then
It's
there's that. I hadn't even thought about that part of it. I do have this. I want to have everybody, inclusive with everyone can be here. I don't want to, anyone can join, but that's not proven to be very feasible because we get one or two bad apples that come in and just destroy it for everybody, including toxic posts that get the site flagged and then banned and Facebook jail. And it's just one or two or three little individuals out of hundreds, if not thousands of people that are really there for the right reasons. And you get the jerks in there and then they destroy the whole ball game.
Yeah.
So, and that's part of why I've tried to keep the strict rules. And it's important to keep the strict rules. That way we stay to the purity of the science and to the collection of the information rather than me spending all day long trying to remove stuff and then talk about Tiamat.
Yeah, I know. Or just, a random Nibiru video off of YouTube with,
Yeah, red
the
Nibiru.
red.
Yeah. Yeah. Or the scientists believe that they've found the ninth planet. That's all, the ninth planet. Yeah,
Yeah,
The
that's
rogue
Planet X.
planet.
Planet X reference
The rogue
also.
planet.
The
Yeah, the
strong
rogue
Planet
planet.
X.
Yeah, and you see those up and down the page on YouTube nonstop. You just go to the sciences, and there's 50 of them right there. There you go, and it's all this disinformation, 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 disinformation. And I maybe get one cracker out of the whole buffet that's actually true in comparison to what they're serving.
So Thunder is asking about why is the sun some days like this gargantuan, and then there's other days where it's very, very small.
We have
I've
talked about that
noticed.
on previous shows as well. When there's a
Mhm.
light pinch, when a planet on either side comes in and pinches the light, it focals and flares out between them. It's called a cutoff flare. Um, and it makes it huge because it's being pinched. And then when it breaks past the planets, it sort of like goes at a slightly different angle and widens out.
It
And you
was
just got to remember that there's an object between our view, and there's a really good example of it. Now, if you have that on both sides, there's also a different flaring, and you'll see the shaft lighting. But there is a flaring, and people see that cutoff if you would have left it there. Yeah, go back to
Oh,
the drawing.
yeah. Okay.
If you see on the side of planet, this was from Planet Uri that was doing this, which is when I drove through this last year, December of last year. Uri would cut into the sun, and yet the sunlight flares, as you can see on the face, it flares the similar other half of the sun. But and that's, if you laid it on its side, that's the hourglass thing we've seen, and then we are seeing. We saw that hourglass shaping when Nepenthe was over the top of the sun. You'd see a sort of hourglass shape. When the two planets come in from both sides, then it pinches, and then all of a sudden the whole thing becomes huge, which proves to you that there are two objects that are affecting and correcting our out view of the light. There's another example. That's the side of Uri with the little asteroids, and the white illuminated dot would be the tan asteroid. And it is 2020, which is 3 years old. And back 3 years ago, that's the size of what the tan asteroid and the big three and the lead asteroid, etc., all were. 3 years ago, they were bigger, smaller, back and forth, and we've seen it through the cycles as they go over the top of us, which has to do with a 180-day cycle and proximity and coming over us. And see, that goes all boiling back down to how much information there is to take into account for all of this, which we have all developed over time. All of this information comes from watching it. It's not something we made up one day and said, "Oh, I'm going to say this," it's not supposition. It's time-proven information.
Right. A lot of people don't realize how many years, this has been studied. This is new to them, and they don't even realize there's as much information about it as there is.
Yeah, we're well beyond a doctorate level here of study. Cutoff flare can be done at home with a torch mirror. Yeah, that's good. That's good experiment. Thank you. Experimental, elemental. Thank you. It's a very good idea. And I even thought about trying to set up a camera and little balls hanging from string, and then having a box where they're inside this box, and then you put a flashlight at the other end. And if you put a flashlight at the other end of a box and you hang a ball on a string in between in your sight, you won't see it. It will be a black dot, not an illuminated ball. But you'll see a refraction light going around it. And people always say, well, light travels in a straight line. Yeah, but if anything cuts it off and changes that angle, then you're going to see the angular light change. And that's what the flaring and the enlargement comes from, is that angle light rounding the edge of the planet.
I was trying to find a certain video I was going to ask you about, but it was where Nepenthe was above our sun, but the sun, it was so small, it looked like an asteroid. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, it was probably mostly cut off, and you're probably only seeing the bottom half, and most of it was probably the hourglass facial flaring on the bottom of the planet, which can look like the rest of this normal sun.
Yeah,
because it, of course, is the size of the shaft of light that is coming at you, and so it will refract on the bottom liquid or gaseous point of the planet when it shines underneath, and it'll continue the circle. But you'll notice there's that straight line in between the two of them.
I found it. I'm going to show it.
Excellent.
Second. Yeah.
Perseverance.
I know. I was like, it's here somewhere. It's older. It's one of my videos,
It's nice to have your computer and you can actually see where everything is and what it's called in its little file.
It is.
Yeah, that's and we got to bring that up again. People, if you are viewing all of this stuff on your cell phone, oh my God, are you missing? I'm terribly. I'm not going to send you out to go buy a laptop or send you out to go buy a home computer with a very large screen like I have. But if you really, really want to learn this stuff and you're really into the level of what this whole event, celestial event that we'll never see ever again within recorded history for 3,654 years. If you really want to learn this stuff, get a larger screen, get a laptop. They're a couple $100. Get a home computer. They're $5. And then of course you got to come up with a $300-400 or $800 screen, depending. I'm running a 43-inch, and I don't remember what I paid, but it was pretty cheap. But I of course buy HP only. I don't buy junk computers, nor do I buy junk screens, because I've gone through numerous screens and because I kept buying cheap screens because I was broke. And I have at one point in time I had five. Three on deck didn't work and two did, and so I was and I have one right now. I've got another screen ready to go tomorrow if this one fails. But it's only a 23 inch. So once I hit 43, all of a sudden the whole process it's like, I could tell so much easier what I was looking at. It just makes a huge difference at the large size of the screen. And if you're
Yeah,
walking,
it's just that when you're trying to walk around and take pictures these days anyway, it's so big, the trademark signs across the sky, you can't even explain it.
which is
You
great
kind
way,
of just
cell phones are the best for that because then you could snap the pictures,
panorama.
upload them to your home computer or laptop. You know, but yeah, if you're trying to understand all of this through a phone with a 4 inch or 6 inch screen, depending if you have a brand new iPad or whatever, um, you're not getting the full effect of what really goes on. Not only that, the actual Facebook experience and how the page scrolls down in front of you is completely different on a cell phone than it is on a laptop, and it's completely different on a laptop than it is on a home computer. Because I was running a tablet for a while, and it was just absolutely all I could see was three posts, and then I couldn't even scroll down to them. I couldn't see the whole day's events of what was going on a tablet. So I was going, and then of course I fried every tablet I ever bought because I have electrical issues, and so I have to be very careful with electronic equipment. And people will go, why aren't you frying your computer?" It's because I'm typing on a plastic keyboard. I'm not touching the metal on the computer nor the components inside. That's why I don't fry my computers. Whereas if I'm holding a cell phone or a laptop, I will. And that's like if I put a phone in my pocket for a half hour, the battery's dead. It'd be a brand new battery. I
Right.
drain it. Anyway, that's going off into
You said,
go ahead.
yeah, you said that you shocked people a lot too, just by,
Um, we had a member from up in the Polson area, and I haven't seen her in a very long time, and her name was Renee, and she was over here showing me her shots, and she was showing her brand new phone. She drove all the way down here to talk to me, and I've had a lot of visitors, people come in to drive to see me and stay over and stuff. Um, and she showed me, "Oh, look, I got my brand new phone here. Look at this, isn't it cool?" And she sets it down on my table, and I reached to turn it, and I touched her phone, and it went zorch, and there was a little small shock spark that was visible, and the screen went off, and that was the end of her phone, and it was 2 days old.
oh no.
Hope she had insurance.
They did replace it because
Yeah.
it was only 2 days old.
Right.
And
Wow.
and they couldn't. I mean, it was not broken or scratched or dropped or anything. So they went, "We don't know what's wrong with it." And
Luckily.
well, yeah, I have a little interaction issues with electronics. If I sometimes touch stuff, it's like I sometimes get the shit sapped out of me as well as it. And then there's other stories that we can talk on another time about
Uh-oh.
when I'm less on the chopping block, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and people are sending me friend requests as I'm watching them pop up on the screen. Everybody's sending me friend requests. I rarely add people unless I know them.
Mhm.
I'm worried about letting trolls in, and that's all I need to say about that. So, if you send me a friend request or a Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 request, be patient. It is actually far simpler to join Nibiru Followers Anonymous than it is to join my sites. I'm sorry, but that's unfortunately how we have to work right now for the current time. That way we can maintain the science and not the drama.
Yeah, I'm careful about adding personal friends too. Just because they're a friend of a friend, that's not enough to make me want to add
Right,
somebody. I have to
right.
know them and communicate with them, and
Yeah, I'd rather spend time doing the science than having to play cleanup all the time or hand kindergarten teaching. And I don't mean that in an insultive way, but it's literally like I got to sometimes with some people, I have to take them by the hand and, teach them such slow steps that it becomes, and I've been doing it for years with a lot of people, but it's gotten to the point where I'm so busy I can't do it the way I used to, because we're so much bigger now. We have so many more thousands of people stuff sending in, and then of course, my own home chores, my own home life that also has to be done as well. And in the early years, I devoted way too much time to doing this and not enough time to doing things at home that I needed to do. Not that anything was
It's,
majorly remiss, but
yeah, yeah.
there are many things I could have done in that same time.
I know that feeling. Like I said, I have like multiple painting projects. I start one and then I'll start another one. And anyway,
Hey,
I need
Freezy,
to get
is
back
that
into
an
that.
insult? Nope, Sam doesn't
Uh-oh.
want any friends. I hope you're kidding. I'm very reclusive. I am a hermit. My entire family, my children live and believe the same way. We are all very private people and we enjoy it.
Yeah.
But I just, I've got 5,000. Remember when you couldn't even get 5,000 friends on Facebook before? That was too many. And
Yes.
Facebook actually got
Yeah,
mad
you got
at you for
frozen
having
if you
too
got
many.
5,000 friends and your site got frozen.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm up there around 5,000 friends already, and if you want to be on my friend list, then spend some time talking to me in PM or message me here or there or whatever, and then I get an opportunity to get to know you, which might be a little more inclined to add you. But I don't know any of these people, and I got I right now, God, I've got probably 5 to 10,000 friend requests alone. I haven't looked recently, but it's at least
Yeah.
7,000.
That's
And
crazy.
one
Wow.
time,
That's
Facebook caught
mental.
me with 500 in one day.
And how many did you get in one day then?
Well, I probably added 3 people. And I mean the list goes, and I get so many requests. I can't possibly meet them all. I just can't. I can't take the time to look that many, and I can't do a mass dump like when
No, you
when
can't. You
Facebook
have to
made it go
remove.
public. God, we gained 30,000 members in a heartbeat, and that began everybody. All the older members were going, God, we got all this crap, and people are posting all this junk, and we're not doing our work anymore. And I had so many complaints that we had to go back to being private because we used to be public.
Yeah, that was scary. But that's how I got
It got
in.
scary. It did. There was so much drama and argument and crap and fights start, and I come in every day and admin, and I'm clearing and trying to, deal with these people fighting with Bill and Tom or fighting with Sally and all that shit. And I just went, I'm not doing this anymore. And then I finally I love the fact that we have all these members and it's great and it's warm, but look at the count. But the count isn't what we're doing it for. It's the science that we're doing it for. And I'd rather do it with qualified people instead of the chaos.
Well,
Okay.
like my
Thank
son
you,
told
Preach.
me.
I kind of figured you were teasing me.
Yeah.
I did not immediately, get insulted. I assumed that you were kidding.
Yeah. I did too. We know better.
We're big girls and
Yeah.
boys. Some people are
I
small
know.
ones, but you do get some children. You do get some children around. Mm-hmm.
Not that we're judging, but what you say,
No.
definitely represents your behavior in a lot of ways. And unfortunately, we're living in a society right now where everyone believes that their opinion is absolutely more important than others. On one hand, sometimes yes. On the other hand, no. But anyway, that boils down into sociology, which we don't need to cover right now. Yeah, that's what your flaring issue is. If you look at the dark areas, there's a planet on the left and a planet on the right, and that's why it's flaring that big. And you can also see it by the little water drop top there, It's focaling.
Yeah, it pulls it up like a cone head thing. It gets like a cone head.
And you're seeing the reddish colors at the secondary banding here. There's something that's causing all this weird other stuff, which tells you you're looking at a light pinch.
I was going to say about at the 4 o'clock area. Like in my video, I was showing you that rainbow
Yeah.
refraction. I think you
And
said
there's a
Mhm.
lens flare coming
same
off here, and you're
location.
seeing that, and there's spreading on. Most likely, if this is a recent, let me see. Let me blow up the picture here so I can actually read the date. October 15th, 2023. Okay. Yeah, then you'll be looking at that refraction on the right-hand side is most likely a Saturn's yellow moon.
Right. Okay.
It and it being that it's so intensely bright, and you can see over here on the, if you pause it right here on the left
Yeah.
lower, see that slightly weirded rounded cut in. We know that's
Yeah.
Attu's moon because in October Attu's moon was right there.
So, do you have any explanation like why the planets don't cross in front of our sun? I mean, we have
Well, they do.
seen.
They
Well,
do,
I was
but
gonna say we have seen times where they
they
have.
do, but they're brief because they're moving. And
Yeah.
we've been talking about this for months now, how weird the lighting has been, and nobody notices it. I'm just going, how can you not notice this? And yeah, there's been stuff going when we've seen numerous asteroids crossing in front of the sun. It's there for 10 minutes. Same thing with the planet. We're electrically thread attached. There's a shaft of unseen energy that holds us to our star. It's part of the building blocks of our compound in subatomic chemistry, or in this case, astroatomic chemistry. And generically, we do not have a full eclipse by a planet. We'll see a partial. And it's been so many times we've seen it that we have to automatically semi-assume that that's the case. And we've had some cutoffs where it was just, I mean, how many times have you seen where the sky was absolutely almost dark during the day? And we've seen tons of that.
Yeah, I have a video if I can find it showing some examples where it did turn pitch dark 3 in the afternoon type videos.
Yeah, and it's transitory and it only lasts for a few minutes, and that's the same thing with some of the illuminations that we're seeing, where we all of a sudden see the side of the planet and there's a crescent illumination, and oh my God, look at the purple and look at the orange and look at the yellow and all of that, and then like you said earlier in the podcast today, and it's in 5 minutes later it's different. So
yes.
they do go
It's
in
like
front.
a bus going past the window.
sun.
Here.
They do cut forward.
And I'm
And if
saying
it's a
it's like
smaller
when
planet,
things go past, you know, gets cold as well.
There's some examples.
The smaller planets, the larger planets, of course, would block the light more, but the smaller planets, the sun will go around it. And we've seen evidence of that in numerous weird discussionary pictures that we've posted over the last couple of years as well.
I got to step away just for a minute.
Go ahead. A lot of people do not see even an eighth of the information that we go through every week when we do these shows. I've often, we've done 8 or I'm actually going to have to go count how many shows we've done already. I've lost track from all the other podcasts as well, like Radio Wasteland or Fight for Our Freedom Radio or Understanding the Skies series. I mean, I've been doing movies for 13 years. Interviews, et cetera, with radio programs and hosts and stuff. And there's even interviews out there that aren't even on YouTube that I've done with other people that they never published it or didn't know what to do with it. And I've done a couple of interviews where I have never heard back from these people. But anyway, there's so much more information that we go through every week that we don't even barely touch the surface on in these shows because Rebecca's only got 10 or 12 or 20 pictures, examples that we talk and discuss over. But in actuality, we get hundreds and thousands. And Gillian, you're an example of that. You run on quite a few different websites, or excuse me, Facebook sites that I don't even go. I'll send stuff to them. I don't go there very often because I have a limited ability to get there from how my setup on my computer is I don't get to choose more than a list unless I send something to them. And then I got the whole scroll list of everybody I'm involved with. But on my computer, I only have 5 general examples, and then I have to actually type them in or go hunting to get there. So it's not, and the information you guys share and the information Rebecca's people on Nibiru Followers Anonymous is different. And then the stuff that I share on Montana Skywatcher and my 1 and 2 is also a different degree. They're just a little bit different. I post some things on Montana Skywatcher that I don't post on Skywatcher 2. And then there's things that I post on Skywatcher 2 that I don't post on Montana Skywatcher 1. Or generically, like Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, which is, I believe, a closed group also. And that is a group of older people who have been members longer and are better known in the science. And that's one where we all just can comfortably and freely talk without having a whole lot of the trolling or mispostings or random spam postings, etc. But yeah, it's there's so much more going on that we don't even get the opportunity to talk about on these podcasts. So there's a lot more to study than just these podcasts. But although I hope we're giving you good enough information to teach you the basics to start with here, and actually and then grow and learn more with over time. But there is so much more that's going on than we can actually even.
Yeah, you see, in my group that I've got, I call it Northern Skies, but it's I like to put all sorts of things in there and just give it to people, and they can make up
Right,
their own minds.
I try to send you stuff regularly.
Mhm.
I do get distracted by being very busy. Usually, I hope you're getting the monthly site drawing.
Yeah, you put that in once a month.
Yeah, I try to send it to your site as well, and then there's a couple others that I do that with. But when I'm out doing that, then then I can go beyond that list of the 5 that I generally visit, and those are mostly my admin or moderator sites. The ones I visit the most are the 5 top, and then if I want to look any of the other ones up, I have to either have a handwritten list or I have to actually try to start sending it to them. And then I get this
Is
big
that because
long
you're
list.
blocked? Are you blocked, or is it
No,
just stuck
it's just
full?
list availability on Facebook for my computer. They don't give me a large enough selection or the app to actually click on all the things I'm a member of. I can't freely visit all the sites I'm a member of. I have to I have to want to send them something, and then I get that whole list, and then I can go, oh yeah, I forgot that I was a member of oh God, I mean, I'm a member of, people add me to sites that I have never been to. You wouldn't believe my membership list. And I try to visit ones that I know. I was going to try and plop a couple out of my head, but I just can't get their names. I didn't want to get them wrong either. But there's the Northern Skies, and then there's all kinds. I'm a moderator in Cloud Cloaks, and Cloud Cloaks still exists, but I haven't been there in probably 2 years because after the admin passed away, after we lost Regi, um, she was excellent. She was a very excellent mystic and psychic, and she unfortunately died from cancer. And I haven't been back. You remember Cloud Cloaks, don't you, Gillian?
I've seen it in your
I thought you were a
profile.
member.
It's possible because there was also Wayseers, that other one from the guy called Ron,
Yeah.
who's in Australia. There was that one as well. I learned a lot of things on that one, but yeah.
Yeah, if we go back even 10 years ago, there were so many other sites that aren't even around.
Nibiru Ascending is the one I've seen you on first.
I still miss Italian Skywatchers.
Yeah.
I do, because oh God, those people were sending us some, and if you're a former member or if you are a member, I think it's suspended, and you are in Italy and you are a former member of Italian Skywatchers, would you please start your own, and so we can link back up and make you a sister site, please? And
yeah,
I miss that
too. Yeah,
right there on the Mediterranean, they get some phenomenal shots because they're right in the middle of the planet, and we don't. Yes, we have people in the UK, and yes, we have Matthew in Malaysia, and we have other people, but we've lost. I haven't talked to our gal from South Korea in quite a while. I don't know where she is, and so I don't know what's going on. And then we lost a lot of people from Russia once the Ukraine thing kicked up. And so we literally, if you're a Russian member, holler at me, or contact me, because we still want our science link, even though we don't agree with your politics. Well, perhaps you don't either. I'll leave that open. But if you do have a site and you do work at this and you want to become a sister site and you're in another part of the world, we would love to have you.
Yeah, I'm impressed every day with all the people that we have, found us, that are located worldwide, which just helps prove that what we're seeing is visible worldwide, in varying
Yeah,
degrees.
we have
But
people in New Zealand, a lot of people in New Zealand, a lot of people in Australia, of course, people like
yeah,
Michelle Mountain in South Africa. We have a lot of South African friends. We have quite a few friends in South America. They have a translation issue, which is why we don't see a lot from them. Like Petty, for example, we would love to have, and he talked to me and hi Petty, how you doing? Um, he talked to me, he said he would love to be a guest, but he doesn't speak English well. So, and then, it takes him time to type to me that he's got to translate it into English. And I can actually translate into Hungarian if that would be easier for you. If you want to PM me in Hungarian, I can get around that. I don't know what language he speaks, so I should be careful of what I say. Um,
right.
but we can translate Arabic. We can translate, a lot of stuff. I've had quite a few African friends, Northern African friends, although internet service in Northern Africa or Southern Middle Africa is not necessarily regular. So we don't have a lot of those folks, but we have a lot of friends from South Africa, right, Gillian?
We sure do. I mean, there's Helmy, there's Audrey.
And well,
Good.
you're formerly from South Africa.
And Michelle,
Yeah.
That's how you started, and then you came up to the Northern Hemisphere to join us. And
Yeah, happy days. It took me 33 hours, 2 days.
oh my God,
Fly up here.
that must be that's a journey of a lifetime, and how much you've grown from that alone. And I know
Yeah,
you tried to come over to America, and they wouldn't let you.
yeah, I'm still gutted about that one.
Meanie butts,
Now, now I would still love to go, but now it's money. You have to wait till you have money. Maybe
Yeah.
I can get in. I'm not sure if I can get in there. Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm, I was told by the government not to leave the country. I have gone to Mexico, I have gone to Canada, but I have not traveled abroad, and I don't even know if I get to yet still, And, that non-disclosure agreement, that was crossing my mind the other day. Just because that's over does not mean that I have been left alone. And I think a lot of people forget that. I think a lot of people, well, Sam, tell me this. And, sometimes you guys are asking questions that I could, if I actually come right out and say, I can get in a hell of a lot of trouble. And my children come first, and I would rather not have my door kicked in, thank you, by the men in black. Even though I'm still looking for them every day to this day, since 1980. Every day I look out the window every time I hear a car door slam, and you don't have any idea what I go through. Every time a car door slams around me, I have post-traumatic stress disorder from my little visit with the U.S. government. Always will, and even 40 years later, 30 years later, 40 years later, 40 some odd years later, I still suffer from that little vacation, so shall we say. Um, and I think people have a tendency just to chalk me up as average Joe Facebook, and I am not average Joe Facebook. I'm terribly sorry, but so sometimes please take that into account, and for the rest of the time, you can treat me like a person because I'm just a person. But
it's true though. I mean, I think some people are intimidated by you, like I've mentioned before, but really and I think you being on the show, more people are realizing just how nice and easy you are to get along with. And
oh no, God, let's talk about those stories that here I'm going back on the negative plane again. I don't want to hit those things where people say that I'm a government operative, and oh God, it just spins me in circles to think that here I am. I'm sweating bullets. When I first started in 2010, after the non-disclosure ended, and I was mostly able to talk, and I started doing this and started sharing this, and all of this was originally because I cared. I always, all the way from back in 1980, I always felt that everyone had the right to know this information. And they, of course, are fearful of telling you because of how people will react. And it would be chaos if they came right out to tell the truth and all of this. And I can't even tell you everything I know. I can't do it publicly. If you show up, and I hate to say this, and God forbid that this may actually happen, even though it would be really cool. If the shit hits the fan and you guys are crazy enough to find me here in Montana, come on up. We'll have coffee. I'll teach you what I know. But I'm just not gonna type it publicly. I'm not gonna say it publicly because my kids, and if I was a single guy and hanging out on my cell phone and lived in the mountains and they didn't know where the hell I was unless I used my cell phone, well, then that would be a different story. Then I could probably, but I try not to go where I'm not supposed to go, and I do try to follow the rules, and I try not to down the government. I have no animosity toward my government. I have no ill will. I do not favor or fathom any violence towards my government or toward police or anybody like that, or anyone on this planet for that matter. So there's guidelines that I follow, that I'm a different person than I am on Montana Skywatcher 2, and I try to be as open, and I'm finding that these podcasts are getting me in a little bit of trouble. So, and then at the same time, I'm also showing you my inner self and coming forward with stories that I am now feeling a little embarrassed that I actually talked about, and it bothers me a little bit.
Yeah, you've never said anything, that made me feel any different about you otherwise. I know you mentioned that before, where you felt like you said too much or something.
Well, that's not what I feel like that sometimes I expose my inner self too much, and I should be a little more protective, because we know that there are quite a few people out there that have ill will toward me, and we haven't figured out why. But there's a lot of people that are coming after me for this, and it's been going on for a decade and then some.
Yeah.
And the early videos that, good.
I was just going to say, considering what, can you hear me? Yeah, I was just going to say, considering what we're talking about, it's kind of to be expected that you would be, approached with people trying to discredit you.
Yeah, and I wonder how many are sociological issues, and I wonder how many are financial paid attack people.
Yeah, that's crossed my mind also.
Yeah, and I believe we've seen evidence of that a few times where we just try to
that they'll stop at nothing to hide this information. There's no lies, too big. They're just, their attempt to.
Oh, and after all, they've got all the money in the world. They just print some more and pay somebody else to do the job. Yeah.
Basically.
And I'm not trying to, down the government, because I know for a fact it gets you A, in a hell of a lot of trouble. B, it gets you flagged. C, you don't want to have anything to do with the government if you can help it. It's cough drop time. Hey, we should have a fundraiser for that. How many times is Sam going to say cough drop? Oh my God, I got 2 left.
Cough drop jar.
Yeah, the cough drop jar. Yeah.
Cough drop jar.
I should do that and start dropping quarters in. I'd be rich. Nah, I'd make enough money to buy more cough drops.
In that movie.
Yeah, every time I make enough money to buy more cough drops, which reminds me I have to buy more cough drops.
Oh,
so I not choke while talking? I buy the cherry flavored Hall's Relief.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I just found soothing strepsils in my drawer, and they have that advert with Dracula on.
No, I like Ricola a lot, but they're a little pricey. Ricola actually works really well.
Fisherman's is also another one. Do you guys have Fisherman's?
No, I've never seen it. It's probably not on the American market.
It's a wee tiny packet like that. Maybe I'll send you some, and they're really cool.
Awesome.
They're really good.
Hey, I love packages, man. It's Christmas. When I was a little
see if I can find them again. I think I seen them the other day.
When I was a little kid, we used to get holiday packages from Holland for my grandmother, And oh my God, they have chocolates and stuff. And they'd get them from Switzerland, they'd get them from Germany, they'd get them from Austria, and then they'd put them in this big box and mail it off to us here in the United States.
Yeah, my granny did
Oh,
that
it was
too.
awesome. You know,
Yeah.
you've never tried European candy until you've had European black licorice in those little triangle squares. Oh my God. And it's like a mint, and they're just like they're killer strong. And you know,
That
and
sounds like
black
after
licorice.
eights here.
And you have to be a fan of black licorice, you know. Of course, they don't even,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
by the way, I spent
Iceland has
$3.
got licorice. Oh, that is to die for in
I
Iceland.
spent $3 on a damn candy bar today for my daughter. I went $3 and I went, I'm not buying those no more.
Okay, now you're making me want sweeties, and I haven't got sweeties, and I ain't going down the hill. I am not going.
And we're
I
completely off
wonder what
topic too.
planet I was up the other day. On Monday, I nearly died trying to get off here in my e-bike. Like, I thought I started out in time enough. And this guy was creating something awful that morning, yelping and going on. Trying to go down the hill, and I hear all these kids outside my door, and they're all slipping and sliding. And I thought, they're putting it on, man. They're putting it on. The second I put that bike onto the driveway, it went.
Yeah, you don't ride a bike on really wet or frozen streets. Period.
I just noticed.
Yeah, that's hopefully a one-time learning event. Freezy Peach is sort of teasing me again, I believe.
What's she saying now?
Rebecca's got it highlighted in blue here on the side. Who do you think you are allowed to speak now? Why only? Yeah, I asked them that too. Why only 30 years? And their direct quote was, because after that it won't matter. So
Right.
yeah,
I believe it's because they knew that they were going to approach it like this. I really do.
Yeah.
I think they knew decades in advance. You know, they were planning how they were going to.
Well, there's an understanding of malice, and there's also an understanding of sociology. How if they did tell everyone the truth, the level of chaos that we would have, and I guarantee you would exist.
Yeah,
It's
you just
just
have to go and watch The Walking Dead.
Yeah, just well, an example is look how people talk about the complete disinformation of the planet Nibiru, for example. We've got, oh, it's going to crash into us. We've got, oh, it's behind the sun. Oh, it's
red with wings.
Yeah, and it has this debris, iron oxide asteroid field behind it, and yet they don't even touch on the planets that are actually part of the asteroid field, and it has nothing to do with Nibiru because it's on the other side, away from the asteroid fields, because the asteroid fields are behind Saru and Uri and Attu, and they're in between.
That's
Saru.
strange. That's strange. I thought Nibiru was bigger, but Saru isn't she?
No, Nibiru is the biggest, and Saru is second. Yeah, and that go back to that. What I didn't finish reading it.
Okay, it's
This
just
is
how media pushing the whole Planet X.
And Nibiru doom. Does Donald Trump know the truth about the threat of Planet X? And anytime you slap Planet X on there, you're not talking about facts. You're talking about the hypothetical that everyone knew in the 70s. So that is literally a 40-year-old misnomer. Glued over the top of Trump, and if Neil deGrasse Tyson actually believes Planet X is red and looks like that, well, then he would be one of the dumbest government physicists.
I think he's a puppet. I
really
do.
He's a front man,
right?
And I mean, he's a token talker.
Right.
Frankly, I would give more credit to Bill Nye the Science Guy than I would hand this guy. And Bill Nye is very famous, and I'm not. I would love to know. I'd love to have 5 minutes with Bill Nye and say, hey, let's talk about the binary solar system. I would love to see where Bill Nye would take that. Because they don't own him. They don't own him.
I don't. Huh?
They don't own Bill Nye.
Oh,
although
really?
Bill Nye does contract with the government from time to time for a public speaker.
Yeah.
They don't own him, and he's been rude about some of his science on purpose, going against the standard science community as well. And this is, I think, a great deal to do with why Freezy Peach even said, "Well, who do you think you are?" And I've run into that since day one. And this is what the scientists in Washington said to my face: "Is who do you think you are that you could go against what Einstein and what Newton says?" Well, I mean, how arrogant, you arrogant little bastard. And that's an absolute quote, and it had nothing to do with that. And and then I spun it on him. I said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, of all the men in this room who are professional scientists, what is your IQ?" And then none of them decided to answer me because they knew mine. And then all of a sudden we were listening to crickets. So, and then I was 17 years old, and they got madder than shit at me because they're complete government high top level scientists. There was like 5 of them in the room at the time. And these guys were all very major accredited scientists, and they don't understand. They, at the time, they may today, quite a few of them are probably no longer alive. But I don't think they got it, and I don't think they saw it the same way I do. I look at it as chemistry, and because of that, I don't have to deal with the properties of Earth properties versus the properties of outspace properties, because to me they're all one. And it's an automatic base premise that I can walk off, the first step onto the journey, coming down off the landing. And they can't get past that point where modern science doesn't believe that. And how dare you? And it's got to be in a damn textbook. And you got to have this big, stupid, shiny gold piece of paper on the wall. Excuse me. I am way past that. And I don't even care. I am changing science. I am changing 1880s modern physics that we're still living in the Stone Age over. And if you don't like it, I don't care. It's that simple.
I know it's hard for some people to accept and change, what they've already.
And a lot of people get mad at me for this. And
Right.
you're an arrogant, lying sociopath, or whatever else whatever term, or cult leader, whatever you want to call me. Christ, how many times I've been called the Antichrist? Oh, Jesus. I mean, countless. I mean, beyond, I'm talking well over 20, 30, 40, 50 times somebody's called me. I mean, different people have called me, "Oh, you're the end," and this is, of course, a religious person that goes, "Oh, you're breaking my brain and my science, and you've got to be the Antichrist, and it's you who's wrong, and you're evil." And then there's these other idiots that now are living down in south of me here that moved up here all believing and wanting to know stuff, but yet they didn't study. And then they didn't find the facts, and all of a sudden they wonder why they spin off, and then they're calling me a shrill and all this other crap. Oh, he's got to be a government agent. And we talked about that before. Where you going? We said what you were saying. Go ahead and say it again. Why would I be giving information out if I was a government agent?
No, I know. No, I've had a few people say that about me, that I was controlled opposition. Right.
And then, of course, numerous pictures of them giving you a tinfoil hat, and you had a poop hat on quite a few pictures. And then I think they pirate eye patched one of your glasses once. There's been quite a few pictures that have gone around that I have dealt with, and me, and they've done mock-up photoshops of my face, and which is why I don't usually put out too many recent pictures of me on purpose, because I'm being pushed in a corner by the negative people, and unfortunately it's the good people that end up paying the price over it. I apologize, sorry, but that's the way it is. So hi and welcome to Montana Skywatchers. How can I help you? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And now I have to actually.
I know, but we do have.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, for all the negative people, we have triple the amount of positive people.
Oh yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
True.
There's way more.
Well, unfortunately, sometimes the negatives do occupy a little bit more of our time than we would like them to, and every once in a while we have to address it and then move on. And then,
Right.
I'm
Right.
hopefully next week I won't pay any attention to the negatives again, whereas this week I was unfortunately forced to.
Well,
So
don't you think that we've seen an increase in all that because of the show? I mean, we're
yeah,
now
yeah,
putting out way more information on a regular basis,
right, right.
and so it's only natural that we're going to see a bigger pushback.
Well, you
Yeah,
get the kickback then, don't you? You get the kickback, the people with the shock factor or the
yeah,
rage.
and there are people that get mad at me, and then there are
You get
people that
mad,
make
yep.
it their life quest to come and attack me. We know you're doing something wrong, and then stuff gets spun, and they're searching for any little chip in the paint that they can get under. And yeah. So anyway, I the only reason we discuss this is because this too is part of the understanding of the skies, where you have to tell yourself that everything we've been told from Einstein back is inaccurate. And it may be mostly accurate, but if you don't have the understanding in your head that we have a binary solar system. There are two stars, two sets of planets. They are co-attached. They always have been. They always will be. They're not paradoxical. The planets are not going to crash into us, because if they did that, how come they didn't do that 83 cycles ago? So there's a comfortable pattern of proof that is more likely than not once you take that into consideration. And hell, Einstein didn't even have that. He didn't even have a unification model to the day he died. And me at age 17, I went, well, that's because he didn't understand it this way. And the government agency looked at me like jaws wide open. Some of them believed me, but the rest of them were mad at me. And this is part of why I wasn't going to work there. I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you keep me A as a prisoner, and B, I am not going to work for people who do not respect me.
The thing is, you can't work for people who are angry with you. You get very stressed out by the whole thing.
Well, there's also the thing is that I don't generally work for most people. I usually get promoted where I'm the boss. And oh, there's that arrogant guy again talking. In most of my jobs, I've always been the boss. I've run nightclubs, I've run hotels, I've run restaurants, and promotion is a very fast line for me. And I worked for the Bureau of Land Management, and I was the top crew member on my side, and I was a licensed government driver's license, because you can't drive for government driver equipment without having a federal driver's license. And I had to go through courses and classes for that, and winter survival training and all this for the Bureau of Land Management. And I worked for the Parks Department locally here. After Reagan closed the Bureau of Land Management down to our project, I got moved by the government to the city government. And then during that process, there was a lot of major lawyers at this hiring. I mean, how many times have you seen 16 lawyers just to get a job? And I still chuckle over that one. And then I got placed at the city parks department. Reagan came into office, and then that is pretty much the last time I really had any major contact with the government and where I was supposed to work. And then after Reagan went through, the ball all changed. Their focus on how they ran government changed, and for good and bad. Reagan was not a great president, but he wasn't a bad one either. He did some things that were good and a whole lot of shit that was bad that we're still
Didn't they
paying.
say he's seen the visitors, didn't he?
I'm not sure about that, but I would imagine that he was mostly informed by some of his speeches and how he dealt with Gorbachev and all of that. And of course, Gorbachev, it was the right guy at the right time to end Russia, but Putin is still pissed off about that, of course, because he comes from the KGB, where the other president had a more general, more liberal outlook. And I do feel terribly sorry for the people of Russia, because I had high hopes for you that you would join the rest of the world and actually get an economy, because I mean, they're wonderful people. They are stoic and very strong, and God,
They live somewhere really cold.
yeah, if you can live up there doing what you do, man, you got kudos from me. And unfortunately, they have been run by their government, and there's a whole sociological behavior in the commodities and the way that they live and everything and how they exist, and having to stand in line for a pair of shoes and all of this. They'll buy back. This was years ago. They'll buy a size 10. If they have a size 8 foot, they'll still buy the damn shoes, and then they can trade them for something else. And that's unfortunately their black market economy. And I'm not trying to down the Russians, but there's a behavior pattern in them that is different than how we live here in the United States. And I'm not going to judge them, because I imagine they got there from because that was the only way to do it. Now we can talk about, there's an entire culture right now of elderly people uh, uh, in China right now that have been raised in the communist situation, and they're known as grab hags. And this is this entire group of elderly people from such and such age group to such and such age group, that if a truck crashes on the side of the road and it's hauling grain, hundreds of people from the nearby village are going to go up there and steal as much as they can. And that's known as grab hags. And that happens all across their society in many, many different ways. And so they have their cultural and sociological issues with their country as well. And there's a lot going on in China, and there's a lot going on in other countries that.
Yeah, and the floods as well doesn't help, and I'm sure that it doesn't help their economy.
We never talk about the problem going on at the Syrian border with all the refugees. We never talk about the European refugees all over, or at North Africa, people coming across the Mediterranean that are dying by the thousands because they're trying to escape climate change. And it's not even being looked at in that manner. And there's a lot of cultural issues as well with a lot of dictators and all of this, because we got way too many of those all over, especially with South America and all that's going on, which is part of the migration issue we got going on here in the United States. And they don't look at that. They're just looking at the fact that somebody's knocking on the door, not where they came from or why. And fortunately, Biden is focusing on that and trying to get some economic stimulus going down their way so that they can improve their situation, so these people don't have to leave their country and try to come here. I mean, it's either going to cost us or it's either going to cost us. So let's write the cheapest check possible. But because we are our fellow man's keepers, we are our brother's keepers, no matter how we look at it. I mean, and wars were started from one crop failure from a township, and then they would go over to the other town because they were starving. And we better go and steal the food. And that's where most of the wars are about. It has to do with commodities. It's not hate or bloodshed. It's commodities.
Yeah, it's need. Yeah. Oh.
And there are greed also. I mean, you can talk about, Genghis Khan, for instance. He was one of the greatest rulers of all time. And I imagine there was a certain amount of love for his people that he wanted to expand control for his region. But I imagine there was a certain level of greed as well. So, I mean, that's all point of view. Whether they're good or bad rulers or leaders, and history, let history judge, not me.
What do you know about this?
How old is this?
This, do you know? The book?
I'm sorry. I was looking at the Italy disaster.
I know there's a whole bunch of things going on in Europe and that.
Hold up the title again.
It's the Enuma Elish. The Babylonian creation myth.
I'm sure I've read it at least 3 or 4 times. Yeah, in many different versions. Yeah, a lot of that information comes from Egypt, of course, and the Sumerians, Sumer, or the Babylonians, or the even going into the Byzantine era and the Roman era, and all of that information at some point in Alexandria in Egypt, the library at Alexandria probably had great vast tomes of information that we would love to have today, and unfortunately it's all sitting at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, it must have been one of them floods, like stuff we're watching right now.
I believe Alexandria was sacked also by the barbarians. It's either anyway, I can't remember who. I have to look that one up again if I can't remember who sacked Alexandria. There was lots of takeovers back and forth, and the barbarian hordes actually won over and took a great portion of the Roman Empire away from them, all the way down to Spain, and that through trying to think of the name of that group. The Goths and all of that. So, and the
Oh
Visigoths.
yeah, I remember there's some that were called Visigoths.
Right, the Goths and the Visigoths. Yeah, they were only separation through the Visigoths were farther to the north, and that
Yeah.
encumbered that was like Poland, Germany, and all of that, Austria, and I believe that's where the Visigoths were. I haven't looked that up in quite a few years, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but that's all to do with the different factions that have control.
Yeah, and then,
behind the scenes,
tribal groups, and you know,
driving all the
Sarnak or something, you know, ruler of this tribe and that tribe, and then over, of course, the centuries, the tribal influences have gotten larger, so we ended up with fiefs and kingdoms, and then, you know, you go into all the holy wars and all of that, and then all of this. I mean, there's countries that used to exist that we don't even talk about, and they all had different names, and it just depends on how far back in history that you go, and if you actually memorize the names. And they're discovering new pyramid. I was watching some stuff. There's a new, and the government here in the United States just shut down the whole area, so you can't even get in there to see. But they found a new Mayan temple in the middle of the United States again.
Yeah, I heard that one as well. But there's also, they found different things up in Göbekli Tepe up near there.
Oh yeah, that whole
nobody
region
even knows
is
about.
opening wide up.
Wow.
They've started all that new archaeology, and that is what they are now believing is the Garden of Eden, is the first original place that wheat
Yeah,
was
it's all up
grown.
there. Mhm.
And they do genetically trace it back. The origins of wheat comes from early Turkey, Istanbul, and that whole Syria, that whole area right in that whole region right there. And they believe that's the early origins of the transition between hunter-gatherers to farmers. And of course, every year they're stepping that number of how many years ago that was all the way back.
All the way back, yeah.
And then
Like we don't really know.
well, and that
Carbon dating
argues with,
sucks.
that also argues with the ice age, and people have a tendency not to be able to stick the ice age and modern man walking around in the same ballpark, because they're saying anywhere from 80,000 years ago where we farming in some cases, in some places, and hunter gatherers in another, and yet only 25,000 years ago was the melt off of the ice age. So that argues with your brain and the timeline, and you have to just realize that the ice age did not go all over the whole planet. It only went down to somewhere middle North America as far as the northern hemisphere, and then of course we had the same ice sheet on the southern hemisphere. So there was a whole swath of land in between, middle northern hemisphere America and the South Pole. That was all still civilizations going on. And if you look in Peru and the Amazon and all of that, and there's these vast, I mean huge populated cities that they never could account for until they got lidar from space.
Yeah, lidar. Yeah,
right. And it removes the trees, and they can see the geologic and all of the land and all of that.
It's really quite phenomenal, like that Göbekli Tepe, and they're calling it Karahan Tepe, and the other things.
I looked into a lot of that, and they're finding all kinds of lost cities that they never attributed, and we could talk about Petra, and we can talk, all of the, they think Petra was a desert, dry area. No, up in Jordan and all of that, and Iran and Iraq. At one point in time, all of that was completely covered with forests. And if you go back to the history of the Bible, even there used to be cedar forests in Jerusalem and Palestine, and that aren't there anymore. And all climate has changed over the last 2 cycles. If you were to talk to somebody, an arc theorist living in the Southeastern America, Southeast Southern America, and are following the Baptist religion, unfortunately, those people are handing out that we're only 9,000 years old, and according to the Bible, and the ark, and obviously T-Rex got on the ark with the mice. So and that spins off into another example of why you should not necessarily fall into the flat Earth stuff, nor should you fall into the arc theory. Now, great that the ark was supposedly 2 cycles ago, and the Great Flood. So, I mean, there's truth to the lore, but be careful who you listen to. Who's trying to stand here and tell you is only, we've only been man for 9,000 years according to the Bible, And no, excuse me, no, that's not.
Yeah, because one came to the door and said to my dad that people were only around for 6,000 years, and he just kind of shut the door.
Yeah, I have the Mormons come by my door, but they haven't been by for years. But they would come to my door, and we have a Mormon church within a mile of here, and so they would be up, and I'm a former member. Well, I was raised Mormon, and they come to talk to me and go, yeah, I'd love to talk to you about God, woohoo, are you ready? Here we go. And I usually I'll have their attention for about 20 minutes, and then they say that they have to go on, talk to some other people. So it's like, it's like,
yeah, you can tell them about the binaries.
Word of God today, it's like, okay, here we go, because I have 4 full college credits in religion. So anyway, let's go back to planets. Hello, Atu's moon.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is, right where it's supposed to be as drawn. And we also noticed that Atu and Atu's moon are getting way smaller. Is this a recent picture?
No, this is probably a couple of years ago. It's one of mine.
Oh, it's more than a couple of years ago. In order for that to be that size.
I mean, it couldn't be more than 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it has to be easy 5. Because Atu, well, okay. Earth to brain. Brain.
It's one of my pictures.
Yeah,
and I
I'd
took
say
it down the
3 or 4. Yeah, because Atu's moon hasn't been that small within the last 2 to 3 years. Because remember, it's been doing over the top of us during that same process. But this was probably just on approach. Oh, poltergeist.
I know. It's like, what? Has to be a cat, something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm just about to have a cat episode here with a dog.
Okay, now remember, people, when we mention ghosts, you should always look behind the live cameras of our co-hosts, because we've seen things behind Jesus. I'm only teasing. That kind of freaked him out.
Yeah.
Shame, Sam.
Well, I had a bunch of people contact me and said, "Did you see the face behind Jesus?" And I went, "No, I'll have to go watch it." So I went back to that old show, and that was that first show that you guys did, and where you had Jesus on, and the lighting, it actually did look like there was a face in the wall. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, it really did. And, then was, pareidolia and all that.
Now you tell me what.
Well, I occasionally do hit the metaphysical, and we do occasionally talk about ghosts, because ghosts are quite real. And there's a lot more out there beyond that. And when you discuss them, you give them an opportunity to want to be in the photo shoot. And they'll try and get your attention from behind you and in the camera shots, and hope somebody out there might see them, because they're lonely.
Really?
They're freaked out. They what they were told about going to heaven and death isn't happening, and that's why they're spending a lot of time trying to get people's attention. And I'm, of course, people are gonna.
I'm just so curious. Like, I know nobody knows what happens for sure, but
Hi, Third Eye Cam. Yeah, well, I have done stuff where I got a whole bunch of information, and if anybody knows anything about shaman rites, you have to go through stages of development in becoming a shaman, and I have worked at those stages, and I have achieved a few of them. So there's a if you want to go into the metaphysical and have a topic of study, to something to look up, do look up the shaman rites of what it takes to become a shaman. So
okay,
I've studied all of that all my life. Everything I could get my hands on, I went into it, and just Wiccan magic, Northern Germanic tribe magic, the Picts. The Picts were very, the people that colored themselves blue and fought the Romans and all of that.
Oh yeah, it was told us that we were half Pictish. So
right, and they had they were very close to accurate on some or part of their religions, but they were also quite abusive, including doing sacrifices and all sorts of nasty shit that I don't. And of course, you cannot. There is no such anybody who believes or understands the rules in Wicca. There is no such thing as doing evil magic toward another. That is not part of the Wiccan belief. And you can look that up. And there's all kinds of we could send you, 87 different directions down 47 different rabbit holes, but we should talk about planets.
I think people like pretty much everything we talk about, really, off topic, on topic.
The thing is, everything is connected. Everything is connected.
That's true. So you're exactly right, because everything is connected. And there's always a lot of truth to lore. There's always a lot of truth to the knowledge of magic. There's a level of truth to, for example, the Templars. There's a lot of truth to the Masons. Unfortunately, the Masons are sharing information that they believe is secret. And some of the information is probably what we talk about, some of. And they have this right that, to them is this spooky special man's club. And that's what gives it the appeal to these people who keep the secrets of the Masons. And there's a lot to do with the Masons as well as stone carving techniques and everything else. And I totally give them credit for wanting to maintain those secrets, because how to carve a stone and learn how to do that. I'm sure there's quite a few trade secrets that they don't want to share, because you'd rather get the job than someone else. And that goes all the way back to the castle building days and having to be a member of the guild in order to work in England and Europe. And that is, there are traditions still throughout our
Then they'll do things like apprenticeships and that.
Right,
so people
right.
have
And
to be
there's
accepted.
a lot of that's still steeped in tradition. And it's like we've talked about in the past, where I would keep waiting for the good old boys to go away, the ones who were really hardcore, extra staunchy, and, things have to be this way. And then you don't include people. And that's where I am liberal. I believe people count before money. But then if you give too much to the people, then you don't have any money. But there's a balance. There's a balance in everything. And I believe in a balance between liberal and conservative. And I'm in ways both. As I always say, a right-wing leftist. I'm middle of the road as much as I can be. Ghost tour 20 years ago. Tour guide was surprised that only one there was not frightened. I give people messages from ghosts. Okay. Well, Audrey, be careful what you play with. I don't recommend it. If it's functionally acceptable to you, great, run with it. Do good for people. Otherwise, you also have to be very careful what you may bring home. And I'll leave it at that. You seem to be a pretty metaphysical person, pretty wise, and we've known you for a few weeks. I don't mean to preach to you or try to talk down to you. I just hopefully try to teach and share that from my knowledge of what I know is out there, from seeing enough of it. And you have to be careful. There are things out there that are not as what you think, and you can bring them home with you, and you don't want that.
I was going to say, I lived in a house for 1 year that we definitely believe was haunted. We signed a year lease to live at this house, and right away, there was like this oppression, in the house, like this heaviness. And 4 of us lived there, four people. And all of us, within a short amount of time, just became really depressed. Like we would just go for a drive just to get away from the house, because
you have
we
to get out
felt
of
so
the house,
terrible.
and you get irritable and grumpy and affected.
Oh,
nauseous. You can even develop illnesses. You can have flies.
Well, I was going to say, it was like everybody was, I hate to say it, but suicidal.
Well, you also you're being messed with in your sleep, and you don't even know it. It messes with your REM sleep.
It was terrible.
They when you
and then
go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we moved after a year, and everything was just pretty bad. We moved, and within 2 weeks, I felt 1,000 times better.
When you walk through a ghost, if a ghost is standing in one spot and you walk through them, you can actually feel the electrical exchange, including in the cold sometimes, or heat, depending. They don't like it. You don't like it. They usually fly over the top of us. But when you said, you were saying, yeah, we lived in a house that was haunted. All houses are haunted. Every road, every
Yeah.
street, every shopping center. The difference is whether or not you have a lingering spirit that is either sad or malign, really negative, or dark, or
Yeah.
someone who's desperately trying to get your attention.
Yeah,
And
we
because
live near
I just
Kalot and Lure, so
and then, of
probably.
course, just like we have people that are really cool about this, or people that collect 45s for a living, or people that collect stamps, or people who are hoarders, or people who are clean freaks. You have different variant sociological behaviors from many different ghosts. And I don't know how many because I see them pretty readily. I don't know how many I've driven through on a dark road at night where you actually drive and you see the thing right before you and holy shit, and then actually watch it pass through the car with you as you drive over it but through it, thinking you killed somebody, but you actually killed nothing. You just hit a ghost. And I can't even tell you how many times it's happened to me, and every time it does, it's just like it's just woo.
Yeah.
Did they
No.
come home with you then?
They're always walking around here anyway, and I try not to talk to them and pay as much attention to them. I do see them, but I try to ignore them because when you pay attention to them, they increase their activity. And so and this is why was talking earlier, like if we start discussing them, then we can look behind us, and lo and behold, you'll have one of them trying to get your attention.
Oh,
And you'll have things knock over.
you're suddenly
Started this
floating
whole
in and
thing with
out. The mic's floating in and out
Well,
suddenly.
Rebecca had that's what started the whole conversation in the first place. Was Rebecca had that stuff to her left over there crashed down, and it might be
Yeah.
a cat,
Right.
but
Right.
you know,
I know. I mean, this
we
house
always
is about
blame the cat.
100 years old, so but I haven't experienced anything ill with this house.
Well, good. Yeah.
So
Well,
yeah.
there's always ghosts around. They're walking around
Uh-huh.
and they walk
I
through
just
your
don't know
house.
why it was that particular house, but I know the landlord. I mean, she wasn't very nice. I don't want
Oh,
to
and then
say
that's where
horrible, but
when you got negatives collect just
uh-huh.
like positives
Because
collect.
I thought, well, maybe she's a witch or something. I don't know, but it was just a terrible
Why do
situation for a
people
year.
automatically assume a witch has something to do with ghosts? That would be
Bad.
a
I know.
necromancer. There's a different that's an that's a misnomer that unfortunately maligns witches.
Yeah,
Um,
I
a
understand.
necromancer is someone who actually deals with necro, meaning dead.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I see. That's yeah, and I did do sage, and this is long before
Yeah,
I
I
was even
burn sage all the
familiar
time.
with sage. I mean, this is years ago, 2013, so 10 years ago. But
I'm
yeah,
also
I was desperate. I did go buy sage. I tried everything.
I'm also a firm believer in planting tobacco in the ground on all four corners of your house. That is actually a Wiccan spell. And then you
Okay.
sprinkle the tobacco at the front door. And then, I'm also a firm believer that before you go up in the mountains, you ask the mountain for permission to tread upon it. And that has to do with Buddhist faith. So, there's many, many mixed magics, but there is a lot to this, guys. And the more you study, the more you'll learn that. And that is all part of that connective thing. Like Gillian said a while ago, everything is connected. Oh, what Audrey's grow sage is? It's like I found the best sage I like is Arizona sweet sage, and I can never get any. And if anybody wants to send me some, thank you. I'd love to have some. I my favorite incense is Garnish #4, and that's the berries on the vine. And I have a quite extensive incense collection, and people have sent me sage, and I'm almost out. I have probably one spear left, and I do burn it regularly. And I've got I got a whole bunch of colloidal silver from Lucinda, which I still have, and thank you, Lucinda, even though you've gone into that other realm. And she would know about ghosts right now. Anyway, I'm not being cruel.
No, I know. Um, yeah, I wonder, like in her situation, if she does, stay close by. I don't know, keep an eye on things. maybe.
Well, we get more answers once we pass on, and of course, probably a few more
Right.
questions too. It's probably a living experience, just like when we first started being children, and we had to learn all the crap, even good and bad, and emotional, and everything, and positive, and whatever, all of those things. I imagine. I mean, this of course would be supposition or guess or whatever, but I imagine you have to learn how to be a ghost. I don't know.
Right. And then
Learn how to be on the other side of life. Because I know for a fact that we continue on, and
Right.
that's that three questions we talked about last week. I do have the answers to the three major questions that man asks: are we alone? Is there life out there, and all of that, and what happens when we die? Let me see: is there a God? What happens when we die? And are we alone in the universe? And I have all of those answers. Because of my studies and because of my practice in shaman and my practice in Buddhism and my practice in Sam's religion of the world. I mean, of course, this is, tobacco. Tobacco is very strongly historically valuable. And when you give it, that has to do with your components in a spell. You use the finest quality available if you want your spell to work. If you knock off or write a spell and you don't put the effort into it, and you don't put the proper components of the spell that are required, and you switch this for that, then your spell's not going to work. But if you use tobacco, and that goes a bit into American Indian tradition especially, tobacco is used as to clear, and you gift the ground your house sits upon. You give the land tobacco, and because tobacco was hugely important to the American Indians and in even previous, and I'm not sure how prominent it was in Mayan and Incan history, but and when it was introduced, it could have come from Europe. I am not sure. I'd have to actually re-study. That's a good study topic, is the history of tobacco and the use in man and throughout ceremony all the way to modern day.
Yeah, it must be something deep as well, because didn't they always try and pay workers with tobacco and alcohol?
Right. Yeah. Well, if you want to build anything, by God, if you make beer, you got all the people to put up a barn. I promise you. If you don't have beer, and that's where a lot of I mean, if you want to work for us, you have beer. And I've talked to Mark about that. It's like, oh, just swallowed my cough drop. Dang it. But I didn't choke this time.
It must be small then, luckily.
Yeah, it was. Fortunately, it was small, and that's part. I went to talk, and I tried to roll it around on the side of my mouth, and down it went. Bye. Anyway, Dolores Cannon and all these other people. Yeah, tobacco is used as a component in some magical ceremonies, rites, divination, not division. So there's components in many things that are needed if you are into that sort of stuff. And I'm not advocating you do it if you don't believe in it, but there's a lot to it. So
look at that beautiful picture. We've seen this one earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, that is a cutoff. That is probably a planet, that rounded one that from one side or the other. It could even be. That could be Nibiru cutting off the face of the side of Uri as well. And because you see there's sort of a middle light flare in the middle going straight up to the top of the page.
And there's a dark blue on one side, and then there's
and a dark blue on the other. And if this picture was bigger, I bet you we'd see a lot more. And of course, it's in a mountainous area, and I would say probably, well, it's definitely in the Pacific Northwest. Or actually, I should say the western side of the country. This could actually even be California mountains as well, or Utah, or anyway.
Yeah.
I look at the sky, and then I look at where it's taken also. Try to understand the light and all. Yeah, that's a cutoff refraction. There's another example. Notice that the halo does not come below the horizon from the photographer. It is dark and shadowy on the ground. This
all
is
the
a
way to the
yeah,
horizon.
it's a cutoff halo between two larger planets. And if you look at the dark areas just above the sunrise on the right-hand side and on the left-hand side, you will see the two bodies that are causing this pinch and why it's flaring at the top in the middle.
Hmm.
Because it's a pinch between two planets.
It's kind of phenomenal. Hmm.
And that's why you're seeing the actual side illuminations of the rounding of the flare, where that the side center horizontal or lateral rainbow effect is stronger at the sides is because of the cutoff, and the light is breaking into our view, and that's that shaft of light that goes all the way across the center of the cutoff halo. And don't let anybody say, "Oh, it's ice crystals in the sky." No, it's not, because the halo doesn't come below the horizon line
It's a
visibly
dome.
from the photographer. The photographer, if it was the sky or a crystal effect, the
Hmm.
photographer would be seeing a round according to his lens, and there wouldn't be any shadowing on the ground in front of it, because it's a lens refraction and the light would still be there. That's the difference between a sundog and a lens refraction halo, or a crystal atmospheric refraction, because the
I was
halo
told this
goes
was a
below.
dome once.
And this is stellar
Right.
halo. It's not Earth-based haloing. It's stellar. It's actually happening in space.
But it's not a sign of a dome, is what we're saying.
Yeah, I know somebody told me that was a
Right.
dome. How would I explain to
Dome.
them that's not a dome?
That's a flat Earth
Well, yeah,
response to this.
and what firmament, and that's what the
Yes.
dome thing is. Oh, that shows you that we're living on the firmament, on a larger piece, on a larger planet, and we're segmented off prisoner area. I mean, that is just as silly as the day is long.
Yeah.
Well, if that was the case, we wouldn't have any ETs visiting us willy-nilly, free to fly in, would they? Oh my God. I mean, wow. Sorry, guys, there's a universe out there. You're not, you got it, and this, I don't mean to put them down, but I mean, there's so much more out there, and you can't believe in flat Earth for 5 seconds. Just, there's so much more. Anyway, I'm going to get a pop. I'm out of coffee.
Yeah, go do that.
Oh, wow. We've been on for 3 hours. Oh, my word.
I know. It always goes by fast, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, hours fly by. Get Dabu 7 on the chat. Yeah, I've watched Dabu for years, like a long time.
What's that?
It's a YouTube channel called Dabu 7.
No.
Dabu 7. He does show little clips, videos about current events of all kinds. Yeah.
Dabu.
Dabu 7. Yeah, he's been doing that a long time.
I haven't seen Dabu 7 in forever.
A while. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about Thor News too. I miss Thor News. Thor, if you're out there, contact me.
Oh,
I don't know how easy that is.
Contacting, I did finally hear back from Planet X Hunter, Dave.
Yay!
And so he agreed to do the show. We're just we're going to work out when.
Awesome.
So yeah, so he's agreed that yes, we're going to do a
I'll
show
send him
together.
cookies, anything. Of course, God, could you imagine the postage on cookies?
I know.
I remember I sent Andy that hat, and it was $38 to mail him, a 2-ounce hat.
Yeah.
Wouldn't by the time he got him, it'd be rock hard. Oh, I ain't eating these, but I'll use them as a good paperweight.
No, I don't get the Dabu thing. Dabu.
Dabu. How'd
you spell
it? DAHBOO.
Oh, but it's on what? YouTube?
Yes, Dabu. But he's also on Facebook and TikTok. Dabu 7. Carol Ann's putting up her Christmas tree. That's
Dabu
nice.
7, say a prayer for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I didn't agree with everything that he had to say.
Right.
But I like the frequency and his enthusiasm, and he did a good radio voice and all of that.
he does a lot of conspiracy, on things, and I think he has is he religious? I don't remember. It seems like he might be.
It's been so long since I saw what he had to post. I
think
never
he was with the
remembered
religious
him as
crowd.
being religious.
Yeah, it's like something that looks, it's like
Maybe,
Say a
maybe not.
Prayer, Dabu 7, featuring all this. The flame, Say a Prayer.
Hello, Tan Asteroid. Yeah, that thing is sitting on the left-hand side underneath Uri, and we have seen this rainbow illumination going back, probably 7-8 years now. And everybody remember, do you remember it's in my S file. I remember that what file those pictures in is back in the S file, which is, Earth to Brain on the year that the S file was being constructed. That would be 2019-ish. When the Tan asteroid first, and of course we saw some really unbelievable, we still have those pictures as well, unbelievable, weird, freaky ass cloud patterns at the beginning of the 180-day cycle, just after Uri went from the right hand side with that to, and then stabilized itself over onto the left hand side in that year, which was approximately 2018, 2019. Good. I'm, the dots are connecting here. And do you remember those pictures where there was such this huge illumination on the left-hand side, and everybody was going, "Oh, two suns, two suns." Do you remember that? I have a handful of those pictures, and it's a series where it starts out, and it's a series of pictures, like 4 or 5 pictures, and I'm just thinking of one patch of the S file, because that whole file is full of all kinds of good stuff. But anyway, these 4 or 5 pictures in particular that I'm automatically thinking of. It starts out this smaller illumination like this, like what we're looking at, in this little bit of rainbowy thing. And then all of a sudden it gets brighter and brighter on the fascia where we're looking at the blue, which is because the blue area is on the right-hand side, and that's where the direction of the sun is coming from. And it's prisming, breaking down in color, and we're seeing the blue, the green, the yellow, orange, and red, and purple in the back, violet. My kids yell at me if I didn't mention all the primaries. Shallow's really strict about that. Dad, you always forget. And then we argued about the difference between violet and magenta and all for years. But anyway, that's another complete sidebar story.
Yeah.
But we saw it, and then that area was started illuminating white, brighter and brighter, and it just got huge in that whole series of pictures. And I still love it to this day because, everybody was going, "Oh, it's 2 stars, it's 2 suns, it's 2 suns." And that's right when we were still arguing with people that, Nibiru wasn't red and all of that. And we're still arguing with the people that are getting the Alaska Skycam screen captures with all these damn lens flares on there. And we've been telling people for over 5 years, don't trust the Alaska Skycams because they're highly lens flare reactive because they're in Alaska. And nobody listens to that.
Yeah, because you get them glittery effect ones, don't they? All that glitter.
All the little dots, and that is a lens flare. And then, of course, then there's the negative side of the story where the naysayers tell us that everything we post is lens flares. So, and we deal with all of that information, and we've spun it, and we've argued and debated, and we've worked it out. And yes, we know what we're talking about. And we do occasionally make mistakes, but we know that this is not just a side halo illumination because we've watched this object do this thousands of times in the last 10 years. I don't even know what it is by how many times we've looked at it.
Yeah, you see, I can see.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's like a whole round thing. I seen something like that last week when I was doing the laundry trolley up and down, and it was on the left side of the sun.
And it'll be right in front. It will be slightly facially attached or slightly in front of, farther away from the side of Uri. And Uri is so damn plain and visible and obvious. I don't know how everybody's.
It was just like that, but it was side focaling on that left, and you could see the whole curve on the left of the thing, the perfect round shape.
Now here we're looking at Uri again, but the Tan asteroid is in the middle left above. If you could go from the left bottom of the page, you count bush 1, bush 2, go straight up. That is where the Tan asteroid is.
Yeah, there.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Say that one more time. Go.
Okay. Go to the bottom left of the picture. There's
Yeah.
2 larger bushes in the bottom left corner, correct? Go bush
Right.
1 to you moving to the right, you go bush 1, bush 2, and then go straight up.
Okay.
And you'll see the circle of the tan asteroid standing there.
About
It's
midway.
coming down at an angle out of the
Yeah,
salamander
it's got like
asteroid
two
group.
stripes. Two stripes, yeah, 2 red stripes.
And that's the salamander asteroid group, which is slightly in front of and slightly raised out of the lower edge of Uri, because what we're seeing is just the lower edge of Uri, because there's another half of Uri above this.
Like a bottom quarter.
Right. Yeah. And this is where it's at that weird angle on the out view from that 30% where it looks almost elongated. And yet we've been seeing that a lot lately. Because Uri is so big, and now she's also slightly moving to the north, which is they're separating farther. Uri is separating farther away from the center of the sun, which they haven't been doing for the last few years. Remember, they used to rotate into each other, which always blew me away, because that was the 2 arms, and they were moving all the time, and the 2 of them coming toward each other just didn't make any sense. And it was because I'm thinking of an orbit model, not from our planet, but from theirs. So it's like you have to, try and figure all this crap out in your own mind. Anyway, and that's why this picture is an exact example of what I was going to say and was talking about. See, it sort of almost looks like it's elongated off into the southern distance to the left. And that's because of our out view. And that is the side of Uri as well. And again, if you go where it says on the bottom left corner, it says Texas, December 2023. If you go straight up from the D, you will see the tan asteroid and there's a little white dot in front of it.
Okay.
That's where the tan asteroid is. And there again is the same pattern, which tells you they are not just clouds.
Right.
Yeah, it's doing it because there's something there that makes it do it.
Right.
And you drew this years ago that shows that there's a curve to the left of our sun,
Yeah.
So it
you should use do you have the current monthly?
I do. Let me get that.
And we've had people come, but why do you use old pictures? Well, once in a while, the drawing that I have made in the past actually fits, because they don't always stay the same. There are changes. Oh, we just lost her. Gillian.
She gone.
Well, she went to drag up the thing, and I think she probably hit the wrong button.
Oopsies. Oopsie fall.
Okay, it's your time. Your turn to co-host. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I was busy organizing my books this week, and those 2 books, I'd seen them on Amazon a while ago, and I thought, I really want to know more about the Enuma Elish. They keep talking about it in Babylonian context.
Well, you have to be careful where you go. Don't get caught up in all of the generations of who and what, and son of so-and-so and daughter of so-and-so, and they did this and that. Stick more with the archaeological lore. Try to find the facts of hieroglyphics and writings. And if you want, I actually have a full alphabetic copy of cuneiform to the alphabet. If you're interested in learning how to read cuneiform, it's a very, I believe the general practice is in current science is that you go from English to Greek, from Greek to Sumerian. I don't know, because
how's your Sumerian?
Yeah, how do you get from Greek to Sumerian? I don't know, but I believe that's how they still currently do it. And that has a lot to do with what the hell's the name of that tablet? Christ, I just watched.
The Emerald Tablet.
No. There's this large stone that they found, and it has Greek, Arabic, and cuneiform.
The Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, probably. I'm glad you can pull the name out of the hat. My problem is I watch so much science all the time. Sometimes it turns into a blender's milkshake rather than information that sticks. And I have to.
My brain feels a bit like a blender just now because of the.
I have to directly try to memorize certain things all the time and strike out to myself. God, remember this date and remember this, and so you can fit this in together later. it's and that's why I have multiple rewatch stuff all the time, because there's always nuances that I've missed. Like example,
They keep on changing the time frames and that, so you can't really
well, yeah,
concentrate
it
on
just
the
depends on
actual
which
time.
scientist you listen to. I mean, like we've been talking about where the age of the universe. There are some people that believe it's 8.5 billion. There's some people that believe that it's 6.4 billion. There are some people that talk about it being 4.2 billion, according to geology and this guy and that guy and so and so and so and so. And a lot of that study came off of having to do with them carbon dating asteroids, because they assumed that the asteroid that they were getting as a sample was directly related to us and not from some exterior. But and then they took this leap of faith, and then they're standing there and they're accrediting their findings and believing, this is me and this is what I think, and maybe I'll win a Pulitzer or a Nobel Prize. And you have to take into account that not every scientist is absolutely correct, but not every scientist is wrong either. And then you have to kind of, when you listen to this guy and this guy and this guy, and then you kind of like meet in the middle on what everybody says, then you have your answer. And that goes along with, right, like even Lake Missoula and the Scablands, and this one geologist that like back in 1920 told everybody what it was, and he was laughed out of the Geological Society for 40 years, and now all of a sudden, they've got a statue to him because the guy was actually right, and they were just cruel and assholes and everything else like this, and treated him like shit, laughed at him, wanted to hand him a rubber duck or a toy and go, here you
There
go.
you go, Samuel. Somebody will do a statue
Well,
for
this
you.
too
Maybe
shall
we'll all
happen.
get
Yeah.
blue ones next to yours.
Well, that is what the Pleiadians told me, is that I changed science. And I'm not trying to brag about that. And I know the trolls are going to immediately come after me over that.
Now we're gonna have another troll fest. Oh my god!
But
Yeah,
so
it never
would you
ends.
say-
I mean, I don't even tell you guys half of what I go through every day. I mean, I only yell about the shit that really annoys me. It's like, oh my god, because when people misrepresent me and say that I said this and I didn't, then I have a problem with it. If if and then they're calling me names over something that is completely misinformation in the first place, and I could either attribute it to them, or I could attribute it to that somebody else prior had laid that out, and then they bit into that being misinformation, and then spin it around and blame me over it when I didn't write that. And unfortunately, we saw a huge example of it last week. And I was like jaw dropped. I wasn't mad about it. I was just surprised that with all the information that we have put out, that they would go back and use fake against me rather than fact. That's what bothered me.
like you discovered that there has been an alternate profile created for you on Facebook, and they're using that profile.
That.
Oh, sorry.
Now they'll go in there and change it.
But I mean, that's.
Yeah, we have what do they call that when you back?
It can make you look like you're saying things you're not.
We have reversed engineered some of the trolling, because there was some trolling that came out that I was wondering how the hell it was created. A, B, why was it so unbelievably inaccurate? And of course, that was probably intentional, where they went in and changed everything. And then C, how was it accomplished? And we have back engineered it, because yes, we do have the Skywatcher Army, and we don't send out spies. We don't attack other people. The general policy between Jesus, Rebecca, and myself is that we ignore trolls, and we don't feed to the trolls. We don't give them credit. But every once in a while, I have entertained conversations with them in a serious attempt to try to point out some things to them. But we are also seeing a campaign where they're reaching out to our fellow members on the side and actually swaying some of them, which I don't think is, if you really want to live in that world of hate, that you're actually turning into that. Well, welcome to it. I hope you enjoy yourself. But what we talked about, we had sort of an admin meeting here recently, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and focus less on them at all. They cannot touch the science that we have created. We've earned this. You have not. You are a petty individuals or petty individuals with small minds, and I'm terribly sorry for you, but I would like you to grow a little science. And I would also like you to find, the end of your grief and your hate. And I'm at a loss how to console you beyond that. I wish you the best, and you could just leave us the hell alone and go. Why don't you go play someplace else? And we unfortunately went through where it is affecting us, and it's taking our time away from us. And we've tried in earnest honesty to try and help you guys, because that's why we're doing this. We're not here to make lies and create a cult where you do this or that, or we manipulate you to do this, that, or the other thing. That's not what we're doing this podcast for. We're doing this podcast because we all love it. We're all obsessed by it because we are watching it. And Rebecca and I have talked about this, where we believe there's a great portion of people that don't see the passing planets, and they're running along with it, and yet they're too embarrassed to tell us that they're not, and yet they're totally into it, which is great and fine. And I'm not downing you for it, but you do need to actually invest the time in order in which to find this. And once you do, oh my God, you can't unsee them. And this is part of why we're doing a podcast. This is part of why I'm trying to express myself in a little more personal way toward people, which, at times is very uncomfortable for me, because I'm putting my nards on the chopping block here. This is my reputation we're talking about. And I'm not trying to create or lie or manipulate in any way, shape, or form, other than to manipulate you into spending more time to look at the information that we have taken 13 plus years to provide for you, out of earnest concern and affection and love, and for our fellow man, because you have a right to know this. And that is why we're doing this. And if you want to continue to troll, oh, here I go. I'm done right there.
Here's another one though, but look there. You can't stop once you start, because it looks like it's just that time of the year where it brings out all the grumpies.
Is that what's going on? I see it from my point of view, and of course, I'm trying to bombard myself with Christmas.
Yeah, well, you try to stay positive and not see these kind of people, but the problem is they do come after you. They do sort of harry you. It's almost like they bite at you, like tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, it's nipping at my
And
heels.
if you do notice
why.
them, now we've noticed them, they're going to be absolutely like, oh.
I'm terribly sorry that I hurt your level of science, or you think that I'm doing this for some ill-gotten motive. It's not why we're doing this. We're all really devoted sky watchers because we love the science. Otherwise, nobody would tolerate that level of bullshit. I would have changed my name and, gone in some avatar alias long ago, except I felt it was important enough to actually place my real face and my real name, and, I'm in the phone book and all that crap, because there's got to be a level of credibility why we do what we do, and to be able to back up the science that we have definitely, absolutely documented and time proven over and over again for over a decade. And if you don't know that the planets are here, and you don't know the names of the planets and the counts of the planet and the location of the planet, it's not my fault. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, okay.
So here's a question. Of course, I think this person is possibly new. I'm not familiar with teleporter mission, but they're asking, what is it that you do that will change science? Like, do you think it's because of the electrical universe?
Yeah, that's one aspect. Yes.
Is that mainly it, or
right?
I mean, one of it. Yeah.
Unification model, non-gravitation, binary solar system, extra planets that are always here, which links and connects our Sumerian and our Egyptian lore through history that's time proven nonstop. Yeah, all of this is part of.
There's always a way you can come to believing in it if you just give yourself a chance. The evidence is there.
It's in all of our history books. It's in the Greek. Yeah. It's in the damn.
For me, that's how
the Bible talks about
the archaeological evidence. It was so exciting to realize it means something. You just look at the little pictures, man.
And once you get to the binary solar system, And then you get to you go into the Inky and Allele story, and you take some of that, and the other part, there's lore and somebody that put a little icing on that cupcake. Don't pay attention to all the details of that, but pay attention to the fact that it's there, and that we had these visitations from beings above that came down and throw all this fallen angel crap out the window. Because fallen angel is not the term. Extraterrestrial is the term. And there were other versions of many different factions throughout this last 83.3 cycles of the passings of the planet Nibiru, which has been going on for millions of years. But within the last 300,000 years, the management change regime overlord scenario is what mankind existing today has to do with. And that has to do with previous versions of us, not Homo sapiens. And there's so much that modern day science has not even opened the box to about these previous other versions of us. Because if you take into account the factory planet Earth, why are we here? And then we always go back to that. Why would they do this? Why would they? That's always Sam's approach to everything. Because once you ask that question, see, and that's a problem what a lot of people don't do. They get information, they get it handed to them, and they get it handed to them, and then they don't study for them. This is why I always try to teach, and I hint more, so you can go out and learn. And then when you learn it,
Got to study
you will
for
remember
your
it. If I
exams.
tell
You've
you,
got to study for your exams, people.
right. If I tell you this information, it is less likely to stick than if you discover it for yourself. And this Jesus always says, I love what you do. And it's because I do try to get you to think for yourself. I do get to try to teach you how to ask that why question. Same thing that we talk about the painting in the sky, those people that are in the airplanes that are putting that smoke stuff up in the air. Why? Why are they? But everybody's, they're just doing it to poison us. No. And that's where that whole damn conspiracy went down the window. And those people were after it for 5 years or whatever. And where did they get with it? Because they didn't ask why. Why would they spray? And then I explained that years ago because it's a two-sided scenario. A, it blocks some of this extra sunlight from the extra star. And B, it also blocks our out view of the passing planets. Now, the reason it's made of what it's made of has to do with refractive material in our outer atmosphere where it floats up there and it's so finely ground up that it will actually flare away some of this extra light over the G7 countries. Why we don't have as bad a drought scenarios or other crop losses that they do, the smaller countries, and why we are relatively comfortable here in the United States of America compared to the rest of the world in the freak storms and all this other shit. So that's part of the why. Yeah, you have to in science, you always have to ask why. And people go, oh, this is the end of my science, so I don't know any better. And then boom, you've stopped believing in yourself. And the only way that you can ever attain a higher level is through conscious concept thought. I mean, how? And then once you place the little puzzle pieces together, you're looking at the picture. And if you don't do that, if you don't take the time to investigate, you don't take the time, 5 minutes to look up 2 or 3 different versions of what you're trying to find out and what you want to know, then you're not going to learn it as well as you could on your own. Because there's personal achievement is huge. If you're fed information, if you're listening to Edgar Casey, great man. I was never fed him, but I understand his premise. I believe in psychic abilities because I have them. And you can ask a lot of my old, and this goes back to something you said the other day, Rebecca. It's like, well, anyone that knows you, and that's the thing, that anybody that really knows, my friends know how good I am at what I do.
Right.
People I've known for years go, well, that's Sam, and they don't doubt it. And then there's these offshooters that are trying to chop into me and nip at my heels. So This is why I believe
it
in.
takes time for it all to really sink in, and you really see, and it, all goes back really to the drawings and how accurate they are. I mean, that it never gets old to me.
Yeah, and,
Looking
and
for.
I'm still in awe how many people every month, on the 15th, I'll put out the new drawing, and then all of
Yeah.
a sudden I got like 50 or 60 messages going, "Oh God, yay, we waited for this, thank you," and I'm like, "Wow,
Yes.
okay, that's cool," because I put them
Right.
out as a
Right.
reference guide, and I started drawing them by hand because I'd spend hours trying to do that on a computer to
Oh,
with cut
sure.
with the draw pro or paint program. And I'd spend hours and trying to color all that shit in and cut, paste, and all of this stuff. It took me 2-3 hours to make a drawing. And so over the years, and people have, oh God, how many times have you heard, them? I mean, people really troll me about this. My 5-year-old do better crayon drawings, and over the
It's
years,
not even
people have called me,
about what it's drawn with. It's not even
yeah,
about.
and they called me the
Right.
crayon king, and there was
Yeah.
pictures that said, "I eat crayons, Montana Skywatcher," you know, and I mean, there's been cruel, crazy shit all these years
Oh,
over it.
so many
Well,
mean people. I
yeah. Anyway,
boggles your brain.
and I've developed a personal style after drawing a couple hundred of these. I don't know how many I've drawn, and I have one big file, and I just keep adding to it every month or two, and so this one big file. Full of all these drawings, and so and I've got the originals still, and they don't look anything like what you're seeing right now because
What do you draw them on? Do you draw them on little bits of paper, big bits of paper?
typing paper. Shiloh goes through a lot of paper, so I buy generic printer copier paper by the bundle, those big blocks, and
Yeah.
I buy Shiloh one of those about every 2 months. She goes through a lot of paper. And I should actually we could create our own paper mill from what we could recycle out of what Shiloh draws on. But she's gone more. She's spending more time now on graphic art, which is good. She's doing good. She's already well better than I am.
That
But
would
then
be interesting if you could do graphic art ones as well, like a graphic art.
well, that's
like
what I was doing. I started out to do, and it took me 2 hours to draw the damn picture. Whereas now, this drawing in front of us right here, this took me 20 minutes.
So if you drew something like that and gave it to Nova, how would she recreate that? Could she recreate that for you?
Well, yeah, but I don't think she'd have common will. With an Asperger's child, if they're focused on it and they're interested in it, you can't stop them. But if they're not interested in, you can't start them.
Yeah.
She's very single-minded in her time spent on what appeals to her, which is part of her gift and also part of a negative. And that's the way people with very high IQs. Einstein rarely combed his hair, and he had trouble tying his shoes and things like that. It's like, and I always refer to that as a Sheldon Cooper thing. When you're a genius or you're a savant or you're an indigo, you specialize and you're captivated by it and you're occupied by it, and you don't necessarily live within the same premises of those around you because you're distracted by genius and you're lost in it, and it occupies you. And that's where I'll talk to people in conversations, in a group conversation, where I will probably be sometimes slightly overly frank to people without realizing that I might be insulting them, because to me it's on a different level, which is like Sheldon Cooper. He insults people, and of course he's an extreme of the thing. But people who are savants or genius, they live in a little bit different world than the average person.
Yeah.
So Son
And you
D
can tell I
is
am
asking
too.
about. They're asking about Christ consciousness.
Oh, yes,
Have
the inner brain,
information. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
the pineal gland. Oh my God, we could do about 4 shows on that alone.
Yeah, no, that one's really interesting. Now that one you can go down into those books and YouTube stuff for ages.
Yeah. Well, to turn all of that on, To turn on your Christ consciousness, you have to learn grounding, Om chant, chakra tower, meditation, and understanding of the personal magnetosphere. And once you turn that part of your brain on and you get goosebumps, and we talked about that in the show with Michelle Mountain, I believe, how to turn on the unused portions of the human brain. And I have taught finding touching source to people personally in my life. I have a few people that wanted to learn these things that were actually kind, charitable souls who listened, and one or two failures that turned into Darth Vaders. But the trick is to learn about body electricity and grounding and Om chant and throat chakra. And if you want to touch the Christ consciousness, is you have to believe and feel and learn and it'll open up to you, and then you will have, and that's part of Christ consciousness is also genetic memory. This is what the new 2010 Ascension is all about. It's opening that door. Now, those of us who have been calcifying our pineal gland through fluoride in our water and fluoride in our toothpaste and all this other stuff have a calcified pineal gland, and it has a tendency to be responsible for blocking our development in spiritual enlightenment. And I suggest you look into that. And that's about the best answer I can give you on that one. And how to change science. Okay. Okay. Well, some people may think that, I'm arrogant to say that I can change science. But if you have been involved in what we are doing and what we're watching, part of the changing of the science is the fact that these planets that are here did not and will not crash into us. And that blows Einstein's gravity well crap right out the window.
That just blew my mind when you told me that. I really didn't understand it at first. I thought, how is it possible that they don't fly into us? But that's because I would imagine you've been brought up with Disney Channel and stuff, and
we're attached in a chemistry. I'm sure in somebody too who took science class, you saw that atoms have a structure, and they put these little tinker toys together, and they showed you the protons and the neutrons with these little wooden sticks between. Okay, that structure and our structure, we are two separate sets of tinker toys for the planets, attached to two separate stars that are attached to one main central electron cluster, Nibiru, Hercubus, whatever you want to call it, the central gas giant that is so massive we can't even get one picture of it, that our two stars are attached to, that fall through space sideways, spiral, depending point of view, of course. We could go up, we could go down, we could go left, we could go right. Just point of view, how you imagine we're traveling. And we spiral in the solar system, spiral behind our star. We don't go around a dinner plate in a circle on a gravity well. That's not how it works. So those two spiraling behind our star tinker toys come close to each other and then pass each other every 3,654 years. They don't break the link between planets because they're attached to each other and opposite and repulsive of us. That's why we're not paradoxal. That's why there's been cycle after cycle after cycle of the binary solar system, because we've been formed with the second star since the day our star was formed. Both those stars grew at the same time, and they think that's 6 to 8 billion years ago, and etc. And the larger half on the secondary solar system comes from a higher race of people that have not had the catastrophic decline that we have had, repetitive, bicycle, and cyclic destruction and the passing of. Because they're the larger solar system. We're the factory planet. They need the factory planet to reboot the commodities. So destructive tectonic plate reaction and climate change and all that is normal to our planet because of the needs of the commodities of the larger solar system. Which
that's just sad, man. Our poor planet getting stuffed around like that all the time.
But you just said it there, our poor planet. This is not our planet.
I know
This
that
is
too.
not,
What you've told
we,
us, it's not
we,
ours, but it
we
is.
would
But it's
not
not.
exist. Yes, we were placed here originally, but this isn't, we weren't really born here. We were born in a dish on another planet. And I am not kidding you. We were made originally, what we are, the people that are sitting here talking to each other today, are the product, and that has been changed for many generations, many generations. But our original concept, Mach 1 version A, serial number 00001, was not born on this planet. We were created in a petri dish, and that's why we are on factory planet Earth. And yeah, I know this is probably, going to get me trolled by 87 different people, but that's off-world information. We provide commodities, and we were placed here, which is where wheat comes from, which is where all these other products of Shiva. You can go into your Indian history, and I'm using that as a generalization because I like to think of Shiva rather than some other god name that's in that book you held up earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's probably in there, whatever god that was that provided the gifts of plant life from the other planets so man could survive, because they need to feed their workforce, and we've talked about that in the past, and the Garden of Eden and all of that, and the
Well,
snake.
they say that some of the crops could not have been
Right, so
generated
they have
here.
actually gone in and genetically proven that wheat does not come from Earth, period. They announced that this year or last, and they absolutely know. And they even have tracked back genetically, genome, all the way back to Göbekli area of that area of Turkey and that whole region, and right where all that is. And they say that is the dawn of where wheat came from. And then genetically beyond that, they know that it didn't come from there, but it started there, and it was brought down from another planet. And they absolutely said that in a scientific full journal report. So we know that, that we're from another thing. And remember, everybody's already forgot the missing link. Why do you think there's a missing link? Dun, dun, dun. Because there's a missing link, because we were changed.
Yep.
That's why there's a missing link,
Yeah,
because
because
we
it
didn't
wasn't
naturally
natural.
develop this way. We were made this way to produce the commodities for the other race, and they're here now. And oh my God, people step across the frickin' street because there's so much more. I mean, we are not talking a corner coffee shop. We're talking a Walmart here. That's a bad metaphor, but I mean, there is so much more here than going on this side of the street compared to your level of science. People out there that don't know about this, and it's like, oh
Yeah,
my
they say
God,
we've got receptors in our bodies that
everything. Oh my God, stop.
recognize cannabis, and
Of course we
cannabis
do.
was meant
Of course
to
we do.
help.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, the
Sorry, but I
cannabis
don't know
was
if we're meant
given.
to talk about that. Are we
Cannabis,
going to
oh,
get
no,
cut
that's right.
off?
Cannabis was given by Shiva also, and that's proven, and that goes all the way back through legend and history and Tibetan, Indian culture, and Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism. Anyway, we are so much more than that too. We have abilities we don't even realize, because we were fabricated from other higher races, and we weren't just something that they stuck little, stuff that they got off the plankton, and something out of a fish, or something out of a shrimp, or something out of a camel, or a wildebeest, and stick it in there. No, that's not what they did. They took 12 separate races, and we are not the first version. And some of those other versions did not fare well and immediately were wiped out. I mean, there's multiple different versions of man. We know that. We can see it in our skeletal records. And they hand them names, but they don't understand what they were. We were a trial and error scenario, and they put us together with a functioning 12 that worked to where we could be intellectual and handle it without, self-destructing or turning into a very lump that didn't want to do what they wanted us to do. So we were manufactured, and we were created to do this, and we're genetically altered to do and be what we are. And we would not exist without that. And okay, you can yell at me all you want, but that is directly off-world information that you're not going to get from anybody else, not Stephen Greer, not any of those guys who have not personally talked to an alien. And I was thinking about that the other day. How many people do you know that actually talked to aliens? Very few. And I'm sitting here putting my nards on the chopping block by actually standing here and admitting it on, a live feed that's going to be recorded and held against me for the rest of my life. End of speech or rant.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of people, I think, that claim they do, but there's not very many people I believe actually do. I don't know.
It took me 25 years to come to terms with the fact and go through my personal religion and have to push that out and rebuff it and, look at it in a different light and go, oh, okay, I hadn't flipped it over to see these ridges on that. Okay. And I suffered for the longest time trying to, just fathom the fact that we were placed here and we're slaves. And I hate to say it that way, but I mean, we should be grateful slaves because we would not exist. We would not be standing here carrying on a conversation with speech or the ability to do the things with our technological abilities and our growth and our families and everything else. We wouldn't exist without them making us. So I think it's an acceptable trade-off up to a point, although I wouldn't turn down evolution, steps up, upgrading. So, I'm trying to be fair about it in both, which is, what I do. I'm in the middle of the road. And this is how you achieve, because we do not gain meditational enlightenment. We earn it. And that how, it's not something that you can buy on a book from Amazon. It's something you have to go and find, and you have to go to that library and the YouTube and the whatever, Google, and look stuff up. If your mind takes you someplace, look it up. Don't pass on it. Don't turn it down. Go, I don't know, and say, well, maybe I could accept that. No, that's not how it works. You have to actually go in and research. You have to study this crap, and this is all I've ever done. If I had a question about something that drove me nuts, wow, thank you, Sunday. Part of the blood. Oh, I was fringing off the edge of that O positive thing, and part of what the plan is O positive blood. Part of this bloodline change of the plan of evolution and stepping up and joining the Federation has to do with O bloodline, which is why I want you to all go in and research what you can. Now, remember, the first 3 things you read may not be true, so you got to read 3 or 4 or 5, and then you blend in the middle. Because what fits is true. What is complicated is a lie. It's just that simple in science. You've got your evidence here that says this. And it goes to Sherlock Holmes as well. When you've eliminated all the other possibilities, no matter what's left is the truth. And no matter how crazy it is, it's the truth. And that's how true science works, is you take a lot of examples. And I still try to learn new stuff all the time, even on old topics that I thought I knew well, because I always find out I can't pull this information out, or that guy's name, or who the 3rd emperor of the 2nd dynasty of Egypt was, and emperor, Pharaoh. God, where did I come up with emperor? I am not talking about Napoleon. No. Anyway.
Hey, Sam, did you
Yes.
see this? Thank
Yes,
you,
I did.
Sunday. Wow. That's really
That's why I went back to the
thoughtful.
old blood type, because I did look over. You had it blue squared.
Okay.
I went,
Wow.
yeah.
That's
Ooh.
super nice. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. We're still shooting for the
Wow.
kids as Christmas presents, and we
Right.
haven't hit our goal yet. So
Let me
it's
pull
kind
that
of important we hurry,
slides
folks,
up.
because we're running out of time. I did look, and availability was a little higher than it was the week before. I was glad to see they have a few more on the shelf, but if we don't get them early, we may not get them.
Let's see. Getting that pulled back up. I had it and I lost everything.
Hi, Dennis Glass. Yeah, a lot of people have taken our shows because we have a somewhat long-winded set of shows going here. A lot of people taking, they listen to a couple of days in a row. I guess it gives you something to look forward to. I myself am disappointed. Like when my escape to rural France is only 23 minutes, I'm going, wait a minute, that was kind of short. So, and then there's Daisy does hour long or 40 minutes or something like that. And there's a lot of
Yeah.
shows that I watch that I've become attached to.
There are several people that say they watch them all. They listen to them at work or.
Oh, excellent. Thank you guys for it. I hope that,
Yeah.
and please,
Wow, that's cool.
I will go back and I'll read the comments on YouTube on YouTube and Nibiru Followers Anonymous. So if you have other comments, you can comment on the video after it's posted on YouTube, and I will read some of those. And I have no way to get back to you because YouTube won't let me sign in anymore. They keep telling me my email doesn't exist, even though we're talking on it right now. And then I have trouble with the post office too. They won't mail me a package to my house. It's weird. Anyway, yeah, explain that one.
Keep giving my poor cats electric shocks today.
That's because, well, that too is personal body electricity, magnetosphere, because you're elevating your brain capability. You are changing your rate, the size of your sphere, your cell, your bubble around you is electric. And that grows. The more enlightenment you have, the bigger that bubble becomes. And this is where I have talked about when people come to my house and I'm having coffee with them and they want me to read their tarot cards, and I reach for source, or even when I reach for source in conversations when I was giving my public talks, that magnetosphere puts off an electricity, and that's where all the hairs on your body stand up, and then you just go, and it feels so good and it's so weird and wonderful. And I try to teach you how to hold on to that body rush. And so now that you're in being more enlightened, your magnetosphere is increasing, and that's why you're shocking your cat. My daughters stay away from my shoulder when we're walking through Walmart, because they know when I walk through stores, I electrocute them.
Shocked there again.
Yeah, I zap everything around me. And that's why I can't wear a watch. I can't wear rings or jewelry.
She must like it. She just jumped back up again.
Well, kitties love us. They need our attention. We have our cat. She wants to be petted, but then she's going to walk 3 steps away from you and then lay down. It's like, I want you to pet me, but you have to come here to do it. Anyway.
So Thunda is asking about cannabis. Is that come from Earth? Not come from Earth? I think we covered that
marijuana opens up the relaxation, and THC will actually partially open a door. And we've talked about magic mushrooms, and that will, there's a lot to that where you can if you're really good and you want to do shamanic learning and magic and this and so that, and so I would add a tiny touch, not too much, of both products, because you can do all kinds of really, really cool things once you open the door to your brain, and including shocking your cat.
That's right. I didn't do that. I managed to shock my cat constantly for the last week.
I have spent a lifetime studying Buddhism and reading. Anytime my father used a technique to not have to talk to me, he would hand me a book. And so I spent a lot of time trying to get my father's attention by reading the books he wanted me to read. And I didn't finish them all. There were many that got put back on the shelf halfway through, but I did give it a darn hard try. And I always like to read before bed, because reading books puts me to sleep sometimes. I didn't even realize I was going to sleep as I read, boring book, I read Worlds in the Collision when it came out in the 70s. And I read about, Zecharia Sitchin in the 70s. And I, read about all of this other shit and science. And, we had Isaac Asimov on our coffee table every month. And I've had Scientific American and subscription.
Carl Sagan.
Yeah, we watched a lot of Carl Sagan in my house, but my parents are European, and both of my parents came from Holland. And so I was raised European, and we were intellectuals. I always, when I was growing up, people always said, well, why do you use such big words? And it's like, I'm not using such big words. I'm using my vocabulary. And it always blew people away. And, I was, of course, razzed as a child. And popular at one school, but razzed at another. I mean, I've gone through my share of trolls all my life, being the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy, etc. Hi, Andrea. I hope you heard and got our messages. We tried to contact you, and if you just, I didn't know when you got to the show, but we talked about it earlier. So go back in the show and maybe you can hear what we had to say. Hi, nice to see you. And again, I'd like to apologize. It was apparently some sort of a mistake that happened, and I suggest, why don't you, Rebecca, add her to Montana Skywatcher Anonymous?
I did.
Okay, well
A
then,
couple days ago.
yeah, then that's even better than, because
Yeah.
at her level already, she can bypass
She's
Montana
graduated.
Skywatcher 2 and go right to
Yeah.
Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. And
if she ever does end up creating a new account, that's a workaround as well.
yeah,
Once you
it's
create
just
a new account, you can start
Montana
over.
Skywatcher 2 has still got a handful of newbies all the time, and we are going through an occasional Sam having to be grumpy and irritable and making a set of rules that you could probably have a little more freedom. Now, I do recommend that you do stick to your personal stuff and don't post a whole bunch of stuff that you got from YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. We do still, even on Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, we still like to have people's submissions, but not necessary sidebar theories or any of that stuff, please. Right, Rebecca? Do you agree with that?
On
Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, because it is your site, but I am
it's our site, but I agree with that for that. Yes.
Yeah, we have a little. There's more leeway there than I give on Montana Skywatcher 2.
I let it go because I always have on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. It's always been that way, and
right.
People like sharing what they find, even though it's not theirs, and
I
try to make people happy and. So,
yeah, but like when people like on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, when people are posting flat Earth posts, what happens to it? It gets removed. Right. I mean, there are certain things that we know that we have drastically debunked.
Yes.
I recently saw somebody posted a new Nibiru orbit model, and they were talking about how Nibiru was behind the sun, and I'm going, I mean, it was a really cool orbit model, and somebody spent a whole bunch of time on it and everything. And I think, you're talking about information from 10 years ago,
It's because when you go to Google or Nibiru or YouTube and you type in Nibiru, the first 100 things that come up is what's showing that. They don't realize it's wrong.
Yeah, and everything that you read is a decade off. And they're all saying, and Jesus screams this all the time. Nibiru is not on the way. It's here. And we've been saying that since 2012, and that's been my favorite Pike Street Market salmon that I slap people across the face with and go, wake up, come on. Jesus, we've been watching frickin' Nibiru since 2012 by eye in the Northern Hemisphere. Why haven't you seen it? This is where my short temper comes from. It's because I have to say the same thing. And here it is, 2023, going on 2024. Hello, and I try not to be short tempered. I know there's a lot of people that are new to this topic and they've got so much catch up to do. And I imagine it can be daunting. And, okay, thank you. Trying to figure out how. I haven't figured out how yet. I have to go into some back stuff to try and.
Yeah, she was asking. She didn't.
Yeah, well, I actually, Andrea, I recommend that you just go at your higher level because you've had as much contact with us. I recommend you going to Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, and you're already there, I guess, or even because Montana Skywatcher 1 has become a library repository for very old members. And then Montana Skywatcher 2, because Montana Skywatcher started becoming a zoo, that's why Montana Skywatcher 2 happened, because I was letting more people in, and then it became hard to control. And then I wasn't getting the library that I needed to be able to go back on information that I had posted there last week. It was so far buried, I couldn't go back to it. So there's still a whole lot of members there, but the post level is different. And then we don't get a lot of the side questions in that because those are older members that are there. Montana Skywatcher 2 has more of the modern current stuff that's going on, and I stick to a rule of current information, and then I try to watch everybody's posts. But there's a heavier set of rules going on there because we do keep adding newbies to it, and it's not a negative, but it's a new members. And I have to have a higher level of control because if I don't, it becomes instant circus party. And so I have to. That's why I have to be there every day. And if I don't go in and clear stuff up, Andy does, or Deb does, or Matthew does. And we used to have Lucinda, and Lucinda used to do all of that. And she was like a super hall monitor. And she just, there was 80 some odd % of the time, I never even saw half of the troublemakers. They took care of them for me. And then, I'd have to scroll through the activity log to even see what was going on. And I would just go, wow, you guys were busy, And they never even talk. Deb and I barely talk. Deb, we need to talk again if you're listening. Test what? There are a couple of rules for Skywatcher 2, and I didn't even put those in. I think Lucinda did. And they've done a lot of work for me because I would spend time was trying to, look at all the pictures everybody sends me. And that's where, research is a good portion of my time. And then I go into and watch the Earth changes on radar and geologic and then solar. And then I got to also look up where the normal planets are and all of that and what's going on in our galaxy, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, and I was going to mention earlier, for you new folks out there, Thunderbolts Project, Symbols of an Alien Sky. Absolutely mandatory, must see. Symbols of an Alien Sky by the Thunderbolts Project. Must see, must see. And I've watched that probably 50 times already, and every time I watch it, I still learn more.
Yeah, there's always something new if you go and watch something again and again. Now that I've got Wi-Fi, I can sit and do that.
Yay.
So I know we covered this a little earlier, but Sun D has commented a couple of times while you were talking, Sam, about how they had, while we've been on the show, they've gone to YouTube trying to find information about O positive, and they're not really finding.
I could tease you right now.
I thought maybe we could cover that a little bit more.
Oh,
maybe
God,
Gillian knows a lot too.
I know. I could send him stuff. He can friend me if he wants. I don't know.
If I tell you the answer to that right now, we wouldn't have to do any more shows ever again.
Oh, man.
Come on, Sam.
Oh,
okay, that's like PM time again, Sam.
Oh gosh.
That was the absolute tease on purpose.
Yeah.
Bad boy.
I know stuff about the O bloodline that I am not even going to publicly tell people.
Are you O? What are you O, Sam?
No, I'm even more rare than that, and we'll leave it at that.
Wow.
Okay. My mother was O positive or O negative. She was either O positive or I think she was O negative. She was. They would actually call her to give blood because my mother is where I have my Roman nose from, my patrician nose, which is part of my bloodline. And I have my father's DNA, which is Spanish Dutch. And then my mother has a touch of Roma, meaning gypsy, which is where
my granddad,
which is where my Roman nose and some of my psychic abilities come from. And when I had a conversation with the Pleiadian, I'm going to tease you again, guys. He told me off-world information. And that off-world information, followed by many years of research by me, has led me. Oh God, I gotta study topic word. I could just tell you here that you could look up, and that it's not an absolute description of what, but I'm giving you an example of the O positive bloodline. Just look up the Merovingian. That's a good one. I got goosebumps just telling you about that. There has been throughout history. There's been, another one is the Da Vinci Code. There's another one. we can add to the little pile of topic of study that you might want to look into. And that is all connected to this little secret that if I talked about right now, we wouldn't have to do another show. Anyway.
Okay.
And I don't want to brag.
That's interesting. I didn't really realize there was that much.
Yes, it's really, really, it really is interesting, that bloodline stuff, because for me, I studied a lot of stuff only after I became sick. When I came here, I wasn't sick, but something happened.
And only when you have all the puzzle pieces, and I'm not saying I think I might even be shy one of the puzzle pieces. There are around the planet, there are parts of the puzzle pieces in each of those racial bloodlines as well. And it has to do with a culmination and a big plan that was laid in a long, long, long time ago, generations and generations and generations ago, for the culmination.
My puppy agrees.
And there is a plan in place that is functioning. And this is where all of that goes in connected. And I'm sitting here publicly talking and on live, and I'm not prepared to hand out all of that information. But
yeah, I was just wondering, can you say what the ultimately, do you know what the plan is, like what they're trying to accomplish?
Yeah. The plan is enlightenment, to elevate us into the Federation, because the Federation believes that man is worthy. There are factions in the Federations that think we're animals and they hate us, but there's factions that tolerate us and factions that enjoy our benefits that we provide, and then there's factions that truly believe that we should elevate up, and that is part of the plan. There is a decree above the demigods, above the demigods, high tech above our tech, that suggested that some humans should move forward in evolution, and that's part of what that plan is. And this is what the 2010 Ascension stuff I talked to you about is all about.
So does that mean we stay here or we beam out?
No, I'm not going to stand there and say that there's going to be the
because everybody talks about about being beamed up.
Yeah, what do they call that? So I got that Bible brain block going here.
That one.
The rapture.
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
There it is. Yeah, we're not a whole bunch of us are going to vanish. I don't believe. It'd be really cool if it did happen. I'd go, okay, see you later.
Well, there's a show like that. And after they disappear.
I would be speculating at this point because I don't have full information. Because the alien off-world timeline is a little larger than our lifespan, so I can't say that we're going to do it within my lifetime. I'd hope some of us will. The problem with that is if you step off of Earth, you will be stepping into a larger realm if you're invited, and that would be catastrophically uncomfortable to me personally. I don't have any wish to leave Earth other than just to be healthy and grow a lot older than I am expected to, because I'm not done yet, and I'm already in my 60s. So I'd like to get a life bed for an hour or two to recharge and regenerate and live maybe another lifetime. But I believe that we're going to be moved forward. We are moving forward because of the O bloodline and the plan and the stuff that's been going on and the ascension, and it's all connected. We always say it's all connected, and it is, which is part of why I am here starting a good portion of this off. And I hope if you people have studied other people out there that do this, because there's not just me out there. And although I am important to the plan personally, and there are others like me, and they're gonna do their own contributions. And then I have to ask, everybody out there listening, what is your contribution? And I'm not trying to jump on you or anything, or be mean, or shake Sister Mary's ruler at you or anything like that. But what is it that you're doing? Well, I mean, and is there a way that you can further this science? Is there a way that you can get this message out farther and share it with other people? Is there a way that you can mail $5 to Rebecca or to myself for the Christmas? Or what we need to do is we need to further our equipment as well, and then we need to have those million viewers so that we can be funded by YouTube and all of that. And um, what is your function in being a Skywatcher? Are you going to be a Skywatcher Army, or are you going to be a side armchair quarterback? I mean, what are you going to do out there? And everybody has really, I mean, over the years, we've picked up some great contributors who do one specific thing. That so and so posts sun pictures, corona shots for me regularly, and so brings me this, news flash from where they live, and like I get European weather from Mark, and and how do you develop your place in Montana Skywatcher 2 and Montana Skywatcher Anonymous or Nibiru Followers Anonymous? If you're a scientist and you want to, earn your place and add to the science, great. And if not, well, then you can mail us 5, 10, $20 or whatever. I mean, you can one-time large gift would be fantastic. Just because we're trying to upgrade this, and I would love to tell you all the things that I'd like to have even, but I don't even dare ask for stuff because all am concerned is currently the yearly Christmas fundraiser for the Hofman children, for my kids, because I'm poor and I spend all my time doing this for free. So, I've had people yell at me and say, well, why don't you get a job? Well, folks, this is my job. Now, granted, currently it's been a little, pro bono, but hi, Andy. Andy sent 2 photos. I even though he's not on the program. Hi, Andy out there. Andy Pohl in the
Andy.
UK. He's always sending me pictures.
All the time. Yep, good ones. Marijuana Sermon is with us, and they're asking, will this lead to World War III or a catastrophic event in this decade?
We've been at World War III for years already. When we break down what a world war is when you have worldwide factions grouped together in masses attacking and having we've been, ever since the Arab clashes all the way. And unfortunately, I apologize for the United States of America and their behavior with how we dealt with Saddam Hussein and all of that. That was an insane thing. And 9/11, don't even get me started on 9/11 because wow. Boy, I could do 5 shows on 9/11 alone.
Yeah.
Because remember, I am very good at what I do, and I can see stuff other people cannot. And you two, or a lot of people, people know that I can, and I'm good at what I do. And that's what helps me do what I do, is because I believe in what I do. If I didn't believe in what I do, I wouldn't do it. God, where was I going with this? Somebody remind me. Anyway.
I know. I was listening, but
yeah, I just like, all of a sudden I got myself to 9/11 and my brain went blank.
Right, it's 9/11. That's right.
It was 9/11. You said you were gonna. Yeah.
What was before that? What was the topic of why I was talking about that? That's what I got to 9/11 and my brain went blank.
You're talking about you're good at what you do.
It's an omen. I tell you, my brain went blank for a reason. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. We were talking about
World War
Iraq
III
and World War III. That's what I wanted to get back to. Yeah.
It. And world catastrophic events.
What's all of that mass war? And look what's going on in poor Yemen, and the populace of Yemen is paying the price for a few religious nut jobs with a lot of power and a lot of money and a lot of rockets, apparently. And now they're mixing us into a new war. That's also because of the heightened advance of the Israel versus Hamas issue versus Iraq issue versus Syria. Oh, God, and then there's everybody, the Sunnis and this. God, I can never remember the other guys. It's the 2 religions between the children of what's his face. Anyway, it's just this religious group of people fighting each other. The Shia and the Sunnis, yeah, and because that's 2 different branches of the same religion, and they've been arguing all about over that. That's what all that whole battling shit's going on. Well, why there's 3.5 million refugees sitting at the border of Syria and not being able to live, and they're still living in these unbelievable, ungodly refugee camps all over the world, and nobody's focusing on those poor people that are just living in tents, existing, shitting in a box next to somebody, 8,000 other people, and barely getting enough to survive, frying their asses off in ungodly conditions and freezing to death in the winter. And they're all over the place now, guys, camps. So we need to remember that, because nobody ever thinks of that shit. Nobody thinks of the poor or the refugees right now, because there's a lot of them everywhere. And we're adding to it with these freak weather storms nonstop, and people aren't even taking that into account. And when they give casualty reports on home losses and stuff, they only talk about houses lost, and they never discuss rental properties. They never ever discuss the people that were kicked out by the storm when their apartment complex got the roof ripped off. Those people aren't even in that listing. Did you know that? They're not even accounted for in FEMA. Not that I know of. I haven't been able to find that information. I mean, you'd have to look that up.
I just figure
apartment complex.
People like that end up in a FEMA trailer lot.
Oh, well, and then we talk about the camps, which is not a topic we want to mention too often here. And there's rumors that those are already filling up with homeless people that we never hear about. And that adds for a huge, who's paying for that? And probably a huge, budget for an alphabet lettered agency that I don't wish to name out in person, because I don't want to flag us. And Christ, I know stuff that, going back all the way to the Farseeing Project, which is now declassified, which is now why I can mention it. Otherwise, I couldn't even mention it. I know stuff from back then I barely even dare talk about. And it's, my non-disclosure is over, but that does not mean it would not get me in trouble.
You don't want to get in trouble.
Right. Doesn't stop them from anything.
Yeah. World War III. Here Audrey's
according
saying
to Alexa.
Audrey, we try to avoid giving dates.
Not trusting Alexa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ask Alexa. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Where does Alexa get her information? Who is programming?
There's a lot of really gnarly rumors about the early parts of 2024. We've been noting them down on the calendar. And yes, according to Alexa, it does say that. But actually, World War III has started a long time ago. And you can see, the Russian-Ukrainian war, and now the Hamas and Israeli war is a whole bunch of way too damn much activity in the Mediterranean region of the United States. And I think we ought to pay attention to that. And look what's going on with the shipping of the Suez Canal and the Yemenis attacks and the Red Sea and all of that. There is
they said the Panama Canal's water is going down.
It's part to do with a trade war, because there's a certain shipping route that all Chinese ships and everybody around the world who tries to get to China and go past India. Now India is trying to argue over ownership rights between China and the regional areas nearby on the other side of India from China, because China is trying to get in there and set up military bases all along that whole area. They're trying to get into Suez Canal and get factions here and factions there, and who can get here with what port and who bought this and who did that. Also, they can block shipping lines in the case of a war-like scenario where they'd fly there, invade, and take hold of that area, and they would block all shipping and or confiscate it, which would be either a huge gain or a huge loss, but it will shut world trade down. And that's part of what's going on in the Mediterranean. That's part of what's going on in the Black Sea. That's why Russia needed to have Crimea, was so they had a link to the Mediterranean Sea, because if they don't have Crimea and then the other southern oceanic or small sea bases, shipping yards that they have, then they don't have a way to ship in the central hemispheres, and they're limited to the one they have up there near Finland in the North Sea, which is also blocked. And then there's that one that I can't remember the middle thing that's in the corridor between Norway and all of that, and that one's also heavily contested right now and going through what Poland is dealing with and all of that. So I mean, we have all of these shipping port lanes that are being fought over, and they're in a straight line up the middle of all of Asia and Europe. And so there's this shipping thing going on where people should be very, very aware that there's a lot of jostling, and that's what happened during World War I and World War II. Which the Germans took over this strategic base, and they took over Sicily, and then they took over Italy, and the same thing with the Japanese. They tried to get Midway Island, that way they would have a base in between, and then they went for the New Guinea and all of that too, and then they went to Taiwan and to China, and they spread out, and that's what's going on. And so you could say literally we are already involved in a very, very, very large war going on.
A lot more going on than what anybody knows, it sounds like.
Well, right now, China's economy is about to tank, and they're about to fall flat on their faces, and they're propping up with fake money. And the only way that they can get out of it is to literally almost go to war, but they don't dare. They want what they want, but they know what it's going to cost, and they're already running into that problem too, and that has to do with population growth. And people don't realize that we are at a population growth stagnation in many, many countries right now, and they don't talk about it, but it is going on. There's a lot more younger people too young to fight, and older people that have to be supported, and not middle-aged normal military examples of who they want to have fight these wars, and they're low right now. And even Russia is currently just about dragging everybody off the streets, including sneak-in immigrants that are sneaking into Russia from these refugee countries near Turkey. So there's a lot going. I mean, there's there's a lot going on, and I look into this stuff all the time, and I even have a favorite site that I regular, and he's really good. The guy's just unbelievable. And I can't think of his name. I've got it written down in a book. Anyway, I haven't watched the material in about a month. Anyway, go ahead.
Right. Let's see.
Yeah, it's back to the sky and planets. These pictures are a light pinch, and you're seeing that pillar because on the left-hand side, in the bottom right-hand corner is a planet over the top, and this is a sunset flaring. It looks like a mushroom, but that has to do with the pinching behind it, and then there's the planet over the top. But in the other 4 examples, those are all pinch, and then you're seeing the shaft lighting of the real light, the real sky between the 2 planets, the one on the right and one on the left. And the only different one is the lower right-hand side, which also has one on the right, one on the left, and the planet overhead.
Did you see this video? Someone tagged me on TikTok with this. It's from Antarctica.
Yeah.
I saw it about a week ago initially. And then first I
saw
a still shot, and then I found the video for it.
Yeah, we even talked about it.
Oh,
notice how the sun in the middle has a very sharp edge to the ball. And notice the object in the lower right at the horizon does not. It is not as sharp. It's softer. You also notice the orange hue.
Yeah.
Bottom near the horizon. Okay, now notice that just to the right of that is sort of a purpley blue, sort of a fingering going up at an angle to the right. Do you see that?
I do.
What do we know as that pattern? We're looking at the sun, and illuminated is Saturn's yellow moon.
Yes.
And then behind it is in the upper right, from just up to the middle of where the normal sun is, you're seeing is Saturn. And then behind that, and this refraction line that's going literally all the way across to the left from the sun up, is the edge of Nibiru. And you'll see this brief little flare where it goes all the way to the letter I, from the sun to the letter I. If you go back on that, and you'll see it hop, and you'll see it hop, and you'll see it hop, and that is the side face illumination of Nibiru, going literally from the word TikTok all the way to the upper left corner, past the letter I. Watch for it. So almost the sun is Nibiru's almost cutting off the sun here, the orange thing in the middle. But if you keep watching from the sun right there, do you see this little formation on the upper left corner? You'll see this little slanted line appear here any second now, and that's the side illumination of the side of the planet Nibiru. Right there.
Right.
See that? See that illumination line growing?
I do. Yes. Wow.
And that's the side of Nibiru. And yet on the other side, there's a purplish dot over to the left, and we know that to be Atu's moon because of the date of capture.
Yeah. I wonder how they, whoever they are, would explain this away. Like these are.
I'm not sure they're sitting nearby any windows, but yeah. Well, if you're in Antarctica and you're seeing all this shit, you probably have a very high classified rating, and you have probably a non-disclosure from hell, and you don't get to talk to it.
Right.
Wow.
When you know what the government can do, you do not break your non-disclosure agreements. You don't. When you get a classified, and they're probably making a great deal of money. Back in my day, in the 80s, they weren't paying shit. They barely even didn't talk money to me. They just said, "You're going to live here. Here's your house. Here's your car." That's a great amount of payment to them, but that you're still not getting a check. Maybe if they,
that way they could control you better.
Right? Yeah. Well, yeah. Because I was going to have to live on an Air Force base for the rest of my life. And I thought the greatest, I'll say this again, the greatest insult was that they handed me keys to a K car. I almost laughed.
Oh, no.
Did you happen to, hey, mister, did you happen to look in my driveway? I've got a 1965 GTO sitting back there, and you're trying to hand me a K car? Hello.
Yeah, that's a government car, right?
With a 326, 4-barrel and headers and the dual turbo hydromatic rear end, and you want to hand me a K car?
Make it sound like a wee toy car.
Well, if you don't know the 1980s K car, you have to look it up on.
I'm looking. I got a devil's look.
Yeah,
I think
K
I know,
car.
but
A Chrysler K car.
Oh boy.
Yeah, type in 1979, 1978.
See, they're not.
Christ. That's them.
There it is, Gillian. Oh, you see? Are you looking?
That's a K car.
That is nice.
Oh, they were pieces of shit.
Looks like my daddy's. Looks like my daddy's Fiat in the 1970s.
They were highly underpowered engines, probably straight sixes or something. Really, they were this economy because back then that we were going through the fuel gas crisis, 1976 on through. So the government, in their infinite wisdom, decided to go and that had to do with what's his face, who was the chairman of Chrysler at the time. He was well too in bed with the government, making way too much money. Anyway. There's a scandal there, I promise you. But the government turned to less expensive vehicles for the first time in their life, and now they're buying just unbelievably expensive vehicles with our taxpayer dollars when they could probably buy a middle of the range, and they never do. But back then, they went to K cars and Chrysler cars, and it was and they bought this big fleet from them, and because they're all saved all this fuel, which I'm sure they did. But they were a joke, and they did not last. You drove them for three years, and they fell apart or rusted.
Yeah, disposable.
Yeah, and they were, they were cheaply made, and you could get them, by the millions. And that was part of their specialization and reevaluation. Trying to look at how Henry Ford did everything. And so, if you have a massive fleet of literally one brand, then it's far cheaper to make more of them than having multiple different brands of these. Gas guzzling, and they were also trying to get away from gas guzzling V8s at that time. So anyway,
okay,
downsize sermon over. Yeah.
Do
you have any more pictures that would you like to talk to?
I'm sure I do. Let's look and see. And there's also a question: do you know much about the black cube Saturn matrix? Is it disinformation? Do you know?
Well, we know about the cubes. Absolutely. I don't know about Saturn matrix anything. That sounds to me like a sci-fi where the black cube goes into the eye of Saturn or something. Somewhere in my
It's like all
memory.
this symbolism
Yeah.
regarding the
Yeah, we
cubes.
know what we know
Yeah.
about the Texas cube. We know, we watched that sucker come in. It's a reoccurring group faction that is here on different occasions than the passing of the Nibiru group, and they have been here recently a few times within modern history, and probably not seen by early man. Or well, actually, it was seen by early man because there's drawings of it all over the place, and there's crop circles of it also. But the average written recorded history, I should say, or what one would assume as common sense history, because not all history is common sense according to Cambridge rules and England and all of that, which is where most based science is appreciated or accepted, from Paris or England, one of the two. And if you don't kiss these little scientists' butts, you don't go down in history because nobody listens to you. Anyway, there are rules after all. A modicum of what would they call that? Tradition, yeah. Meanwhile,
That's
early
my
British
cue.
people stole every damn artifact they could get their hands off from many cultures all over the world. Yeah, that's cube. And
Yeah.
that's the cube and the red asteroid in front of it. The top thing that the flare is going through is the red asteroid. The light is shining
Okay.
underneath the front edge of the asteroid with the Texas cube behind it. And the side orb is below to the right in front and just below the telephone wires.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And then there's some little sister white asteroids in front. There's 1, 2, 3 plus. Oh, let's look. Oh, in the upper corner, and there is the skull asteroid hold. In the upper
Okay.
left-hand corner is the skull asteroid. Look how big it is.
So those lines that look like fingers in a way, those are from asteroids, right?
Okay, in
Those
the
lines.
flare, there's a blue flare, and that
Yeah.
flare is coming off the sun, and it is shining under the lower lip of the red asteroid, and also between the top of the Texas cube, and that's why it's flaring, because
Mhm.
it's pinching light. Now the Texas cube is behind the red asteroid by a great distance, even though size and everything, because probably Texas cube is way bigger than the red asteroid. But it's also off. If you look at the top dead center, you're looking at the face of Attu's moon. See it up there?
You
Dead
mean
center.
behind it,
Dead
right?
center, top of the page, above the blue. See the little white patchy, tiny little micro clouds in the side face
I
of Attu's
do.
moon, and then the
Perfect.
dark purple in the left corner is where Attu is. And if you look down over here next to the phone pole, over you see the little 3 in the right hand corner. Go an inch and a half up, and you're looking at the spiral asteroid. Right? And we know that they're there, right? We see it over, and it's you go back to the monthly drawing, and there it is. And the Texas cube is back there in that picture, yes. And perhaps wait a minute, I'm seeing more.
You are okay.
Yeah, go back to it. Okay. I think the lead asteroid is below the red asteroid, but the red asteroid is in front of the lead asteroid. No, wait. Let me look at that. Yeah, and Texas cube is behind lead asteroid. Yep, that makes sense.
Wow.
And that's why
a whole bunch of stuff up there. That's why it looks so weird.
That's why the side orb is so low below the wires, and you see that straight flat line right next to the side orb. That is where the Texas cube is, and then you move an inch over, and that's where lead asteroid is. It's behind the red asteroid, but from our out view, the lead asteroid isn't in the lead.
Is it between those two poles? Between the two poles, like there's a power line pole, and then to the far left.
If we were to count bushes in the middle of the picture, it's like the third bush over and straight up is where lead asteroid is, and that's in front of the Texas cube. Okay. And then there's 3 in there, and then there's there's lots of stuff, but yeah,
And the Skull asteroid is right, this dark body up in the upper corner here in the left. And it's sort of sneaking out from behind and below at 2.
Hmm. That
I
dark bit.
know it's there, but I mean, I can't, that's where that is. And I know it's in there someplace. I don't fully see it. For a minute there, I did, but it moved. So, and that's all there. And we, of course, and then if you look over on the right-hand side, you see the base plate of Saturn's yellow moon and all of that on the other side of the sun. And there it is, there it is, and there it is, and there it is. And of course, each person's capture has slightly different angles and variation and placement, but over and over and over again, we see them, and there they are. And that's why we do the site drawings. And
Night, Audrey.
And that's how all of us have learned.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it's time for me to go to bed too, Audrey.
Yeah, I was thinking that when I saw her, I was like, that's right, Gillian is up late too. So
yeah. It's 12:30 and it's our Christmas party for the clients tomorrow. So
it's 5:25 p.m. here.
Yeah, I've got to go KP with the guys and help keep everything clean while they feed the recruits. The clients. They're way out feeding. They've gone and done all the wee cakes and the salads and everything. All the prep's done. We've been going crazy for the last few days, like fussing and stuffing and stuff.
I absolutely detest
holidays.
When you have to cook a bunch of food and you got to chop and chop. You spend hours chopping. Of course, food processors are such wonderful things compared to what we used to have to do. When I worked at the Italian restaurant,
the guys they got a really posh new one since I was.
Slicing 10 pounds of onions is not fun by hand. And, peeling potato after potato.
Yeah, the one chappie was busy sneezing his head off because apparently it makes him sneeze to be near such strong ones.
I used to have to do all the onions and stuff at many different restaurants that I worked at, and I always had
the onions were like baby's heads, Sam.
Yeah, well, I at one point in time also made Kentucky Fried Chicken spice. I know that I had to sign a 30-year non-disclosure.
You know the secret recipe.
Yes, I do. But,
we're coming for supper.
If you make it 20 pounds at a time, I know the secret recipe. I couldn't put it in tablespoons for you, but we used to make 20 pounds of it at a time, and we'd be back there with goggles and wet towels wrapped around our face because the white pepper just ate your face off.
Nasty.
In the big Hobart mixer, Anyway, I completely digressed off topic again, as usual.
I know
that's okay.
Oh, who's that?
We have someone from
sauce. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, what have we got to look at?
All kinds of nice comments. People telling
night, guys.
Goodbye. So, thank you, Gillian. We love you. We'll see you next time.
Love you too. Okay. Night, guys. Be good now. Be good. Bye.
We'll try.
Send me any secrets that you tell everybody, okay?
I'll keep you
I'm going to pester Sam on PM for that old stuff.
I always tell you little tidbits, Gillian. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, you keep your notebook, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Next to the phone.
Yes,
ma'am. Bye,
night. Bye.
Yeah, what else have we got going on this week that's new?
Let's see.
Of course, it's always the same. It's not, but it's the same. But it's always changes.
It is repetitive, but the whole system itself is repetitive. But it's not ever quite the same exactly.
I'm in awe. We're at 13 years running this. It's like, oh my God, and we're still doing this. I remember back in 2013, I thought it was just going to go by once and we'd be, and that was it.
Yeah.
And here we are.
No, I remember, when it first started to sink in, how big and close everything was. I thought we had, a matter of days left. That was years ago.
Yeah. Oh, the destroyer is going to crash into us, and I was still in that too. And I knew, I did know that there was a future beyond that because I was, told stuff about my future. And so I knew there was more. So, I was having real trouble trying to mix the two of that, which also increased my willingness to study more. And then we saw
Sure.
the 2013, 2014 close passes start, and they were nothing compared to what they are now. And then we were also watching the discharge all the time of the object cluster group between Uri and Atu. And there would be this discharging that we would get on video that would be out in space, and sometimes at night and sometimes during the day, but it was way small. And then it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it was really fast. And for the longest time, we were seeing more of the illumination of the lead asteroid in the object cluster group, which we also refer to as the OCG, because God, I got so tired of typing object cluster group that it transitioned into a smaller, shorter, faster term, which you could also call the dragon, which you could also call worm, which we could also call quasicotl, which could be also called Apophis, which is all a whole bunch of study topics for all of you guys out there if you want to jump down that rabbit hole. But this is a group of visible asteroids that are underneath the gas giants that do pass very close to Earth and have done so repeatedly over and over again, which is why there's been all of these cycles with no paradoxal solar system or Earth still existing, and why we're still on this planet, because it happens over and over again, which is why it is not the destroyer the way people think it is. The destroyer has to do with weather and electrical discharging. And here's an example of the asteroid groups. That's why we're watching them turn to rainbow in the night sky, because they're above us after sunset. And that is material that is there, and it's real, and it discharges. And when that magnetosphere property bodies come close to us, they repel off of us so that they don't crash into them, because they are attached to the other solar system, and why we do not trade planets. And that's
So
why
their
if you
planets
go to
stay together.
the Gods of Egypt movie, Ra versus Apophis, Ra sits upon his ship up in the sky, and every time Apophis gets too close to kill his creation, man, on Earth, Ra would blast him with his magic lance and repel Apophis. And they called it the Great Worm. So, okay, the wormwood,
really?
dragon, the beast, etc. And that's Egyptian lore. So I actually recommend that you watch the movie Gods of Egypt and include the size of the gods and everything, because it's all very pertinent hints about. There are some Hollywood truths in that movie, and all you have to do is understand a little bit more, and then you think Nibiru and Saru and large planet, large gods, mixed Egyptian lore, because we know that the Egyptians were ruled, early Egyptians. They had a very funny shaped head. Gosh, they were different. And then they had different governors, and then people who lived, very long periods of time. And if you in that book that Gillian was holding up discusses that. So if you do your back archaeology or history or your oleologies, that's the easiest way to say it. If you do your oleologies and keep looking into, and this is like discharge between a larger body above us pushing away from us, because we never used to have purple lightning, and that one goes by standard common knowledge to this day as well. And this one that we're looking at is most likely asteroids above us, just electrically completely discharging to repel from getting too close to us. And if you've ever watched God, what is that, The Matrix, where they're flying underground in these craft, and these craft have these cones on the bottom of the craft, and they're discharging to repel and travel across terrain without actually contacting it. And that's a prime example of what the planets do to us. And lightning usually goes from the ground up, even though we see it from the top to the bottom. But if you watch what we just watched, if you go back to that little last segment of what we watched, what's happening? What color is it? Look where it's going. Look what it's doing.
I know, it's going sideways.
And around things. And if you look to see what is going around, you can see it goes around asteroids, it goes around, and it shows where they are, and then it discharges up to a larger planet as well. And then in some cases, you can actually even see the Texas cube or the Longbox cube in this mix getting hitting the side orb, takes a strike, and then the side orb puts electricity into the cube. And we've got pictures of that going way back years too. And this isn't normal lightning. A, it's purple. B, it's also, it's not touching the ground. It's touching the ground off camera, I would imagine. But it's going outward, and somebody, well, that's sheet lightning. Not like this. This is not sheet lightning. And this is lightning that's reaching up to a larger body in space. And I know it blows your mind to think that space is actually that close, but it's close and it's also far. And I've often wondered about the distance these lightning bolts are traveling between us and these bodies. Because see, look at the reoccurring strike, 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 strike. That's probably a passing asteroid. And we believe they're made of metal, which is why they behave like a sprite, and yet they continue to discharge.
Yeah, that's one thing I hadn't thought about then. When I think of asteroids, I think of rock,
Right.
but I never think about
there's rock,
metal.
and then there's metal asteroids as well. A good portion of most meteorites is mainly made up of iron. The asteroid that hit New Mexico and left that huge crater that they constantly are talking about, that was mostly iron. And it was like 50 meters wide, and it left that massive crater in Arizona. Yeah, there's a lot more too, and this, of course, is that electric universe science, and not gravitational. Although gravity is a minor segment byproduct therein, it's not the actual what's going on. And we've proven that with repeated captures over the years as well of the planets actually discharging on Earth. And you can see them playing. I have that one At-2 and At-2's moon picture that I always fall back on, and that came from, I believe, 2015 even. And of course, we were documenting all of this stuff all those years back. And for the new folks out there that are just now getting to this, God, there's so much that we've gone through that you don't even know about, that what got us to where we are. And this is all time-proven information.
It definitely looks like a shadow of something there.
Yeah, and there's objects up there, and this
Yeah.
will also teach you, rather than just looking at the lightning bolt alone, look at the dark areas. Look what's back there behind it. There's and if it's purple lightning, or if it's really green blue lightning, then pay attention to it more than you would just regular yellow or white lightning. And you'll notice the difference in behavior once you define, because a lot of people go, oh, it's lightning, and they've been staring at purple lightning since 2010, so that's normal. That's been the last decade. That's normal lightning. No, it's not. We never.
And they would tell us if it wasn't, right?
Yeah, right. They would tell us. Yeah, they'll come up with a new tricky name that discounts the whole darn thing. After 30 seconds, you forget about it. Yeah, they'll tell us. Yeah,
I mean, your memory.
A bomb cyclone. It's a Mariah. No, it's a derecho.
Right.
No, it's those are lenticular clouds, and these are maximus momentum clouds. It's like, what? You just added a whole new category that never existed prior. Okay. Momentum clouds the size of Texas. Yeah, that's a normal cloud.
I think it was 2016. They, released a whole list of new cloud names. It was a big deal back then.
Right.
Yeah.
6 years after the planets already got here.
Yeah.
Or,
if they named them,
or if you talk Northern Hemisphere.
Right, but if they give them names, that normalizes it. And
right.
If they're not concerned, then why should you be concerned?
Yeah, and they could talk about these rainstorms as bomb cyclones. Well, you know what a cyclone is? It's a hurricane. And hello, why is there an on-land hurricane going from one side of the continent to the other, devastating the shit out of people's homes, ripping the trees out, throwing them across the yard, roofs ripping off, cars, flooding down the street, and all of that stuff. And it's become normalized, and they tell you that on the news channel, and you go, oh, okay, we're gonna have a bomb cyclone tomorrow, no problem.
Yeah, the cars being washed down the street is so new. I mean, not new as in it's been happening a few years now, but it wasn't like that prior to these planets arriving. We did not remember floods like that happening almost daily, and they do almost daily.
We got a comment here from Marijuana Sermon. Distracted us by. Anyway, that's a topic we don't want to flag ourselves with, first of all.
Yeah, that's
Second of all,
probably true.
If you want to watch the true information about that topic, go look up Australian 60 Minutes, and they did a report on the Wuhan military games of 2019, and you will have your answer. Anyway, on to the next topic. It's a show. It's a show by Australian 60 Minutes. Look it up. It's on YouTube.
Let's see. I'm trying to
Dun, dun,
get some pictures pulled up.
Which is information, by the way, that is being kept from the United States. By them, by the United States. It's not common information, but Australia, the Australian 60 Minutes team did find the truth
about
behind that topic. Anyway.
Okay.
I mean, there's so much gossip going on around it that it's stifling. That there, it's like a freaking cherry tree. There's so many cherries of disinformation that you're just so busy you don't see the tree. So, and I just had to give where my studies took me. Anyway, and I try to avoid that topic because it will get us flagged in a heartbeat.
Let's see. Trying to find something we haven't looked at in a while.
I just, I've got to occasionally lay down a premise of topic because, we could, if I, called myself Art Bell 2, then we could talk about anything and I would be fine. Or actually, a lot of times what I'll let some of these guys do is bring up a subject that I'm not necessarily able to bring up, and therefore it's my opinion that I'm reaching into classified. So I'll have side discussions, but if I bring it up, I'm in trouble. But if somebody else brings it up, sometimes I'm a little less cautious. But I mean, I'm still in awe that I'm here talking still. And so, I feel graced and gifted just to have every day that I'm still allowed to talk, because I've had events happen since I started, and I've had intervention, and my packages and mail get searched and all of that, and bills have been held back, and I've had all kinds of crazy shit going on. But anyway, including my house fried electrically on only half my house, which was really weird. And so, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, but we do have to, and Rebecca and I and all the other major site sisters have learned that we have to watch the topics, because, oh boy, do we get in trouble when we don't even know we get in trouble. And
oh gosh, things you shouldn't get in trouble for, you do. So
yeah, we get flagged, and yet everybody else out there who's talking about this ungodly, crazy, maniacal, insane shit, and they're cruising along, no problem.
It seems like it's like that,
Well, I think they got to tease us and keep us, we got to stay ready, It's like a boxer, you got to train.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna scream dark government or anything, but there's a level of that's real. But I mean, the government is the government, so I mean, you can't separate it in its factions and functions of its factions.
Like, what can you do?
Yeah,
anyway.
and unfortunately, we've had. Let's hope to God and pray that our future representatives in the future jobs who do have these levels of power are the adults in the room rather than the good old rednecks from the 50s. That have not managed to go away by now, which I expected long ago that mankind would come to their senses, but we seemingly have not gotten there yet. Not that I wish to complain or bitch, but holy cow, we could be doing things different, but then I don't run the world, so.
Yeah, they seem to not ask our opinion on how things should be
Yeah.
And
Well, oh my God, thank God I'm not the one running the show. I can't even can you imagine the stress at night? Good night, Martha. I mean, wow. Hint Martha Washington.
I didn't catch that, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
That's kind of why I had to, fill in the second part there. Yeah.
Chicken.
And the
Yeah.
left picture, of course, is Attu and Attu's moon. And on the right picture, we have the embarking beginning of the lower onset of the red asteroid is in the middle left.
These really stood out to me because of the dark blue, light blue
Right. And the
variation.
sunset is, and you can see where the sun is by the refraction on the water. And there's also some other refractions over there. Gosh, what are those other two refractions on the right-hand side of the sun? See how yellow that is up there in the clouds? Gosh, I wonder what that is. It's kind of shiny. There's on the far right side of it has a little bit of touch of red to it. Oh gosh, I wonder what that is. There it is. It's real. It's shining on the water. What is that second illumination yet is slightly less bright, intense than our sun? Where have we seen that before? Oh, is Saturn's yellow moon hiding in the background?
I was going to say, we just saw that a second ago.
Yep.
Let's look at it that again.
Yep.
Like that.
That's that. Yeah, there you go. And in the capture that is the second one we were just watching, the yellow moon is higher up on the horizon, closer to the side of the sun, and you can see that in the water. And then if we're at go back.
Whoops.
Well, more stuff.
Go back.
Okay. And if you look at the line where we know that the sun is on the water, that line will show you where the sun is because that's the bright main line. And if you just look to the right or left of it, there sits a nice big orange ball. Gosh, I wonder what that is. Lead asteroid.
Yeah.
And
right there.
then we look behind that orange ball and we go to this dark sort of cloud back there, another inch above, just right by that main big tree off the shore. And there you have the red asteroid. And you look over farther to the left, and there sits the onset of Uri and all the other asteroids, which also matches this cloud pattern that's reaching above all of this stuff. Is onset, Uri onset. And this is how we do this all over year after year after year. And if you look,
it just always looks like that, especially to the left
round
of our
ball
sun.
of lead asteroid is showing on the water as well in orange, right off the point of that peninsula.
Let's go see if I can make it.
See the
bigger.
ball? Look at where the little jaunting or that tower or whatever on this, where the jaunting in the picture, dead center in the middle of the picture, the little island of land comes out.
Yeah.
Now look at the water right in front of it. Then look up and you see lead object, and then you look down in the water and you see lead object. It's there. Yeah. It's reflecting. It's showing.
You can't even deny it.
And then if you look at the water, all the other area around it doesn't even match, which shows you it's there because you see it directly as a reflection in the water.
That's a good picture. Yeah, you can see, like you said, multiple reflections,
illuminating light.
And
that that's a great deal to do with this. So anytime you do see pictures excuse me, of two suns, quote unquote, whatever people are trying to post, and if it does have a water aspect to it, which is the greatest way that you can prove it, if that second star does not reflect in the water, then it's a lens flare or a glass double.
Yeah,
that's how you fact check.
Which we do see, right?
That is how you fact check pictures, especially when they're filmed from high altitude, which is why we always say never film through glass, because I don't know how many really cool postings we've gotten, and then when we boil down through all the criteria, and then you look down on the water and it's not there, which tells you it's not real.
That happens a lot too often.
Oh yeah. Oh, I get it 3-4 times a week. Easy.
Let's see if I can make that.
And especially every time we get the screen capture Alaska sky live sky cams. Oh God, I go through that with those people all the time. It's like, please, I'm not trying to insult you or be rude, but that's a lens flare. And so I've
I
gotten to the
made
point
that.
where I just, I move on rather than comment sometimes.
Me too. I don't like to have, a lot of confrontations anyway, but sometimes it's just too much for me. So, you know what I mean? Just keep scrolling.
I just watched where the comments section just completely ran off topic amongst each other. George Washington, apple tree, cherry tree, fig tree,
Yeah, yeah.
and I'm going, yeah, okay, good. Everybody else gets distracted too. I'm not the only one going off topic here. That made me laugh. Yeah,
Let's
look at the
see.
sky. Look at that blue thing up on top there. Tell me that's our normal sky.
Yeah, that's an unusual blue, isn't it?
Oh, I just
Really
heard it
is.
off the oven. I think my daughters are cooking. Yeah, and if you want, then you look again, and then you see that big. Yeah, good. Do you want to say hi to everybody? Now come here and just tell everybody Merry
Hi.
Christmas. Say who you are and say Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. It's me, Shiloh.
Hey. Hi, Shiloh. Merry
Hey.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Is it-
everyone.
Thank you. Is it pizza
Okay, that was
night?
pizza. Well, yeah, they do
Pizza
pizza
night.
nights when we do podcasts, we do pizzas.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And
Well,
then of course I'll
good.
have to in 21 minutes I'll have to go in there and cut it for them when they put it in.
Yeah.
They're a
Sounds
little
good.
afraid of the oven still and the hot stuff, and I may end up in here now. I don't know if Nova's helping Shiloh, but Shiloh's 14 and she's still a little shy of the oven, and I don't blame her for a minute. I mean, be smart, don't burn yourself.
But yeah,
You need
for
help? Are you
sure. I've
okay?
had mini burns.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just checking, making sure. Yeah, and this is part of what you and I have been doing all these years, and we get thousands of these pictures a week. And I'm hoping we got a whole bunch. Have you looked at the number of people viewing us today?
I have. It's been about the same as
Oh, okay.
previous
Oh,
shows.
come on. We're supposed to have more people
Yeah.
by now.
Yeah.
I've been,
About the same.
after the shows, I immediately go and check. And last week's show, we immediately had 400 views within the first hour. So,
Yeah.
and I've seen other YouTubers that get, 70,000 within a first hour. And it's like, ouch. Of course,
I know. I
they're
saw it.
monetized and have millions of viewers. So,
That's,
you know.
well, it'll probably take us a little time to get
Yeah.
that
Well,
big.
are we going to run out of things to talk about by then?
I don't know. I just keep looking for pictures. I'll just keep looking, But,
Well, hopefully we'll
yeah.
we'll always have a lot of people asking us a lot of questions, and maybe answering the same question 87 times is not the bad thing. So
It'll help it sink in. I was just gonna say this is that same picture but zoomed in, just so everybody
yeah,
knows.
excellent. Yeah, well, maybe that's why I saw it better. I was like,
Right.
and I can even blow it up still because I've got I can blow it up, but then I can't see the chat column.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking at it big. Oh boy, what do we got here? Oh, okay. Wow, I see even more
Just
now.
all those streaks and dragging and
Yeah,
it's all there.
Yeah. And we could even look for the green and the blue asteroid, and I think they're over there on the right-hand side. Yeah, but there's so much other asteroids in this shot, and yeah,
Like that.
yeah, that was what the skull looked like back about 2 years ago. The profile has changed. The jaw has dropped to the right now, and it is actually looking downward instead of looking at us. But that's there are small other ones and bigger ones along with it. And the one you're looking at here on the drawing to the right at the bottom there is actually the red asteroid, but they're oodles apart from each other. This is just out view where this thing would be massively far away from the actual red asteroid. But at rotation of Attu and Attu's moon, there are occasions where you would see these two in the same shot. And back then, at that time, when I had drawn this, then that's what we were seeing at the time. but that's not what we see now, because right now
Right.
the skull asteroid. And were I to venture a guess, let me have a look. Do we see it in here? I kind of do, but I'm wondering if that's my personal expectation rather than actual sighting. Anyway,
I have trouble.
it would be,
spotting.
according to all of this, it would be in the upper left-hand corner, somewhere in there,
Mhm.
and because that is underneath at or behind Attu, between Attu and Uri.
Okay. But the skull always stays to the left of our suns, right?
Currently, at one point in
Currently,
time, when Uri and Attu were over on the right-hand side, well, then that's when we had the right-hand-sided skull captures
I'm
that
gonna get
made
some
everybody
pics.
think that. Remember when everybody thought there was two skulls?
No,
Oh, okay.
I
Well, I
didn't
have
know
a couple
that.
of skull asteroid pictures where the
Uh-huh.
skull is actually facing the opposite direction. And
Oh,
there was a short stint of the people who had memorized it back, 2018, 2017, 2018, that were still paying attention to the skull asteroid, because back in 2015 it was highly visible. That we're still expecting it to be on the left, because that's when Uri was back then in 2015, and then she went to the right as well later on her first close approach. And that's when we learned more about Attu and Attu's moon was on their Attu and Attu's moon first close pass, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a whole series of cycles of behavior that went between 2017, 18, 19, 20, et cetera. And they've gone right, left on our out view, and the planet switched places, and we documented all of that. And through the transition of drawings and all of this, and a few orbit model drawings that have changed over the years, and I've gotten better at and worse at the same time. And my drawings have gotten good ones and bad ones, and tired ones, and ones I drew really well, and yet they're a work
yeah.
and what's funny. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's still accurate, even if it's maybe not,
Yeah,
your favorite drawing or whatever. It doesn't really change.
Yeah,
the
that's what
fact
blows
that
me away is how I've drawn stuff out of my head, because I don't do. I'm telling you, I know you know this, but
yeah,
I draw them without copying them off the computer or anything like that. I sit down in the morning at like just before the sun comes up out at my coffee table in my living room and have coffee, and I draw it right away first thing in the morning. Yeah, those are two good ones. The one, and that's a perfect example of what we're talking about. When we first sighted the skull asteroid, that was in the right-hand picture. And that was the early days, like 4 years before NASA even announced it. And this picture on the left is when Uri and Attu were on the right-hand side of the sun. That's why it's facing the opposite direction. And that's why for a period of time, people were wondering if there were two skulls. And the jaw is barely visible in this left-hand one because there's an object in front of it, and there's often an object in front of it, so you don't see the lower jaw and the mouth open, or it's just a weird glitch in light. But yeah, or a shadowing that we don't see the rest of the skull, because usually, like the one in the right-hand side, you're usually seeing the maw opening. And I don't know if you have a copy of the NASA release pic. I use it all the time, and unfortunately I can't
was
post
it
here.
this one or maybe? Oh, I do have.
Yeah, that's the
Is that
official
it?
NASA release of the
Okay.
asteroid, and I'm not sure if that's an actual picture, but it would,
It
and that
looks
that's what I saw come around, and you see
computerized.
there's sort of an open mouth there. And depending on the angle of light, that changes it makes it look deeper. And then when you see the clouds and the cold enveloping gases coming off of it as it enters the light, it's just spooky as anything you ever saw, from the Pirates of the Caribbean to Ghostbusters. I mean, all the way to Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Now it comes this smoking cold smoke skull from behind a planet and illuminates, and it's just and I saw that by eye in 2015, and just about dropped in my tracks. So
Right.
otherwise I'd
I'm
never
not sure
believed
if it
that.
was you or who, but I mean, I've heard other people say that there are lots of skulls. I mean, I know you were just talking about two,
See,
but
like
have you?
that's where people are saying there's more than one skull, and that's not.
Uh-huh.
I haven't really seen enough evidence to say that. I know that the cycles, because there was one on the right at one point in time, and
Yeah.
now it's currently on the left because I know where it is and why, because I witnessed it by eye. That's the only reason I knew that what the orbit model that NASA gave off and said what was going to go around along Earth's orbit every 3 years. And I knew it's not in Earth orbit. So complete lie.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the same time, here it had been sighted. So NASA was announcing it wouldn't be back for 3 years. And meanwhile, we're watching it on a weekly basis for, a couple of months. And which completely just throws that orbit model shit right out the window. And then then it moved, and then it went over to the right hand side, and that's when we had the right hand sided sightings. And that's when that first year that Uri and Atu started moving close enough and over the top of us and then beyond Earth into the light. That way we saw the planets facially illuminate in the western sky when the sun was rising in the east. Yeah, there's perfect. Okay, the left hand picture that is one of the best skull captures when they were in 2018, when Uri and Atu were on the right hand side of the sun. And that's why everybody thinks they're more than one. And this right hand sided picture goes back to 2015. And this is exactly what I saw creep out from behind. If you look, there is Atu, and behind that dark area is striped Uri. And I saw the skull creep out from between Atu and Uri myself. And that's exactly why I know the date and age of these pictures, because I remember where they were.
Yeah, I have trouble finding the skull usually because I see faces so easy.
It's usually,
right, that too.
It's easier to see when it goes over the top, when Atu and Atu's moon goes over the top of us, and then Uri starts heading over the top of us, and then you can look in between them. That's when you see the skull. Okay, like look, I'm not sure this is the skull. Where'd you get this picture from? I
do not remember. I really don't.
Okay, well, where it is with the light illumination, that's the site of Uri.
Maybe it's...
That would be the Tan asteroid. That would be the Salamander asteroid group right there. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do.
And the skull could be over here at the lower right hand. Mm-hmm. It's got to be between.
So these are asteroids, but yeah,
it has to be between Atu and Uri. It's not in front of Uri. It's between Atu and Uri. And it always is, and it rounds out into the light, and it's just the most awesome thing you've ever. I mean, you almost just shit your pants. I mean, it was, oh my God, look at that! It's freaking real. And then, like 4 years later, NASA announced it, and they put out that picture. Meanwhile, we've been talking about it generally as topic, because only when we prove stuff and we have eyewitness accounts, and we had a lot of them right after I saw the damn thing by eye as well, which also corroborated it. And I was able to say, yes, this damn thing is real. And that's why we also know it's an asteroid, not, some carving or some ship or some phantom out there trying to scare us. Now, if you want to talk about phantoms, then you do look into the object cluster group and that of onset of Uri. And there's a whole lot of shit in there that really freaks a lot of people out. And that's a very good study topic. And I hope somebody starts filming inside that. Mm-hmm. There are a couple of guys that still do. And they send me the stuff all the time, and I don't post that. I don't share that. I've got a few put away, but they're harder to find because it's so small. And now I'm sure it's going to be huge. And what we could see underneath the bottom and in that side cloud of Uri is probably highly phenomenal. And I think a lot of that has to do with the Salamander asteroids and object cluster group being this wormwood thing. And there's more to that, and that goes into the metaphysical, spiritual stuff, and I try to avoid that because it's not provable science. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have to get another Coke. I'm out.
Go ahead, Sam.
put something up, talk.
Go get.
I
I
can hear you
know. I
across the
am
house,
looking.
so-
I'm looking for something we haven't like
Yeah.
seen in a
Find something old
while.
and obscure.
Yeah, let's go dig deep.
Yeah.
But let's see. Trying to think of something we haven't covered in a little bit. Like we were talking earlier, it's pretty repetitive, but bear with me a second. I don't remember what this is. Let's just click on it and see. This is from Zane Berry, Oklahoma. He takes some awesome time lapse, him and Jesus both. See, I don't remember clouds like this to save my life prior, to these other planets. Even though they want me to question my memory, I definitely don't remember ripples like that. Yes, Andrea, I agree. That's one of my favorite things to go over. Time lapse. So I definitely have more.
Awesome shot. Atu's moon going
Did you
over.
see
That
that one?
was 2020, 2021, correct? When it was that close?
That sounds right. I mean, I
Yeah.
trust your. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know.
Hey, I trust your opinion too. I'm also
I
checking
know.
just in case you do know when you took them. What we're looking at here is, of course, the centralized
Whoops.
whatever.
Go back there.
I'm scrolling.
That's where we
Okay,
started.
so centralized illumination becomes Atu's moon. What do we got going on here? That almost looks like transition into oh boy.
Right. It's busy. Well, they just travel in little packs.
We were this is definitely Atu's moon. You can't argue with that, period.
That V shape.
Yeah, and then you can see the small micro clouds, and we know it reaches around Atu's moon.
It's maybe the same.
And I still miss 2020 because oh god, that was so awesome when Atu's moon would just sit over the top of us in one place, or move far slower. And you just watch it and you watch it, and then you get to see purple Atu creep through on the other side or in front of or over the top of, and the sky was just absolutely unbelievable. People, I don't think, attribute the awesome show that is going on outside right now. And if you do have the opportunity to spend a little time sky watching, oh my God, don't miss it now. Because, up in Montana, we don't, when we got weather in, we don't get to see it. And there's so many events that are just going on every darn day. Once you figure out, hi, guy, I just tuned in, Jerry's.
That's
awesome.
Jerry. Jerry's
Jerry.
here. Hi, Jerry.
And there's so much going on now, and I have to remind everybody that at sea level you do have a harder time looking through the pollution and all of that and the thicker air, because I mean you're looking through far more air than I am up here in Montana, which is partially what made it easier for me to see. Hey, look at that, Christ, there's a planet. And also remember to horizontally check your cloud system and learn about the layer densities. There's a good study topic, is learning the different layers of our atmosphere, what our atmosphere, and cumulus nimbus clouds, which are the big puffy ones that look like cotton balls and all of that. Cumulus meaning gathered, nimbus and has to do with water saturation and collections. It collects, that's the rain clouds that come in off the Pacific Ocean and all of that.
Yeah.
Those reach up to the height of about 30 to 32,000 to 35, in a supercell maybe 40,000. That's mostly the top of our weather. So these puffy clouds at the bottom here are our normal weather. But everything way, way up there that's spiraling and twisting and turning in a rotational movement is the bottom of other planets. And I know it's impossible to believe how damn close they are, but they are. And we watched them get this stage from when they were way, way smaller. And all you have to do is go back into the 2000 Uri capture, for example. At one point in time, she looked like if you held a beach ball out in front of your arm, at arm's length, you saw this planet with stripes. And that's how we know what Uri looks like, because we've seen her for so long that we've seen her stripe pattern and know her just like we know Jupiter. So, Jupiter has its distinctive stripe pattern, and that has that weird eye. There has been fake information posted by other people that I did not write, even though they're trying to say I wrote, that has descriptions that I have never uttered, because we have always stuck to the scientific information and tried to stick with the fact that Nibiru was dark blue, Saru was green blue, less deep oceans. Uri is the striped planet. We know that Uri and at purple Atu are attached. They are both gas giants. We know that Nepesity and Isatum are smaller, and that planet Matim is the tiniest. We know that Matim is rarely seen because
I always forget about Matim.
Yeah, I do. I still do too. Poor little Matim, we forget about you. And we might even be
complex.
We could even be seeing Matim any time now, and then we'll stand here and kick ourselves in our own foot and go, God, I'm so stupid, I missed that. But from what I understand, I could be wrong. I do make mistakes. From what I understand, Matim orbits a tiny little bright blue planet with some really freaky land masses on it. And I don't have enough shots to actually call its geological makeup, but it's tiny, and it orbits, I believe, all the way around Saru and back to around and below Uri and back to Saru again. Okay, my turn. I've got to go cut pizza.
Okay, go take care of that.
Be right back. I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm checking to see who Facebook user is. So I'm going to look at the post so I can see who this is. And if you want to reveal yourself, if you went to streamyard.com/Facebook and click approve, then you can reveal your identity where it will show. But I just want to see who is. Bear with me. Oh, it's Jerry. Okay, Jerry. I see now. It shows me on Facebook. On StreamYard, not yet. So until you approve it. But I sent you a message back also on Messenger, just so you know. So message me when you can. And yeah. And it looks like Andrea is having success time. Is, you're not having any restrictions, it looks like. So that's positive. Because usually you couldn't make it on quite this long without getting in trouble. Huh. Yeah, it does. Look at that. That's when you can tell if there's multiple planets, involved, is when you see clouds going in different directions like this. Like our layer of atmosphere and their layer moving by, especially when they're going two different ways. Would be on my 6-hour one by now. Yeah. You mean for the show? 6 hours for the hour, heading that way. Almost. We might make it to 6 today. Still, our longest show to date was when Leandra first came on the show. And, oh, you didn't say your name, Jerry. Yeah, it's okay, Jerry. I know who you are now. So, and Katina says my name. Hi, Katina. Look at that. I love how it's just spinning. See how that right there above the sun? It's just like a wheel. I don't know.
The stable base cloud.
What is that? Is that what's happening there, Sam?
Well, that's a rolling stable base cloud underneath the body.
Uh-huh.
And that's showing you the effect of the push in of our upper atmosphere. And another example is that was like the face shield, the face plate of Isatum's yellow moon. This is probably Atu's moon from this space cloud.
Okay.
And where the
Yeah.
ion drop tail would come in, but we're looking at this. Wow, this is recent. How interesting. Yeah, and now it's moving over to the left, and we know that Atu's moon and Uri go over to the left usually, and so and then you could have a mix in there with Nepesity core cloud as well, because we know that Nepesity is behind. Woo! Wow, that was cool. Wonder what that
Yeah. I was
was.
like, oh, let's back it up a
That
little
is.
bit.
Did you see where that came from?
No, I'm gonna back it up. Let's watch it.
Yeah. Well, we have cited something a couple
Let's
weeks
see.
ago that I was still wondering about. That's 1123. Yeah, I was wondering about it about that same time because I saw it by eye, and I didn't know
There
what
it
the hell it
comes.
was. There was something because we usually know by the direction of the object and where the trail behind it is what it is. And a couple of
Mhm.
weeks ago, or about this time date, this is November 23rd, I saw something by eye while driving home from Walmart that I couldn't account for, and I stared at it for well over an hour. And it was an very large object with a very long tail, but it wasn't the yellow moon. And it was going in an opposite direction that we've never seen anything go in before, from a lower left-hand corner up to the middle right. And I went, or
Yeah.
excuse me, God, I could say that completely backwards. From the lower right-hand corner going into the middle left. And it went across, and I watched it for well over an hour, and it was beautiful and it was awesome. And I, of course, didn't get it. I should have actually ran out of gone into the house and got some paper and drawn the damn thing, because it was highly unusual, and I'd never seen anything do that in our
Mm.
thing. And then we just watched it fly across the screen here from the lower right-hand corner to the middle
Right.
headed left.
So what?
Actually, well,
What
it
do you
could be.
think that is?
It could be a body that we haven't identified that is on an even faster approach and bypass. I mean, we saw evidence of whatever the hell that would just shot past us while we're watching this time lapse.
Uh-huh.
It was big, wasn't it?
It was. Yes, it was.
So and I'm sure there's stuff that I mean, God, we could talk about the multi other asteroids that we haven't even cataloged yet.
And I mean, what about other planets? I mean, are there other planets that we just maybe don't know about?
I often ask that question.
Uh-huh.
There's other planets in our solar system that NASA doesn't talk about.
Yeah.
And that's part of why I have not added my equation math. There are far more positively charged bodies in our solar system equation and their solar system equation that aren't completely counted, because it has to do with the size of the bodies. Protons, neutrons, and electrons of the equation. So, and of course, the neutrons will be the negative charged bodies like asteroids. So these equations are, some I wrote in my favor. I have no reason to go into great detail about it, because that's not what brought us to the realization that, we had to have two stars. That was the whole concept, because I can't boil the solar system down to this specific equation, but it had a great deal with the soft metals group and the periodic chart and all of that. And to go any farther would probably lose people far worse, so I won't.
So initially you were just focusing on there being two stars and electrical universe. Is that right?
Well, no, the main thing had to do with me arguing with Einstein over the gravity well, and knowing that our solar system, the planets that we know of, were not in the right order for what Einstein was proposing. If it was gravity, the planets with greater mass, the heavier, bigger ones, would be closer to the star, wouldn't they? If you take a bowling ball and a golf ball or a ping pong ball and you roll them down, most likely, granted there's going to be a similarity in speed, but most likely that bowling ball is going to roll farther and faster because of its weight. And I could, and then they started talking, and this is what started me on the thinking process, where everybody talked about in the 70s, they talked about Planet X, because there was this jog aberration in the orbit of Neptune. Way out why we're in a global orbit seasonal, why we go through winter and summer, and whether it's summer instead of being stable. And that was the whole basis of the topic of conversation, extending all the way from Immanuel Velikov, and all of that, and all these other their theories, and Einstein and the gravity well and dark matter and all of this, and all of these guys trying to be important and blah blah blah. And I just knew there had to be more to it than that. And I never ever bought into gravity well. It just never fit with me. I was like, oh come on, I'm sorry. You have a planet that sits and it affects the layers of this time space continuum, not a planet, but you have the star that is putting a dent into the time space continuum, sitting in this thing that's pulling all the planets in it because it's on a dinner plate and they're all rolling inward, but yet there's this dark matter force that holds us in place. And that to me sounded like, Mickey Mouse and Santa Claus. I was like, what? And so because of that, I looked into, atomic structure, and that's because I wrote the paper in a chemistry class. And I figured that what works in the tabletop in chemistry, if I was to mix compounds and I was going to add this to create that, had to also exist out in space. And that's one set of rules. So how can we be different with this crazy ass gravity well shit? And it didn't fit. And then I wrote my paper saying that, atomically, the way our planets are and the masses and the way we've got the asteroid field or the Kuiper belt or whatever you want to go, all laid out the way they are, it made more sense that we had to have a secondary star and a secondary other solar system to balance this equation out, which would account for that jog in our orbit aberration behind Neptune, because we're attached to something else, which was the whole dawn premise of the Planet X rogue planet, ninth planet theory. That whole thing is connected all to that. And if you cross-reference back history and you go into Sumerian information and Egyptian tomes and the Bible, and they all talk about, in Greek lore, they all talk about second star, second solar system. And I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
And it's all connected.
That lines up with it too. Yeah.
And look at the carvings, and example of the big great column of Marduk, where he's yelling up at Marduk is one of the Nephilim or whatever, or a great king of depending on where you look him up. And he's shaking his fist at the two stars. Duh.
Right. So they show us all along, I guess.
And the top half of that carving, that it's a hieroglyphic, but it's a great pillar of Marduk. The top left half of that thing has been broken off. And that's where they chiseled in all the planets. And they broke that off because they didn't want that information out. And there's a lot of that stuff going on.
I was going to say, yeah, they definitely, it's like they reveal bits and pieces.
If you knew the gods were coming, would you revere your king?
Should you?
Would you?
Would I know? Would I? I don't know if I would or not, but should you or no?
Well, I don't believe in royalty. So I don't believe in royal bloodlines. Otherwise, I'd probably be a politician. I'm teasing.
So you think we're more just all the same?
Well, that of course boils down to many different theories and points of view. That generically, yes.
Okay.
Well, the easy answer would be yes. I don't believe. I mean, anybody that looks into who's running Europe right now, you're in for a nightmare. And the age of the families, and and who's got all the money and who doesn't. Right.
That's true. I was listening to a man last night explain how only 7% of all the world's wealth, all the world's money is split amongst the common people. The rest of the money is tied up with the ultra wealthy, the corporations. So it just leaves a small portion of money for all of us.
The Romanov family and all of that. And if everybody knew that England was directly blood related to the kings and queens of Holland and Germany and Poland and Russia and et cetera, and Sweden, and I mean, all of those guys were like family. All of the great rulers through time who have, the people that were questioning even for the spear of destiny and the one true cross and all of that crap is all going back to one centralized group of people that intermixed, interbred on purpose to keep, their bloodline in power. And it even goes back into the holy wars, and because a lot of the parts of the extra on and off holy wars on the side shit came for people trying to be the best person to capture the best religious artifacts. And then you could go all the way back to Constantine and his wife and Mrs. Emperor, or Mrs. Caesar, the wife of Constantine. I can't remember what her name was. She built the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and all of that. And they were all this big battle over trying to get religious artifacts pertaining to Jesus and everything. And there's been this nonstop battle over whoever has the greatest religious artifacts has control of the popehood. And that goes to the Spanish Inquisition, when all of a sudden the Pope moved from Rome and it was usurped by the Spanish guy. And I'm back and forth. And there's been all these religious wars over the centuries, all trying to maintain and gather artifacts and more money donations for the church.
Okay.
And these families and look at the Medicis. Oh my God! In Italy, they were vastly powerful, wealthy families, and they controlled everything, including the great masters, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, you name it. And it all forms and relates to history to this one group of families that believe they have a right to rule over everyone.
But maybe they were given that right. Maybe they are here to babysit everybody. You think? You think they were just chosen, or?
Well, the bloodline of England is really, unfortunately, sickly. The Tsar of Russia didn't do so good. Now there is a new king in Holland, hail to the king. And the queen, his mother passed, and he's now been made king. I don't remember his name, and it's new information to me, and he's been there for a while.
Yeah.
So my question is, he's of the Orange, they're the Orange Party or the faction of the royal family of Orange. And all of that. And it's all still going on. That's why Queen Elizabeth had that, room in the middle of the Tower of London there at a, vast empty cellars deep underground that are filled from wall to wall as far as the eye can see, with piles and piles and piles of gold. So, and we have those pictures too.
Right. As bars of gold, just like pallets and pallets of them. Yeah.
And I'm sure that they're all having to throw into the kitty here on that one too.
I was going to say, I just picture that being the collection for the next pickup, maybe the next, pickup.
Well, if they wish to remain in power, they're going to have to give it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it takes 5 minutes to land on planet Earth and tell the whole world that they're not as powerful as they think they are. Sorry, I'm trying to chew a piece of pizza here.
You're fine. Also, I don't want to forget, but Jerry messaged while you stepped away, and he is asking if you got.
Yes, and I have sent a Christmas card on the way back. Thank you very much. I was very shocked. Excuse me, still swallowing pizza. I was very shocked at your gift, and I absolutely appreciate it, and thank you very much.
That's nice. Okay. I just want to make sure you You knew that. And he messaged me also, and I told him to check his messages on Messenger. So, because
Well,
I did
I
respond.
actually mailed him a Christmas card, and I hope my translation of his address was adequate. So,
Yeah.
I get lost in that stuff that I don't, it's like I can see now why people from Europe have trouble mailing to us because they forget to put USA on the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in Europe and you still wish to mail me a credit card, where did that come from? Excuse me, a credit card? No, I take that back. That's not what I meant to say. Yeah, you can mail me a credit card too.
Just mail me a credit
A
card.
Christmas card. God, where did my
Yeah, send the
brain go?
bill. Send the bill somewhere else.
Hey, that
Yeah.
must be some sort of Freudian slip. Yeah, mail me, mail me €5 even, or whatever.
Yeah.
You can still write to that PO Box 625, Lolo, Montana, 59847, USA.
Yeah, we need to add the USA below that. Mhm.
Yeah, for foreign countries, and that
Yeah.
will add. If you put that at the bottom, then everybody could do that. And I like mail from Europe. Sometimes Jerry, if you're listening, that package took a very long time to get to me, and I was surprised. And I do believe it was maybe cameraed through customs, which we do expect things do go through customs. So I noticed a little minute hole in the packaging, as usual. All my mail, 90% of my mail is
Curious.
checked.
They're just painfully curious.
Yeah, we have not gotten a package within many years that was not tampered with to one point, and on a few occasions I was very surprised that they had gone without being vanished. So I was amazed. We've had some really nice people over the years who have helped out greatly, and I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing without their help. And I wish to thank every one of you and wish you all a very, very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I appreciate the years of help that you've given me, because that's the only reason I've got a computer that I'm standing here talking on right now, is because over the years I've had to buy 15 of them. And because I've been fried and hacked and zorched and you name it, and we've gone through computer after computer to get here. Which is why your support is still needed every month after month after month. We need your donations, and I hate to say that, but the PO box is good. Slip us a $5, buy us a cup of coffee, buy us a beer, whatever. $2 at a time will pile up. And we talked about this over and over again. If half or even hell a fifth of the people that we have on our friendship membership lists even sent us something, we wouldn't have to ask. We'd be helpfully set for a little while, rather than have to sit here and remind people to mail us $5 at a time, because actually so few people do donate, and not to disappoint or degrade those that do, but because I don't want to disappoint you that you're not of the majority rather than the minority, but so few people do send cards and letters like they used to, and I'm kind of surprised it's gone away, and it's like, what's going on? And so, and even if you can't do a lot, do a little. Hell, mail me a Christmas card without a donation. But if you mail me a Christmas card, put $1 in it, for God's sakes. Anything.
Yeah.
Remember when we were kids and Grandma gave you $5 in a Christmas card, and it was just the best thing ever.
When money falls out, you open it and money falls out. Yeah.
Best,
I remember that.
4 quarters in there, but it's going to cost you 50-cent stamp if you do that. But you know what I mean.
Yeah,
And
it's true.
it because we do. We work for this, and we do, and we spend hours. Christ, if we had $1 for every hour I put into this, I'd be a rich man.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It is true. Over the years and years, Cindy said she'll take a credit card too.
Yeah.
So if you're going to send one to Sam, send
make
one to
mine
Cindy
platinum,
too.
please. Yeah, right. I don't have any credit cards. I am not in debt. I got out of that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
But then back when I had lucrative management jobs, and I had different money, and now I don't. I'm a quote unquote retired the hard way. Thank you, college student who slapped me into a parked car in a tree. Yeah. Anyway,
Next topic.
Changed everything. Yeah, it changes everything.
That's why I ended up out here in Lolo. And I was no longer working out at the airport, which was cool. Only a few days a week, made enough money to get by, you know.
Right.
Look at that. Yeah, bubbly. You know, and most of this is sort of hungover, cloudy, foggy day. Some of this is our weather, but most of this above in the upper part is not. And all you have to do is just look at the different colors. Yeah, normal clouds with passing planets that are immersed in the middle of it. And okay, 23 November 16th. Nepesity.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yep.
It's my
Nepesity
favorite part right there.
Nepesity was going overhead at sunset at that time, and then you would have right after that, and if you look to the west, I think we're probably looking. Well, we are looking at west at the sunset. So Isatum Yellow Moon would be very high over us back then, the last month, which was surprisingly over the top of us. So we were more easily seeing Nepesity. Yes.
Here a minute ago, you were talking, and I wanted to see what you thought of.
I actually got a down screen here because I have not been reading the comment list, and I apologize.
It's okay.
Oh, I was busy looking at it in full screen here at 43 inches, and now I've clipped down to the normal studio screen, and I'm looking at it like a 20-inch picture, and then I've got the comments bar over on the side. Like I've told people, the computer experience on Facebook versus or other sites as well versus the tablet versus the phone is completely different. And I've experienced all three, and they're completely different experiences. I so much like my computer version of Facebook and other stuff compared to a tablet or a laptop. Yeah. Laptop is as close as you're going to get, but on a computer you can do more things at the same time, where you can't do that on a laptop. Because I can be running 15 screens at the same time if I want to here, and then clip on there and I check the weather and I can check another and I can check Facebook 1, 2, 3 all at the same time. All I have to do is click on my top bar and have them all open. While they're all happening at the same time, which you can't do on a tablet or a laptop, excuse me, nor a tablet.
I wanted to see this part again myself. I had a good time watching this. Hang on, here it comes. Just all these colors. I mean, that was not added. That's what it really looked like.
And notice the light wave that went past us, and it's
I'm like,
it's illumination on the bottom of the planets as they pass over us, because it's going to be sunset, and that angle of light has changed, and each one of these illuminations is the bottom of something. That's why it's shining up above us at sunset. That's probably the red asteroid illuminating that last frame there, because it was low on the horizon. It was shaped like the red asteroid.
Yeah. Go back one more time. And Carol Ann made a comment about there's also like store gift cards, that can be sent for stores in your area.
Yeah.
So
we don't have any. We don't have most of the stores. We have a Walmart. We have, Yeah. You could also send a Visa gift card or money order or personal check. That's really easy. I was talking to Daniel in Louisiana just yesterday. Hi, Daniel, and he was telling me he doesn't even write checks anymore, and they live off their debit cards. I guess they have auto pay. He has a cell phone, and I guess they probably have auto pay and all of that. And I still write checks and bail them out every month because I don't have any credit cards or I don't have a cell phone to do all of that stuff with. But haven't learned how to do all that stuff yet either, and because I'm still 62 and old school. I laugh at myself, and I have to have my daughters teach me how to do stuff from time to time. It's like, okay, I'm not getting this. Will you show me? Oh, Dad, it's so easy. I can't believe that. It's like, okay, little techie. Yeah, look at that green. Yeah, that onset is Attu's moon. And then right behind Attu's moon, we'll follow in green Nepesity with the 1, 2, 3 count. And and the rings and the wave of necessity right there.
Yeah.
And that's the inner core. Like you see the illumination inside the core up at the bottom of necessity. And then that second, you'll see a second strong wave, rolling right wave wall as it goes over, and you'll see, if you were to turn your head to the left, you'd count the 1, 2, 3 rings on the back of what's coming. And this is, of course, where the rain bomb happens, underneath the bottom of necessity. Because she's always dropping water because she's so small. And she quickly rotates, and her spiral rotation has a tendency to suck up more of our atmosphere. And then that moist atmosphere goes up to the top there and hits the cold air above us and drops back down to rain.
So that rain comes from, it's water from Earth, or is it water from necessity?
Yeah, it's most likely water from our atmosphere, and there's the possibility also that, space water does exist. We know that space water is caused through lightning, through gases in space, and then the electricity knocks the hydrogen and the oxygen molecules together, but only when the oxygen is taken from the Earth's atmosphere or combining therein breakdown of other chemicals in order to create oxygen, because there are combinations in chemistry in which all these different things can interpose and intermix. And then, of course, when it hits our atmosphere, and then it gathers the oxygen and the hydrogen, which is heavily available in space, is tons of hydrogen gases. And when the oxygen and the hydrogen hit, then boom, you're creating space water, which is how planet Earth got covered in a huge portion of water in the first place, is from interaction and reaction with bodies outside of us. A lot of people, a lot of really early scientists go, yeah, we got water in from asteroids. Well, must have been a lot of asteroids, buddy. Yeah, there is space water from the passing planets, and we've seen evidence of that in the rain bombs. Unbelievable amounts of water. And I imagine most of that is our atmosphere, but some of it could actually be space water. Even Suspicious Observer talks about space water.
I was going to say, that's
you can. That's a topic you can go look up from him. It's probably very look upable. You probably put Suspicious Observer space water, and you probably get a really, really awesome science lesson.
I have to remember that. Space water.
Yeah, he does really, really good work, but unfortunately, most of what he does is based off of the old sciences, and what he does is good. He's very smart, very, very good. And then we talked briefly in the early days, and then once he got all of a sudden started having to pay for everything and got sponsored, all of a sudden I wasn't talking to him anymore, and so off he went, and then I believe he believed in Nibiru up to a point and walked away from it for financial, logical reasons.
Yeah, I remember him leaving or making a video saying that Nibiru was not real, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, and the moment he did that, I stopped watching him every day.
Yeah.
Because I watched him every day.
It's funny how some people can just one day wake up and decide, things that they believe in, they all of a sudden don't believe it,
Well, I think he was on board at first. I really do. And Daniel in Louisiana was telling me that he still watches Planet X News. And I went, what? And it's like, and you give that guy views, and he says, well, I like what he does. I like the stuff that he posts, but not who he is. And he says, yeah, the guy's a jerk. And I went, okay, And on one hand, great, maybe you're pulling some information off of that he might actually be doing real science by now. Let's hope to God maybe he did learn some science. Let's hope me bitching about him made him actually grow. After they, spent the time trying to down our friends and myself for many, many years. Go ahead.
One of the people in the Money Boys.
That's one of the Money Boys, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff, Scott, and Steve.
And
they're, I guess from what I hear on the fringes, all three of them are still running around. I don't know if they're, making any money, and I hope they're not. Only because I'm irritated at what they did to the people by what they were doing. I hope that their science has grown, and I hope that they're actually providing something of value. But I was none too pleased that, that's why we call them the money boys, because that's all they were doing.
Yeah.
They were posting, and they were making use of a genre that other people have worked for, and they were writing the coattails for free.
I know what you're saying. I mean, unfortunately it's like that with a lot of channels out there.
Well, those guys saw the
Sharing
hype
wrong
start.
information.
They saw the beginning of it start in 2011, 2012, and they jumped on the bandwagon, and then just started. They didn't, they were promoting stuff that, I got this here, I got this here. They had no idea what they were talking about. And isn't this cool? Isn't this cool? Praise Jesus, send me $1. And everybody did. It was spooky. Meanwhile, I'm standing here going, hey, Nibiru's right there, man. And nobody, nobody believed me. And I mean, I watched it, over and over. Hello, green asteroid and blue asteroid. Yeah, I see you right in front of Nibiru. That's what we're looking at. That's the green asteroid.
Asteroids.
And they're there, and we talk about them. And do we go mainstream? No.
Like most people, though, when they see that, they think those are planets. They don't understand.
Yeah,
they don't
well,
know.
that's what everybody would expect. And now one of, depending on if there are, some of our planets are that big. But that green one is obviously the green asteroid. And we know that the blue asteroid, that could be the moon for all I know.
Yeah.
But it does kind of look like the blue asteroid to me. And only if I had the background information of where this TikTok was taken. That's about approximate correct positioning and size, everything compared to
Florida. I'm not sure on the time at this moment.
Well, that is probably the moon, isn't it? Being that it's after dark. Yeah. And this is where the planets are, those other planets we were talking about, the normal planets. And of course, notice they're white, not green. Anyway, it all changes, and it's all been documented. And we're not always perfectly accurate, but we are 90, 95, 98% accurate because we've documented it over and over and over. Here in the States.
That's what I was saying. Yeah. Oh, hey, Michelle. She says, yay, y'all are still on.
Yeah, we don't know when to shut up. I'm terribly sorry.
I know.
I walked.
I know. A couple of nights ago, we were up till like 6 a.m.
Yeah, I walked
chatting
to the
on
kitchen.
Messenger.
I walked to the kitchen a few minutes ago going, God, how long have I been sitting in that chair? Because my legs didn't want to work anymore. And it's only when you get up out of the chair do you realize, hey, I've been sitting here for 5 hours and 45 minutes.
10 years. Yeah.
And it feels like 2. It feels like because you're just talking. I don't know how many times Rebecca and I have talked on the phone. Oh, I called you for 5 minutes, and then 8 hours, 6 hours later, we hang up.
Yeah, it's true. It is, but
so we do this anyway, whether you guys are listening or not. We talk on the phone and just talk. And I do that. It's like I'll talk to Daniel in Louisiana for hours, and this time we only had like an hour-long conversation because Shiloh kept poking her head out wanting dinner, so I had to get off the phone. But yeah, it's very easy to talk forever about this shit, just trying to catch everybody up on what we've been watching and comparing notes. And that's why Jesus gets into it as much as he does. And
well, it's because there's nobody else to talk to it about very much.
Yeah.
I mean, we just have each other mostly. My family hears about it all the time.
It's on YouTube, I mean, and it happened, published in 2012 or 2016 or 2018, and it's absolutely inaccurate Nibiru information. And I just, I watch a few of them, and I'll watch the first 5 minutes, and by then I'll be shaking my head so bad I go, I can't watch anymore. This is stupid. And I really wish that our information would have gotten a stronger leap out of the gate, but we'll see. Here we go. And where's the base? Where is the base of information? How long does it take? When Jesus was the other day posting, how long does it take for you to see the passing planets again? which still to this day amazes me.
Yeah.
Because I mean, literally a decade ago, I was sitting out in my yard staring at the coolest sight, huge, massive Nibiru, watching Nana and Amel Saru concentrically orbit each other, and I'm pointing it out to my couple hundred or 1,000 or 2,000 members or whatever it was at that time, trying to express this to people. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that just don't see them, and it's like, wow, and I don't know if it's
They
because
don't.
they're too busy or whatever to actually spend any
Yeah.
time out there. Or I think a lot of it has to do with, I think a huge part of it is everybody expects to see small little planets. And when now they're
That too.
massive.
Yes.
And,
Either they
it's
don't see it
perfect.
because they don't even know they're there,
It's
first
the
of all.
perfect cover. They're so in our faces and so massive. Of course you don't see them. I mean, your mind can't grab that. That is that damn close to us and that big in our sky. And had I not watched them from small to big to this day, I wouldn't believe it myself. I go, no, man, we'd be dead. No, God, how many times do you say? I've had that typed to me, 10,000. We'd
I
be
know.
dead if those
If I had a
planets were
nickel
here.
for every time. Yeah.
Yeah, if I had a
I
nickel
know.
for every time I had somebody
That's
send
what I
that to me.
said.
If your theory, I always love it when they throw theory.
I've had that too.
Excuse
Yes.
me, this isn't theory anymore. This is proven fact. If your theory was correct, we'd be dead. I'm like, okay, where do I start with you? And I try to be fair. I try to be, as kind and polite as I can to be with people. But oh my God, when you slap me and with, complete unknowing after a decade plus,
I'll be like, are you not familiar with my drawings and the thousands of comparisons that prove I've drawn things in advance? That's
and then
pretty
and then I hand
significant.
people your work. I said, well, go to this site. I'm always sending
Yeah.
people to your YouTube.
Cool.
Because
Right.
you've got such a plethora. And then I send them to the Radio Wasteland shows, and then I send them to the I occasionally mention Fight for Our Freedom Radio because there's some shows on there. And she was, of course, always dragging me completely off my comfort zone and talking about shit that I didn't even want to talk about. And we actually did prelims of the show and said, well, we'll talk about this topic. And 5 minutes out of the gate, we weren't even on the page anymore. I was like, okay. And then she'd want to talk long like we do too. And she had a good show, but she was running into some local trouble. But anyway,
Is she still doing shows?
I have not seen her since my last show. I think she was hooking up with Bobby Allen and all those guys for a long time. And I don't think frankly she saw the planets either. So she went off into her conspiracy world. And there are people, and that her show was completely addicted to the conspiracy world, and that's all she wanted to talk about. And I half the time had to keep, correcting away from QAnon information and all of that, and then she'd just bail right back in there, and I'd go, I thought we walked away from that, and I'm not going to sit here and talk about deep underground military bases and what you think is happening and what's happening now, and they're bringing up orphans and all. It's like wading through that, and I finally couldn't do any more shows with her.
Yeah,
and
it's just
fortunately,
on different pages.
I didn't have to tell her because she sort of faded out and stopped. Maybe she lost interest in me as a guest, or her life got complicated and she stopped doing shows. I don't know.
Right.
But, more power to her.
I've
She's
only
still
heard,
doing it.
I think 1 or 2 interviews with her and you. Just a couple. I didn't know there was very many.
Yeah, well, there was a handful, like 4 or 5. I don't remember exactly how many shows we did, but we did that one right after things changed, and I wasn't able to go to show more and all of that. So I went to my next avenue where somebody was willing to do more than one show, and so I ran with it. And I don't feel comfortable going off topic too often. And of course, in our podcast, then I can do a little of that because we have a little control. And then there's no host that's going to, run completely off topic and or become judgmental or demeaning, because I went through that before as well, where the host starts cutting you down with these little innuendos and, second truth and statements and stuff,
That's
and then
uncomfortable.
over editing from certain people where they edited the crap out of the show that you just gave, and then they only give the points so that make them look good. I've seen that before too. So
That's sad. They bring a guest
I
on the
know,
show to, make them look
you give
bad.
them 4 hours of your time and you end up in a 15-minute show. I was like,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I've been on
And
two.
none of these are.
No, I was just gonna say I've been on two shows. Like I've been interviewed a couple of times,
Yeah,
but
it's not like we're paid guests either. We're not getting paid for our
no.
time. And
Yeah.
I figured out that Radio Wasteland went away because I asked them to send me a coffee cup.
What?
Yeah,
What?
on our last show, he broke it into 2 parts, and part B
Yeah.
at the end of the show that no one has ever heard because he was just about to post part B or part 2, and he never did. And that's when that last show we were waiting. My last show with them was part 1, and then we did this really, really long show, and he broke it into 2 shows. And so he was going to post part 2, but in part 2, at the end of the show, I said, "Hey, my God, I'm such a good guest, and I am your number 1 most viewed guest. You guys should start paying me. Hell, send me a coffee cup, a Radio Wasteland coffee cup. I think I earned it."
Right.
And that was how we ended the show. And
That's how it
never
ended.
aired. And the guy's blackmailing me for a coffee cup. We are not going to have him back. We're just going to vanish. I'm only kidding.
No, but I was just checking it, and yes, you are. It's your video is their last video, and that was shared 11 months ago.
Yeah,
So
it's a good show. Everybody should watch it. Go through a whole series. There's 86 videos there, maybe 87. And there's a whole bunch of other side ones other people have slapped together that literally YouTube is attaching. There's lots of stuff, and there's shows about me and stuff other people have posted that they've taken off of. And then there's some fake info out there too that you got to be careful and be ready for the possibility that some of that stuff out there I may not be responsible for unless you actually hear me talking. And you'll know my voice, of course. But there's some printed stuff that has been manipulated and is now starting to circulate again. So be aware of that. Don't always read it. Don't always believe everything you read unless you know it's me. And you'll know it's me because I'm always posting music along with it. There's a hint. I don't think a lot of people would do that. I'm always slapping music up as a metaphor. Because music speaks in volumes with intent and feeling and etc. It can also set in some really good memories that attach into a nostalgic thing. And you have if you hear a song and then while you were studying Nibiru 12 years ago and you hear that song again, all of a sudden you go, God, I got that feeling again. I'm right back there when I first found out about Nibiru or whatever. And that's what I do, why I do it.
Kind of like travels through time in a way,
it attaches more information to set the information of what you're studying, and I hear songs now that back when I was even working in town, when the kids were really big, about to even be, when before Nova was born, I was working, and I hear those songs now, and I'm automatically back at that job, while I was, cleaning, doing this, doing that, whatever at that job. And I hear that song now, and I remember, this is right before Nova was born, that kind of thing. And there's always this nostalgia that links you to an extra memory that, helps you remember all sorts of stuff that you easily and mercifully forgotten in some cases.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that too. Like, takes you back to a certain year or a certain event, something, certain summer.
Yeah, I hope that we hear from Chauncey for part 2. That would, I hope he's well enough, because we've heard rumors that he was not healthy, that he'd fallen ill or something. And that's why, because the last thing I spoke to him, he was telling me he was going to post it that weekend, or which, I should see it by Monday. And it was a Saturday, and I never heard from him again. And they took a whole bunch of time to post our shows, and they usually played them airtime live on AM radio stations in Oregon. And I think they had don't quote me on this, but I believe they also did an East Coast broadcast or something. So let's hope that information got out there. Let's hope that we're far more listened to than I know.
That makes me wonder how they got on radio like that. How do you get your foot in the door?
Well, they put, a conspiracy theory channel. They were, if you look at their playlist, not
Yeah.
just my playlist, they were doing uh, um, Bigfoot. They were doing space conspiracies. They were doing all kinds of topics,
Uh-huh.
and they even invited a couple of guests that I would not stand in the same room with, but and I was a little annoyed by that, but I have no control over them, so.
Yeah.
It was a passing annoyance. I just let it go right away. But and I'm glad that they did on one hand, because then they were informing the opposition of the base, which is okay, and you should always check both sides of the story. So they had all kinds of topics, and they did a lot of shows, but they did not have a lot of views. We're beating their views on most of their shows already, and they were a full incorporated company. They had a production team. They had a sound booth, and they had a studio with microphones and rolling chairs and headphones and shit that we don't have, which we'd like to have. If we had a couple million subscribers, we could actually centrally locate and do far better shows with a production team and some people that know how to roll the camera, roll that beautiful bean footage, and we could do far more. But I'm sure over time we're going to get better at this. Not that I want to talk that much, because it seems daunting. I'm going to be talking for the next 10 years. No,
Right. They're here. They're here. They're here. They're still here.
They're leaving. They're gone.
Bye.
Did you hear about them?
time.
We did. Oh, I don't believe you. And
Yeah.
that's coming. I'm sure. I'm sure people are going to tell me for the next 20 years, I don't believe you.
Oh. It's daunting. You're right. You said it's just exhausting.
And then I get to that point where I'm just about ready to crack, and then I remember all that we've done, and was like, we couldn't have done this if it wasn't real. And that reminds me, it's like, oh shit, but this is real. Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm tired of this, but this is real, and I have to keep going because it's happening, and I can't let go of that, and I need to know. And I'm not gonna say, well, I watched it for 3/4 of the time, and then I just went to watch football, whatever. And I can't let it go. I have to see it to the conclusion.
So Andrea has a question for you. She says, what happens if two planets have opposite poles? Will they stick together? I know some repel.
They repel.
Uh-huh.
They repel.
They repel.
Like the
Same
two Scotty
polarity.
Dogs. Yeah. They push each other away. It's like two magnets.
Okay.
Just go by two little standard magnets.
Okay. What about opposite poles?
Well, they spin each other around. One will push, and one will attract, and it'll go stork and stick together. But if you got a centralized star that is your magnetic base, the main magnet, and you're an offshoot proton, neutron, or electron of that chemistry equation, then that adds a whole different dynamic. You're an offshoot arm that has like a static charged electrical finger. Instead of your whole body repelling or attracting, you're only repelling with your fingertip. And the planets are like the arms and legs of the star. The star is the big magnet. And when you have two stars born together, they're opposing because they're diametrically opposed in the same rotation, and their polarities are opposite. Otherwise, they wouldn't be attached in a circle, attached to the electron cluster, etc. Which I don't think science fully takes into account yet. And the electric universe and electron clusters and gas giants and all of that, on deck suns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I hope I answered that.
Do you see like more of a dent being made regarding electric universe? Do you see more people?
Oh yeah, the science behind that is they're finally catching up. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that's been running my Thunderbolts project. I could say it 1,000 times, and they're not the only ones out there. A lot of people in India are doing some really wonderful work, and I do look into that. I don't have a lot of patience with your standard scientific fare. A lot of times they'll disagree with it because, unfortunately, in some cases, not all, in some cases, I am smarter and I see through it and around it and go, no, why? And then you ask, and then you find that, I was highly interested in the Higgs boson particles and all of that, and I've been highly paying attention to their issues at the Hadron Collider and smiling. And I watched this genius child talk about the Hadron Collider, and oh boy, him and I are very, very close in opinion. And I look into a lot of stuff, and I watch as much science as I can tolerate from opinion. And then, of course, I've got the former insider point of view, where you have somebody who's not an insider or is a newbie. Then you have a tendency to probably belittle some of them and respect other parts. I mean, it's both sides of the coin, of course. So I take into account what I can, and when I think they're correct, boy, by God, I'll pat them on the back. But if they're coming off standard fare bullshit, then I'll go, okay, yeah, that's good human information.
Uh-oh. Right.
And we see all of that all the time. An example is Titan, or Tiamat. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say Titan. Tiamat, and Tiamat and Titan are also similar in points of view. That again is a theory and all of this, and there's different theories out there. And the funky thing is 90% of them can't prove it at all, and yet some people are published and accredited and acclaimed, and Nobel Prize winning and all of that. And
just for the idea.
Yeah, I'll take mine anytime now. And yeah, that's arrogant as hell for me to say, but I mean, I deserved that in 1980. I did equations Einstein couldn't complete, and that's why they came to talk to me. And I was shoved under the rug, not accredited.
Yeah, you're definitely being overlooked on purpose.
Oh no, I'm being absolutely canvas covered,
like swept under the rug.
Corner, nobody find out about you.
Right.
And that's why I was slapped with a very large threat and the 30-year non-disclosure agreement. And like I said, when I first started doing this, even after the 30 years had gone by, I was sweating bullets just typing on the computer. I mean, absolute armpit sweat, just forehead sweat, because I suffered so long of not
nervous.
Yeah.
Tension.
Oh, it was insane. And not only that, I was actually sticking my nerds on the chopping block, A, and then B at the same time. I never wanted to mislead anyone ever. That was so important to me. Oh my God, I don't want to be talking out my ass, and I just, that was really important to me. I didn't want to make a fool out of myself and say this, that, and the other thing. And that's when the money boys started in on me, because I'm trying my best trying to get this information out. And then they were one of the first major trolls when people are publicly downing me on video, and those videos are hitting YouTube. I was a little upset about, I've been attacked by a number of people. And then there were some people that were following me that spun against me and wrote up some really nasty shit that still comes back to haunt me every once in a while. And that has to do with people calling me a meth head. I had to look up what the hell that was. I didn't know. I mean, shit, at that time when all of that was coming out, I didn't drink alcohol, didn't do any of that shit. I didn't take aspirin. And these people are calling me a meth head, I was like, excuse me, what, I knew
they
what
called that
was.
To Gillian too.
I knew what methamphetamine was way back in the 70s, but this new product that they were cooking on people's home stove made out of ephedrine from Sudafed, I didn't have any knowledge of it other than that. And and it's now in everywhere in all the states, but back then even we didn't have, we had it on the eastern side of the state. There was of course a meth issue going on, and that finally got here, but I didn't even know what it was, so And then these people say this shit about me, and then every 3 or 4 or 5 years, all of a sudden somebody's accusing me of that shit again. It's like, oh God, here we go again. And the whole time, all I've ever tried to do is to, share the information that we worked hard to collect for everybody, and we never charged any money, and we didn't ask for subscription fees and religious donations or any of that shit. And this is where the Money Boys and other people have done. They jumped off the bandwagon of this information and then used it as a free money source doc station that they just collected on while we're doing the work. And that was where my irritation came in.
I did see a video Andy sent me last week, and it was Pastor Paul Begley.
Yeah, I knew you were
it was
going
about about there being a binary sun, which was, it was interesting that they were covering that, but it was connected to the Planet X.
Yeah, of
idea.
course. Well, of
yeah.
course, because that's that is the truth of it. And even if you're off the mark, you're still gonna wind in the bucket after a couple of spins around the edge. But and this is why all of this stuff fits so well, and why everybody, once they actually do see the planets for themselves and start processing this information. And like even Michelle Mountain said on her show a couple of weeks ago, I listened to all this stuff from everybody else out there, and then I listened to you, and it all just fit. Jesus said the same thing. He went down numerous rabbit holes, and nothing worked. He wasn't comfortable with it. And then we met him, and he met us through James and all this, and then he started following me, and then all of a sudden he learned, and then he went. It just fit. And that, because we did take the time to collect the correct information instead of diving off the diving board into the pool of disinformation,
Yeah. Let's see. Teleporter mission.
Yeah, just reading that.
Question for you. It's the second time I've seen it come up.
The school that I had turned the paper into was approached. It was believe me, it was a terrible report from a 17-year-old male student who didn't want to be in school because I'd already gotten bored with it many years prior. And I did equations on the chalkboard that Dr. Bartlett copied down feverishly with a pencil on a clipboard, and I remember this day watching him sweat. And they turned that in, and all of that material was confiscated by the U.S. government. So I was doing surface circumference of a circle and all of this equations. I've got a couple, sitting in front of me here on the wall, but it's just how to do things in figuring equations I don't even bother to do anymore because my mind has gone on to that into the more theoretical world. I'm more of a theoretical scientist rather than an actual physical equation scientist. I literally haven't touched it in 40 years and I barely remember any of it. I could re-educate myself quickly, I imagine. But no, the publications were not available, and what was available, I would imagine, is probably stored in the classified documents section at the Harvard University, which is where a lot of classified documents go.
I was going to say, I know people who have tried to get a copy and they were quickly told no.
Yeah. We do know people that did. They had filed the frequent, and what was surprising was how fast they were declined.
Yes.
And that's what they were noting, that normally the answer for such a records request from Public Information Act is usually they said it was something like 20 days to get an answer. And a couple of people have said that they got answered within 2 days. So, and they went, no.
No.
Yeah. So, so I gave you a hint. I mean, you'd have to have clearance to get into the Harvard, but I believe that at Harvard Library in the classified documents section is where most of that really juicy stuff ends up. So, and I had heard through the grapevine from one scientist talking on a show to another scientist where they had talked about my paper. And because I knew it was my paper because of the dates that they were talking about, because it took them 3 years to basically probably even believe me, let alone look into it. I can't honestly say that with 100% assurity, but it sort of seems like that kind of what happened. And because in 1983, all of a sudden they started out looking and doing all of this stuff, which was 3 years later after I had involvement with them. So I'm assuming that it took them 3 years to figure out what the hell I was talking about, if they even understand it to this day. And they have my equation, and I went through a couple of equations of Einstein's, and my professor, an adjoining professor as well, copied the shit information down off the chalkboard and turned it in, which is why I got approached about 3 months later. I don't have it. It could have been sooner, it could have been longer. I don't remember exactly. But after I did equations that Einstein couldn't finish, well, then all of a sudden I come home from school and my parents are sitting there with two guys in black suits, and one hands a card out that says FBI so and so from FBI, and the other guy is so and so from NSA. And they're handing me this other business card, and this gentleman would like to see you for a job tomorrow at such and such a hotel, they asked me to go meet them at the fanciest hotel in town, the most expensive. And I met for the appointment, and in order, prior to even getting the information about the job I was being offered, I had to sign a 30-year non-disclosure agreement on the spot. And let's just say the rest of that meeting and then a few other subsequent meetings didn't go as well as I would have liked, and nor as well as they would have liked. Because, and it boils down to, I always believed everybody should have the right to know this. And I didn't see the fact that most people aren't ready for it. And the government did tell me that no one will ever believe you, and, et cetera. And there's more to that conversation even as well. And I
would
go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it would be a real pandemonium situation if enough people found this out just out of the blue one day. I don't think it would go over well.
You'd see, 20 or 30 different opinions and reactions from, this group of people or that group of people, or, Joe Citizen, man on the street, whatever, Sally on the street, whatever, a Sheila down in Australia, whatever. Yeah, and some people are ready for it. Some people are not. Some people, it's going to affect people no matter what. And they're trying to probably do it. There's a lot more mitigation probably than secrecy. I think it's inevitability, and yet they don't want the whole story out because they've got their little hidey nesty place that they can hide because, the Pentagon hasn't been able to balance its books for how many years now, and money issues with that. And that's where why they can't, because there's secret operations that the rest of the world is not allowed to find out about, and why. So, and that boils all the way back to 9/11 as well. And I don't want to get too much in that.
Secrets.
But yeah, there's secrets upon stacked, and it's been part of the greatest secret of all times, and that's the Nibiru group. The fact that we have 2 stars and there's other people on those planets. And that's the biggest secret that's been hidden all the way going back generations. Because the people in power wanted to stay in power, and they didn't want you to know a God was coming when they want you to serve the king instead. And so, there's a big, huge, long, and they don't want the break of, Rome did not want to lose its power either.
Like, do they serve that God?
Well,
is it their God?
If you're high enough in any of these factions, and you have a great deal of the commodity that they're here to pick up, then you're going to be contacted one way or another through either a human faction who will either steal, plead, or beg, or bargain to get those commodities that we have to hand over, which is why the show of force is orbiting Earth right now. So there's beyond a doubt that they have way more power than we do, and by God, we better listen. And that's why the commodity exchange will occur and is occurring. And so if they wish to retain power, they will quietly do as told. And if they don't, then all they have to do is land a big ass craft on the middle of, a baseball game at New York Mets or any major. If they were to come land a craft in the middle of the Super Bowl, then their power would immediately change. And they don't want that. And that's why our governments are mostly trying to remain calm and keep people safe and yet also retain power.
They don't want to lose their cushy gig.
Right.
Sounds like.
I'm going to pay for that second mortgage and my vacation property and that new boat. And I still got to send my kids to college. And, unfortunately, all that shit is outweighing honorability, which is why I didn't take the money, why I didn't calmly shut up and think, oh, I'm really cool. I'm going to get this awesome job. That's why I turned it down. I couldn't take the money to lie to people. Right. Hello, faceplate of Isatum Yellow Moon.
Oh, is that what that is? Yes. Okay.
Illuminated faceplate, the shield.
I was just going to say, Teleporter mentioned that they are waiting. They're in the process to be put on as a lecturer over at Harvard for the folklore and mythology in next July.
Cool.
So cool. I know that's quite a yeah.
Okay, book me in for a lecture, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God, could you imagine? Yeah, I'm going to speak at Harvard.
You're going to Harvard. Oh my goodness, you deserve it. You should.
I was sitting here thinking that Comic-Con was a little lofty.
Yeah.
Oh well, and I'd be the moment I step on stage, I'd be sticking my head in the guillotine. And yet I used to give public talks, and I did talk to a limited number of people. I had people fly in, into Missoula airport and actually come to actual lectures where they were months ahead planned. And unfortunately, I tried to keep it quiet, but there were some people that leaked it, and they were just trying to broadcast to everybody, oh, I'm cool, I'm going here, And then other members of the government also attended. So after we started noticing that was going on, I stopped talking. Because I still don't, there's a fine line between me saying too much and me saying not enough. And I didn't want to get, my kids were very young at the time still, just coming out of diapers and all of that, and 7, 8, and 9. And so I kind of looked at that and went, oh, I'm not really making any money out of this. And it was actually costing me money for equipment and rentals and all of this stuff so I could put on a good show. One that everybody seated in the back could see and hear, that kind of thing, audio equipment and visual equipment and the room and, getting all of this together. And I did quite a few public talks, and I used to talk in parks. I had people meet me in parks, and we had, 10 or 20 or 30 locals that came together. Met some really wonderful people during that. And one time when I broke my foot, those wonderful people also brought me food. Because when my kids were little, I broke my foot doing laundry, believe it or not. I had cleaned and vacuumed the carpet, and I'd moved the couch. But I had moved the couch back about 6 inches from where it used to be. Yeah. And I'm walking around the corner with a big old laundry basket and full of towels, this mountain, and I can't see in front of me. And I'm walking where I assumed the couch was. And I kicked the couch with my left foot, and I broke 3 toes and then a main bone in the middle of my foot, right in the nerve center on the left foot. And I still feel it to this day. And I did an entire somersault in the air with the laundry and all included. I mean, an absolute somersault laying flat on my back on the other side of the couch.
Oh, no.
And then had to go to the hospital. And my sister came to haul me to the hospital, me and the little kids and the, car seats and all that, where we're rushing off to the hospital. And I was not allowed to walk on that foot for 3 months. And my sister dropped me off after the hospital, and I had no way to go anywhere because my car had a clutch, and you had to push that clutch in with that left foot. And I could not, for the life of me, I tried to do it with my heel, and I couldn't. It was so painful, and I wasn't even allowed to stand on it. So I literally, I didn't have any help or babysitters or anything, with the exception of these nice ladies that would occasionally, every like week and a half, they'd bring me groceries, and I tried to pay for them, and they wouldn't let me because they were all wealthy. and they were, very kind, wonderful people. And they brought us some really cool stuff. I mean, it's like, here, have some mangoes. It's not like I could buy mangoes, and we got, and this cool stuff that they bought that, they thought was normal that we couldn't even afford. And so,
Yeah.
I spent 3 months
That's
crawling on
nice.
my hands and knees, sliding across the floor to take care of these kids. Because I could not stand on that foot for the life of me. I couldn't.
How old were they back then?
God, I don't even remember. But I mean, they were just past
Little.
Yeah, they were
Yeah,
little, and
gosh.
still little kids,
Busy.
and, 5, 6, 7 years old, and me still having to chase Nova down to deal with her hair, and because we went through issues with Nova combing her hair for a while. And Shiloh was just an awesome treasure, and she was always smiling and happy, and she played tricks on you, and it was really cool. And then they'd run around in circles around the house, but I had 2 little athletes for children. It was amazing. It was also noisy.
I think all children are noisy. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, they ran circles and they wouldn't quit. They just kept running and running and running and running and running all day, every day.
Yeah.
Cool. Because they could, they ran through my bedroom, out into the living room, around into the dining room, into the kitchen, and then back into the back bathroom, and then out through to my back bathroom, through the hallway, into my bedroom, and back out again. And then Nova just would run and run and run. And then when Shiloh got old enough she could do that, she followed suit. But Nova was a serious runner. Daddy, I can't quit running. I just have to keep going. She had just energy level, and she barely slept. And the doctor actually told me that Nova probably was one of those children that didn't need to sleep, because she'd sleep for 15 minutes and run for 8.
And be ready to go again.
And meanwhile, I finally get her to bed and to sleep, and thank God, my turn. And then, I'm asleep for a half hour, and then there's pots and pans that are clanking like an orchestra in the kitchen, and I had to watch Nova every minute of the day. Anyway, I digress into, But I went off the topic from giving public shows to talk about Nova. I'm sorry. Oh boy, did I dive off topic.
Well, we got to hear about your broken foot, so that's a new story.
Yeah. And still to this day, those 3 toes, every once in a while, I'll get a cramp in that, because I also hit the nerve center, would be like the middle of your,
God.
The last 3 toes on the outside of my little toe, my next toe, and my next toe, and that junction bone that has all the nerve center in it. And that's why I couldn't step on it. You could not put any pressure on that foot, even in a cast. You couldn't step on it. So I was sliding around on the floor on my knees or my butt for 3.5 months, and just anyway, yeah.
Because there's usually not much they can do for broken toes, I mean.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I've had broken toes, and
they put a minor serious cast with ace bandage underneath it, and then this metal / fiberglass thing around my foot, and I got the boot for a while, but I couldn't even use the boot with that heel cushion. I couldn't put any weight on that heel or foot or anything. No. That's why I couldn't even push in the clutch in the car. So I spent 3 months, getting by on the kindness of others, because boy, whew. And they did, I could get around, and I had crutches, and so other people later on took me to the store, but I still had to shop and go, oh, okay, here we go.
Boy.
And I absolutely could not step on it, and that's why. And crutches suck, especially in the rain or the winter. And those cushions, Anyway, so it was an interesting part of being the hermit out here and being injured and not having any help.
At least, as I say, at least you did have some help.
Yeah, but I meant for babysitting help or anything because I didn't have any babysitting help in any of that way.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much when I ended the public talks and all of that, which is the end of the round circle of the story. It was because I quit doing public talks because I had broken my foot and then just never got back to it.
Mm-hmm. Michelle says she loves all the off-topic stories anyway. So,
well, I thank you, Michelle.
She's here for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I do go on, and that's why we're looking at 6 hours and 26 minutes.
I don't know how that happens because that's like almost a full work day.
Yeah, well, my elbows from leaning on this desk are telling me for sure that I've been leaning on my elbows too long because I got to get close to the microphone. If I sit back, you can't hear me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we
and
need to
right now,
get you a mic.
I need to look at maybe a better microphone system because
Mhm.
I need a boom and all of that, and a better microphone. And I got to look. I'll probably go out to Best Buy and dream. So unless, of course,
Yeah,
nice, wonderful people send donations, and
let's
then I
say
won't have to
Amazon.
dream.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I'm on a very fixed income with 2 children and no child support. And I hate to say that, but that's what's going on.
Right. And Social Security is not too
Yeah.
glamorous.
Oh, you can't live on that shit. They don't give you enough to even survive. And
It's
only
right.
because I own my own house am I where I'm at. Otherwise, we'd be way worse off. I couldn't even see
Right.
paying $800 to $1,500 a month for rent in some low income housing someplace, which would be insane. And then you have
That's
to
what
deal
it
with
is
all the
like.
drama of the people around you, uh, and and
Yeah.
and not not down the poor, but it gets a little drama when you got 87 families and 2 rows of houses. It's like whoa.
Right. I
Unfortunate past tense, all low income housing. Of course, it's getting better. And they've got the LEAP homes and all of that stuff, and Habitat for Humanity and all of that. And I'm sure we could have qualified at some given point, but I mean, hell, you can't even afford the payments on that and insurance and all that for the mortgage and everything.
I know.
I
It's
can't afford a cardboard box right now in Montana because everything's so massively expensive, and it's like we went through that eviction thing and we couldn't even find anywhere to go. And we were trying to find someplace in another state because we couldn't find anything in Montana that was even open or available. Not one trailer slot available to move my house to, which I
and
was
there
being asked
wasn't
to do.
even storage units.
Yeah, we couldn't
There
even
was
find a storage unit. Yeah, now they're going up all over the place after the
you know,
fact, but demand always outweighs supply. Especially there is housing shortages all over the place, especially since the weather keeps wiping everybody's houses out, and nobody's accounting for that. And watch out what kind of used car you buy. Don't buy one from down south or a flood zone. I mean, wow.
right. I feel like we
And
had a flood car once. We ended up naming it Rusty, but
yeah,
it was a Ford Explorer, and yeah, it was building up all kinds of rust
yeah.
underneath.
And if you buy a
So
car from Minnesota where they put salt in, I mean, they started getting worse up here again. My car is very dirty all of a sudden the other day, and we did have snow, and they put that shit on the road. And
mhm.
in back east, they use regular salt, and that eats your car. It'll eat your muffler up. It'll eat your undercarriage. It'll eat your shocks. So salt on your car is not good. And be careful where you buy your car from. You know, Carfax. Anyway, hey, they should support us. We just did a free commercial.
That's right. Are they listening? Somebody tag them. Right.
Yeah, that's why you should use Carfax.
Oh boy.
Hi, and welcome to
That's
another edition of Citizen Science, brought to you by
sponsored
Carfax.
by.
Yeah,
I Hey, that has
in
potential.
living color. Yeah, remember the old
Very.
NBC Peacock? Yeah, I showed my kids the other day what uh, early Christmas movies used to be back in the '60s. Television show like Frank Sinatra or Dean Martin Christmas special or
Hmm.
you know.
What
Uh,
they think of that?
Yeah, they actually watched it. I was surprised. They watched it for about
Yeah.
10 or 15 minutes, and all the dancers and the singers, and they went, "This is weird," because people
Oh
don't dance and sing on TV anymore like in the
no.
60s, people used to sing in movie theaters, and in the 40s and the 50s in Europe, that's all everybody did was did sing-alongs, especially during the war. And of course, that whole behavior used to, years and years ago, you'd get dressed up with a tie to go to the theater. I don't know how many times I've gone to the opera where I wore my suits, and nowadays, people show up in court in a hoodie, like, okay, that's nice court
Yeah.
apparel. So our world has unfortunately drastically changed, and I think we've lost a lot. I think we've gained some things, but I think we've lost a lot too.
Uh, Definitely. I
But
mean,
that is
I feel like
merely my lament, not
I
everyone
feel
else's.
like it's been socially engineered to be that way too. Through TV, music, movies.
Well, yeah,
It's
but then I
changed.
mean, who's in charge of that? And that we would call the almighty dollar. I don't think common sense is actually running the whole um,
Truman Show here. I don't think we're being manipulated that far across the board. But I know there's a hell of a lot of parts that are doing that. And I always say that there's two Hollywoods. There's the ones that keep us in the dark, and then the ones that teach us. And
That's
you
what they
can't
do.
you
Yeah.
can't say that is by design, but because it's all factional, because everybody has their own opinion, and everybody with money has their own opinion, and they're all trying to get their slice of the pie eaten at the contest first. Try mine, and
Yeah.
they want to get their agenda forwarded, and that's what disinformation and what fascism and all this other stuff can lead to at the far extreme of it, or communism and all of that, where follows this the fatherland and greater Russia or China or this CCP or whatever, and that's the extremes of all of that, where you're manipulated up to a point. But capitalism has its fine points and its negativities, and not all of it's but by design. It's because there is so many democratic different fingers in the pudding, so to speak, that that it works the way. And when we have allowed greed to form the world that we live in today.
But you said
Andrew's asking about
say,
the flat Earth movement. Oh my
oh
God,
no, she missed
you were
it.
not here earlier, were you?
We had a flat Earth believer in the comments earlier. It's Sam gave a
teleporter. It would be probably Hofman, 1978 through 80. Spelled Hofman with one F. That's my name. I don't know what it would be listed under. All I know is they took it. Hell, they could have just dropped it in the garbage can for all I know. It was about that good.
Was it handwritten or typed?
Yeah, it was a handwritten, term paper. It was probably 6 pieces of paper stapled together.
Yeah.
And I gave it. I gave hand drawings, examples of atomic structures, and gave examples of the math, and I left it up to 3 solutions, and I thought we were based on a molecular structure of one of the soft metals group, or they're in a larger containing equation that had many of the soft metal groups within the compound of the 2 sets of elements, being the 2 stars and the 2 solar systems, all linked together in a structural chemical compound. Because that's what we are. We're a compound. We're not elements floating willy-nilly under gravitation. We are a compound of structured equation that flows and functions, and it's not paradoxal. I hope that makes sense to you, and please type back if it does.
Let's see.
Yeah, it might be microfilm. Okay. I have no idea what that. I've never been to Harvard, so I can't tell you how they store their stuff. I heard rumors that occurred, and like I said, I don't have full facts of it, but I imagine there's some level of truth to it, because you don't hear stuff from top level scientists unless it has some sort of a basis of fact behind it. And they went roundabout, and Dr. Deagle talked about it, and you can look up who he is. And it was referenced to Dr. Harrington and the SETI Alpha project, and them having some baseline information, which would have come partially from me, because I don't know if I was the only one that talked about it in the manner, or if they fully knew. I have no extent knowledge of how much they actually knew before me. But if by judging by their reaction and their shock and awe and anger, I'm not sure it was something they had been willingly priorly informed of, because it was rather uncomfortable, and they kind of accused me of being, and I will quote exactly what they said, an arrogant little bastard, unquote. And then I was screamed at over it because it violently upset their idea of gravity and how Einstein's equations worked and all of that, and it made a lot, that was that serious cognitive dissonance, and they were not, some of them were not pleased, and some of them were shocked, and others just sat there and stared at me. And, I was surprised that I was treated the way I was treated. And after that, I just said, excuse me, you're going to call me names. We're not here for that. And not much work or exchange of ideas traveled between us from then on. That's the best explanation. That's the longest explanation of that I've ever given on any interview.
Yeah. It just definitely went against all of their beliefs, you know. And I was going to tell Sunday, I said, that's pretty funny about they had a car named Rusty that they sold to somebody in Oklahoma. And then I had a car named Rusty. And then I have a neighbor named Rusty upstairs. So that's a common name, I guess. But that's pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, given 10 minutes and a group of writers in the other room, we can come up with something on that one. I'm only teasing, like the old late night hosts and stuff, and I still watch all that all the time. Jimmy Kimmel and what's his face. I can't think. I am so terrible with names lately. I can't pull people's names out of the hat. I just always got to go, oh, what's his face? Anyway, 10 minutes from now, I'll remember when I don't need to. But,
right.
Yeah, I'm truly amazed. They're actually, with the new telescopes and everything, they're learning stuff, and yet they're still equally despondent about how all of that, what they're looking at, is going on. And if you think that we're this cute little solar system sitting in the middle of stuff by ourselves, when these telescopes are actually watching these nebulas burp forth, like, for example, the Hubble telescope, most famous picture, it's called the Finger of God. And it's producing out of this, what looks like almost a hand-like thing, it's producing out of this nebula, it's producing solar systems, and they've taken pictures of it, and it's small, and people are looking at the birth of a solar system and the star and everything else, or a binary or trinary system, etc., all added up in the mix, one after another, burping out of these nebulas, and people don't realize that those are brand new solar systems being born. And on each Goldilocks zone in each of those solar systems, there is the huge possibility of life forming after, a few million years. And of course, we look through space and time and we see light that happened millions of years ago. To take that long to get to us because it is that far away. And so we have to realize that there's a lot more going on in actuality around us than we're even aware of, because everything we see happened in the past. And so we're drastically under assuming the reality of space. And I'm in awe that we don't have more specialized people coming across the table than Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Because I'm shocked. I'm in awe that we haven't seen anybody of immense value, because it's out there. But then again, how do you prove it? And are you going to be beaten down and trolled to death and disclaimed the moment that you come up with the slightest intelligent theory, pardon the expression, that they hadn't thought of because of the jealousy factor and empirical science from England? And the science field is so hard, and then you want 800 people to join in Germany every year to debate it, and I don't think any 500 of them would ever agree on the same thing, including the Bose-Higgs particles and all of that's going on, and even the collider, which I think they're making a drastic mistake by playing with a toy they don't even understand yet. And here I am mumbling again, going off into left field. Whee! Welcome to Science with Sam.
Oh, that's right. It all fits together at some point.
I'm an insane babbling idiot. Don't pay attention to a word I say.
Right. Oh, but third eye has been
This is where my brain goes, and this is what I think of. And here I'm standing here on the phone. Just me and Rebecca on the phone talking to each other. That's all that's going on here, folks.
That's how it feels. I know. And we have an audience. Yeah. Third Eye said he's been capturing a lot of asteroids.
Oh, I don't know how you don't. I mean, Christ, and
I did too. Third Eye.
If you want to see the most asteroids currently, literally from sunrise to sunset, look to the Uri side. And you're going to see more and more onset. And then when Uri goes over the top of us and you look straight up, you're going to see more asteroids than you can even imagine. and then learn about the pathway she takes, because she ventures up to the north off of the east. When you're looking to the east at sunrise, and then you look northeast, Uri will be there. And then Uri will come forward at us during the transition of the day as the sun moves on this new, weird, ever since 2011 arc. Right. And that will, what we're looking at, just, keep it there for a minute. And all of that on the left. Oh, back.
Go back to the.
Yeah, I'll go back to the drawing. Okay.
Whoops. There.
You almost had it.
There, I got it.
All right. That Uri on the left-hand side, Attu and Attu's moon. We're looking at it. Let's say, for instance, even though this picture is not sunrise, we're probably looking at it in the west at sunset.
Right. This was about 4.
Let's just say, for instance, for giggles, that this is sunrise. So at sunrise, we're looking at Uri in the background, and then she's going to move to the north sky, even as the sun is orbiting towards the southern central south, because it used to be high noon over the top of us, but now currently, because of the planets being here, our sun goes on a funky arc all the way to the south sky, due somewhat south, 25 degrees up plane, whatever, and then it goes all the way to the southwest and then sets in the west. And that's that new arc plane sun that we've had since 2011, when the second star got here and all the planets tipped, which is why our sun view has changed and why we're seeing the sunrise in the northeast since arrival, because of the larger star overtook the visibility of our smaller star. And then our smaller star and our larger star join in co-orbit until they pass each other, which is going on, which we believe is already at the end cycle where they are breaking apart, separation. But we haven't proven it yet, but we think it's happening. Anyway, that all on Uri is going to go to the up north during the day. And so if you want to look due up to the north or the northwest or the northeast in the early morning, followed by afternoon, you will see better chance of seeing visible asteroids over you. If you at sunset, if you want to see the asteroids, you have to look at the southwest. Long story to make that last statement.
Yeah, southwest. That's what this is, kind of, to the
Because
left.
at that time, when we go past noon, somehow oddly, that's when Isatum and Nibiru come wheeling in off the right-hand side of the whole situation, and everything above us sort of shifts into this oval over us and back to its original position. And we've seen this in other cycles before, how it just oddly does its thing, and it comes in and goes out and comes in and goes out. That's why we also have what we call away week every once in a while. They're really, really hard to see, because I think there's, a fractionary change in view and angle and light just every 3 weeks or something like that. I haven't fully, figured it out, because it's always changing, and it doesn't work in a 24-hour cycle. We believe it's an 18-hour cycle, so it always changes. It's always transitioning. So it's hard to keep track of. And I don't have an observatory and a big team and a technical group of scientists to prove this, but I do the best I can. Hello, Attu's moon with the vertical and
that's what I was thinking
the
of this.
asteroid underneath, and all of that. And of course, we know the Texas cube is in the back there. And I'm amazed we don't talk enough. We should actually just do literally the entire. Of course, we'd run out of topic in under 2 hours if we just talked about the Texas cube and the long box cube and the alien frickin' orbitation invasion that has been going on. And I hate to say invasion. Right now, it's more like blockade. They're here. They're parked above us. They're showing our governments that they are here. I might get in trouble for saying that right there. I just realized that. It's like, oh, too late.
Yeah. I was going to show Third Eye this picture. Let's see. He wasn't here earlier, I don't think, but where we started the show with that long box cube. Let me get it pulled up.
Okay.
This one. That one. Third Eye didn't see that one where it's cutting into our sunlight like that. So that's undeniable. Something is there.
Yeah, and you wonder why they're flying in front of it with those beautiful paintbrushes. You know, two of those, no, maybe three of those are sea trails. The one vertical one in the middle going straight up is the side eddy off the face of the long box. That's the ion bleed off cloud as it folds into our atmosphere. That one's real. The other three are sea trails. And you can tell
How
by
can you tell the
that they're thin.
difference?
You can tell by they're thin, and the one that's rolling and twisting is a wake eddy through the atmosphere, and it leaves an ion moist cloud trail off the
The
face.
fatter one, the thicker
Yeah, the
one.
fatter one that goes straight up and down in the middle.
Yes. Okay.
And you can see that in the offset, it's a swirl. The other ones are drag off straight lines and thin.
Right.
And you can see the shadowing off the bodies above. See how the shadows are on the atmosphere of the bodies above? Because that's planets. That's not our atmosphere up there. And yet they're flying in front of it, you know, and they don't even reach close to it. They just fly a big line in front of it. That way it breaks up the eye, and you don't see that big huge rectangular box up there. And we've had sightings that were close up from some really great photographers. And I have seen it by eye myself, where you can see and look into the segments of construction of the long box. It's not as well plated as the Texas cube. This has openings in it that you can actually look inside. And that's what always led me to believe that maybe it was still under construction, like, the second Death Star movie or something like that. And I hate to do that, but I hate to go to, Star Wars. But I mean, this is very much like two, it's literally like two Texas cubes in one glued together, making the long box cube, which is why we call it that.
And you said one time before that you believe these cubes are like parking garages.
Right. You don't take your Star Destroyers through, vast distances of space. No, you load them onto a packing shipping crate, a big box, and you run them through a couple of stargates or wormholes, and then you get. Now remember, this is different technology than the other group of planet technology. They are more advanced. I'm not sure. Wow, I'd have to really. There's no way to prove it anyway. So unless I actually sat and talked to both, or at least one of the factions again. Still waiting for that conversation with the lizard people again. They're awful quiet.
Right.
They're not big talkers. They're more they're kind of like the Klingons. They're more warlike. And I don't have a group to say, yeah, I met 25 of them, and this is how they behave. No, I've only met one, so I don't have a group study available. I apologize.
You mean one reptilian? Is that what you're talking
I've met
about?
a Draco, I've met a Gray, and I've met many Grays actually, and I've met one Pleiadian, whom I believe is a Pleiadian.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's a really really crazy deli sandwich to bite into. I realize, and I apologize. And when people tell me, and I've said this 100 times, when people tell me they're ET stories, I don't believe them. I try to. Some I do. When they have the key other information, side information that matches, then I'll go, okay, I'm inclined to believe you that you know what you're talking about. But I've had a tour in the whole 9 yards and looked at things I should never have ever wanted to see, and believe me, it does still haunt me in many ways. I mean, almost weekly, daily. 3 times a week, 2 times, once a week, once a month, whatever. It's still too much.
What's the most disturbing part?
Oh, sorry, I'm taking a sip here. I can't really share my most disturbing part.
Yeah.
I can express that humans do have an off switch, and coming out of that off switch when you wake up is very uncomfortable. It's discomforting to know that there is someone that can completely take control over you and you have no freedom of choice.
And that's a big one. And there's more. There's other worse things, but that human off switch is a little bit shocking. And of course, that's what goes on nonstop. And, it's very entirely possible a vast number of our listeners may have had that same occurrence happen to them and they don't know it. Or they may have memory of missing time.
Do they mainly focus on certain families? Like I've heard before that they will focus on a family and then
Well, yeah,
like
if you're checking the bloodline, if you're watching a certain group of wolves in the forest in Alaska and you take your helicopter and you know where they are and where they usually, what their area of range is, then you'll fly over to your wolves and, shoot them with a dart and land your helicopter and pull out some fur between their paws and check their teeth, and take a saliva sample and a blood sample and see if they're pregnant or if they're male or female or how much they weigh and if they've got fleas or, and that's what they do to us. And that's the same thing, and checking the herd, and they do studies, and there's part of their education. I the guy I talked to said, referred to me as the student. So, he was down here studying, probably doing his college thesis paper or something, with his little group of Greys, because the Greys aren't a separate race. They are a lost subservient race that work for the higher races because their planet no longer exists. So, and they were saved and they have remultiplied, which is part of their problem. They don't have the same mentality. They are smart, but they are more pack-like wolves or velociraptors, shall we say. They work in groups. There's different classes of them. I don't know too much about it. I do know that there are different classes. Some of them are intelligent and calm and fine, and other ones are nasty and mean and unintelligent. So they require. I'll leave it at they require a lot of Some of them require a lot of supervision, or things can get out of hand quite easily, especially if you fight them back.
Oh man.
I do not recommend anyone fighting any faction of ET because their technology is so far advanced that we were directly told this: if we argued with them, we would not come back.
I see. So how do they talk to you though? Like how do they communicate?
Well, it depends on which faction you're talking about, and that's there are telepathic races. So, and it's surprising because you barely even realize it at first, and then all of a sudden you go, oh, wait a minute, I'm not talking, I'm thinking, and they're thinking to you. And in some cases, with me, there was an exchange of information when I ran into one individual that did that. And you get impressions that last with you forever, and you're forever peeling that onion to find out what's inside that same thing that you learned. And I'm still to this day weighing every one of these encounters that I've had, including getting my face planted into the keyboard here at the computer desk because I was talking to a lady at 3:00 in the morning in Hawaii, and we were talking about alien locator tags. And anyway, that's another story we've talked about in other shows. So there's no real reason to fight these guys, and the best thing you can do is try to just be patient and get through it and hope to God that you're not in trouble. And then if you're free and you wake up and you remember it, well, then you're lucky or unlucky, depending on how you deal with it. Because it's an emotional thing that took me, 25 years just to swallow and try to deal with, like we talked about this before, how it dealt with my sense of religion and how that changed.
Yeah.
And it actually grew. It took me a long time to be not mad. And that I went through many stages to the point where I'm at today. And I'm sure there's probably a few more for me to go. I'm not saying I'm there yet. And I still do think about it. I still have, looking in the mirror, flashes of the sequence of events that did horrify me. And I still weigh it all the time.
And this is not something that, oh, do you remember that Art Bell show where the guy calls in from a phone booth in the rainstorm somewhere in Texas and he's screaming to Art Bell, I have to tell you this, the aliens are doing it. Do you remember that phone call?
I remember
It's
that.
a very
Yes.
famous Art Bell show.
Uh-huh.
And I think about that guy sitting in the phone booth screaming in the middle of a rainstorm to Art Bell to get Art Bell to listen to him. And I'm right there with him. That's
Wow.
me. That's me screaming in that phone book and being soaked with the death and waiting to God that they're going to catch me if I don't tell you really fast and get the hell out of this phone booth.
Mm.
And I'm there, and yet at the same time, I'm trying to be relaxed and not come off as this crazy guy. Ow! Oh, speaking of which, thank you, God. Sorry, I just got a really sharp pain.
Oh.
Yeah, in my back and left kidney. Yeah, it was sort of like somebody just booted me. Anyway, maybe I'm saying too much. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, yes, sir. I'm listening. I'm listening. Um,
Oh no.
I
Like a
I
voodoo
try
doll.
not to come off like that screaming guy that's crying, but
Yeah.
there was, and some of my friends that also went through that were at the broke down emotional um, stage. Every time I discussed it with my other three friends, and there was a number of reactions to it numerous times because I was always trying to remind them of their activity during the abduction, which most of them have next to no memory of whatsoever. And to me, it's just daylight clear. Remember when you did this and you did this while Mike was doing this and so did that. And, I shouldn't use their names. Um, and I remember of these events, which led to the point why I was, taken aside and then brought outside to talk to in the first place. And that all fits into this, and it's absolutely insane. And only if you wrote this in a sci-fi movie would it make any sense. And I'm still, you know, 20 and 30 years later, because this happened in the mid '80s, and I'm still sitting here going, how the hell did all of this happen, and is this real? I mean, because abduction, it's so shocking that you suppress it in many ways, and they also mess with your memory, which is why a good portion of people do not remember. And in some cases, you're better off because it is traumatic. It can be life changing. For me, I'm apparently now able to deal with it more. I can't tell you I'm fully to the point where I'm comfortable with it. But I'm in its stages, and it's been so long now, and I've actually had recent visitations, and so I'm a little fearful of that happening again. And I'm annoyed and irritated, and I want to tell these people, if you're going to visit me, excuse me, I don't care if you don't use my door, but let's do this face to face, and don't you creep up on me behind me again. I would like you to appear before me where we get to talk, rather than me being sampled or abducted without my.
Mm.
I want to do a face to face and have the option to at least communicate with you prior to anything you want. I mean, it's not like, it's point of view of the visitation, because to them, we're animals and we're less intelligent. And, sometimes we strike back, and I imagine they want to zap us out asleep so they can get their work done and then leave.
Hmm. So are they, like you said, are they like animals to us though? Is it so they're just so
Well,
foreign
that's of
behavior?
course, that boils down to point of view.
Uh-huh.
The Dracos are scary yet beautiful. They're charismatic. They're shockingly powerful looking, and yet you're looking at a lizard man with pink areas that are like human skin like things, and so it grabs you, and you don't know what you're looking at, and yet you're inspired, and you're scared as hell at the same time, and yet fascinated. And so, now some of these freaky ghouls or the skinwalkers or whatever, those damn things are so freaking freaky. And we do believe that they're, there are some of the missing people out there that might be, and I always hate, because God, that's the number one. People go, yeah, they're coming to eat us. And I hate to see, but yeah, there are maybe one or two other factions, not the generic ones that we're looking at mostly right now, but there are other factions that may consume a human or two. Cowlips 2 is on the, galactic specialist. There's a little chalkboard up in space that says we're serving cowlip stew with a dash of anus, because that's, these cows were burned electrically and then their lips and their buttholes were missing. And then they thought that they'd come down and had them cut off, cauterized. No, they were electrically fried off. Anyway.
That really happened.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sure there's animals out there eating all kinds of things that we don't know about that live here all the time that don't fly around in spaceships. And I mean, there's unbelievable sightings of werewolves. There's unbelievable sightings of Bigfoot. There's numerous nonstop skinwalker, wraith, ghoul, whatever you want to call them, sightings every day around the world. We watch them. They're cool.
What does a skinwalker look like? I haven't seen.
Oh, well, yeah, just
Google it.
Type it in YouTube.
Yeah.
5,000 examples. They're freaky. They crawl on the ground. They got really elongated bodies. They're about 7 foot tall. They're ghoulish face-wise. They got big eyes that glow in the dark. They scream. They got very sharp claws and feet. And I do believe that they'll eat damn near anything that runs past them. So, and they're in our forests and tunnels and sewers and you name it, all over the place.
Wow. I remember Jesus talking about that. I just didn't know what.
Yeah, they're freakishly close to our population, and they're just not, because of the huge fallacy of the 70s going, if you see an ET, you're nuts. And I don't know if they're indigenous to Earth, but I know that they're out there. There's been so many sightings over the last 30 or 40 years that you can't deny it any longer. And some of this shit may be made up, but a good portion of it is so freaking real. And these people who are freaked out, and you can watch a lot of that on YouTube now, and they get glimpses of them at the edge of their property, and their dog's been barking for months, and they know that something's there, and they've been having shit broken and stolen, and all kinds of crazy stuff's going on, and it's driving some people, scared. I saw one the other day that where the harmonic earth tones, sky sounds were actually being assumed that people were calling that Bigfoot, and that was in the early stages, and they were chalking that up as Bigfoot or some kind of a werewolf or something. And so you got to be careful. There's some this and that and the other, and of course whoever puts out this information, if they're correct or inaccurate. So you have to be careful what you watch. But there's so many sightings of extraterrestrial craft and animals and creatures and shit in the forest, that especially with Bigfoot, the Bigfoot sightings are going galore right now. And then, of course, the other day I stumbled across the giant story with the U.S. Marines in Afghanistan again.
Okay.
Yeah. I was doing something in the kitchen and my YouTube kept playing, and then it just moved on to the next video, and there that was. And it was like, oh, okay, because I hadn't selected it, but it came on next out on my smart TV, and I was just like, I knew about this, and and then what they're not telling you is the rest of the story and why they were there, and then they were saying that they were trying to escape or move through, but there was also technology that was acquired there as well that they don't discuss. They did kill the giant, and they do have the giant, but there was also they found an installation that was ancient. And then we can start talking about the the temples in the Grand Canyon, and we talked about the new Mayan temple that they have found a new Mayan temple in the United States, and the government has sealed that whole area off. You can't go in there. Nobody can go in there except government people now.
Is that in the Grand Canyon?
No, the new Mayan temple has been discovered. I think it's, and don't quote me on it, but I believe it's in the southeast, like Kentucky or the Appalachians. I don't know exactly where it is.
Right.
That was on one of those less than reputable history archaeologist guy, and I liked the information, but he's also gone over to the BBB 333 side, and between that and Art Bell / where they throw in a bunch of oatmeal hype in between commercials, and I hate those kind of programs. where they spin you, then they spin the little tail, and then they go to a commercial break, and then they bring the spin of the tail back, and then they run you through everything they covered in the first time, but then they give you a little bit more, and then it's a commercial break. And then they come back from the commercial break, and then they catch you back up from what they were talking about on the other commercial break, and then barely hand you the truth by the time you've hit the end of the show.
Wow.
And you're going, wow, I watched that,
Man.
and you didn't say
I
jack
feel like a
shit.
sucker. Yeah.
Right. And that happens show episode after episode. Meanwhile, the guy's handing us, all of his travel itinerary, and he's running around all these really cool archaeological sites, but he's not actually coming to a level of summation.
Mm-hmm.
And nor is he qualified to, because he, of course, has no knowledge of the binary solar system and the giants and why the giants were here, and all of this stuff fits together. And unless you sit down across the table and actually discuss it for about 3 weeks with a group panel, will you understand the immense volume of this information, all attributed to the binary solar system. And there's so much information you can cross-reference through archaeological study, through the Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Norse, you name it. And
I wonder, they documented the solar system. Did they document the aliens as well? Was there
which civilization?
I don't know which one. The previous.
Oh, there are many. That's
Yeah.
the thing. The Sumerians had a certain understanding, and they dealt with the gods, and in their culture, they believed in people from another planet coming down to rule over them. Same thing in Egypt. The Egyptian lore was the early dynasties were ruled by extraterrestrial gods, and then over time that faded in between cycles, etc. That the system changed also after a few starts and stops of different parts of civilization, including climate change issues and etc. So the Norse, it is believed in Norse, Viking, Scandinavian history and lore that there were an alien presence that came down and mixed in with our society, and that's a little sidebar matchup. That is part of the truth. And we could talk about Atlantis, and all of this was a previous technology level prior to the 3,654 years ago, going all the way back to the early tales like the Iliad and the Odyssey and all of this, when we were at the age of an information that was once lost. And that was the change of the cycles. And of course, history doesn't directly record it accurately time-wise, but when all these pieces fit, and there was major explosions and volcanic eruptions in the Mediterranean that wiped out civilizations and changed the whole of man and culture and recorded time, and there was a tsunami that is barely accounted for, which may have had a great deal to do with the loss of Alexandria. I don't know for sure. I've never tried to cross-reference that timeline between the destruction of Alexandria and the explosion of that main Greece. It's like Saint something rather than I can never remember its name. I even had somebody remind me on the Radio Wasteland program what name of that one area that blew up in the Mediterranean. And that was, of course, many years supposedly after the cycle. So, and you got to weigh those dates in between, back and forth, by who told you this was when it happened. Some information could be accurate and accepted. Some information could be inaccurate and accepted. So, and I try to weigh all of that. And that, I don't reach for facts if I don't have them, but I put suppositions together where it sort of kind of tells you that this is about the same ballpark. And that's how I weigh that.
Wow.
It's hard to piece it, and I absolutely try to piece history together in my mind where I can, compare what happened, this and that and the other thing. I'm from studying Napoleon to World War I, World War II, Korean War, all of it. I've studied as much as I can get my hands on. Alexander crossing the Alps, the ride of Genghis Khan, the first original Qin dynasty in China, and the wars between it, how the crossbow and the chariot completely changed warfare for the Chinese, and catapults and all of that. And I try to, study as much of that stuff as I get my hands on, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, and the Romans, especially the Romans. I spent a lot of time studying Rome, the Roman armories and warfare, and Maximus and all of this and all the generals, and I just eat it up and I love it. But and all of this information, when you cross-reference it, and it starts giving you these ideas how transitions into armies and kingships and this stuff, and then you go back 3,000 into all the way to 1650 BCE, then that's the transition of the climate change, and from 1750 to 1650, there was this huge climate change and civilization mess up and everything, and that's all during the last passing of the cycle. And so, give or take, 120 years on either side or the middle, you've got, this occurrence, according to whoever wrote the science that you're looking up. And it's always subject to, according to so-and-so, this date, it happened then. And that it can be misleading in many ways, and it can all just fit. So, it could be right, it could be wrong.
Third Eye was telling us here that he has caught a UFO on night vision.
Oh, they're all over right now. They're just, pardon the expression, buttloads of craft flying by
I was going to look at his
from the
image.
speeders to orbs. Now, orbs move so fast that no corporeal liquid body could actually be inside those things, because how fast they turn and how fast they keep going at those turns. So you would turn to liquid if you hit the wall of the side of your ship. No seatbelt could hold you through that kind of a turn. But anyway, there's a lot of drones, and then there's the lander crafts, which are many different shapes, and of course it depends on which faction you're talking about. And we're not only talking about one faction up there, we're talking many. This is all a very big important meeting, and they all want the slice of the pie. And there's some cosmic shit going on that's also helping their ascension as well as our ascension. So when the two stars are close together, it's sort of cosmically cool, and some neat shit's happening. Snicker, tease.
Yeah, you said something I didn't think about once was like, it's kind of a free for all, like Earth is a free for all.
That's what they call free will zone. And
Okay.
they don't implement. It's sort of a way of letting our own pathway form itself. And that way the overlords or the demigods don't have to have a direct control over it. They just callously reap the profits of the corporation and make sure we uphold the semi-annual benefits tabulations, and don't give a shit and let us run our thing because they know that we're animals, and our herd status is going to come to a transition as every passing it does.
Every passing, like,
yeah,
a transition in what way?
Well, every time that the Nibiru system goes by here, we have climate change. We have tectonic plates, we have volcanoes, we have earthquakes, we have freak weather. That's why there's a lot less of us later.
Yeah.
You also have disease, because when the temperatures go up on the planet, the healthy Goldilocks zone for those bacteria and plagues can thrive. And an example is Zika virus used to be in South America 20 years ago, and now it's absolutely inside the United States, because the mosquito that which also talks about the tip of the earth, the mosquito that it lives in for Zika virus is now comfortable in Louisiana and Arkansas, when it was not ever comfortable up here before. And the new diseases and new animals. And this is why all the shark activity that's going on off the east coast of New York, which used to be that same activity, which went on the South Carolina, Florida area. So the sharks are higher north, because they're in the water that they're comfortable with, which also tells you that Earth is tipped.
Wow. I heard like there's also melting ice on other planets.
Oh yeah, all the planets, all of our regular planets are tipped, and they are all heating up. Andrea, are you? Oh boy, haven't we? How long have we had her in class?
She's in second grade or third grade. I don't know.
Oh,
How long has she been with us? I don't remember.
Why are humans
while.
in this planet so special? We are here to acquire commodities. We are a self-replicating biotool life force placed here to provide those commodities to a higher race who had the technological ability to create us so they don't have to. What do you think, Rebecca? Is that a good enough answer, or should I?
That's straight to the point. Mm-hmm. Okay, because not only they don't have to, but from
They're
what you
not
were telling
comfortable
me,
here.
they can.
Yeah,
They're not
right. They're
able
not.
to.
They're not
Uh-huh.
comfortable here, and they have to send. Uh, uh, I'm thinking of a special word, and I can't pull it out of my head. They have to send people who can, and
Yeah.
your
So
normal mercenaries, and I'm sure there's a whole bunch of that going on in minor factions, and that's part of that free will thing. Where I'm sure all kinds of people fly down here, take whatever they need in commodities that they can small time acquire and then leave. And some of those sightings are not major factional sightings, but probably, it's just like Star Wars. You fly to this planet, get what you need. Oh, there's crystals over here, or there's this herbal plant over here that we need on this planet. So let's get as much as we can and throw it in a box and then leave. That kind of thing. And that's going on microships that that don't fit our normal sightings, etc. And that's why there's so many different sightings and different ships and different factions, and it's just happening all over the world. And people are now that everybody's got a camera, we're seeing and hearing more about it.
Mm-hmm.
But there was drastic amounts of abduction going on since the 40s with license. The U.S. government had known about it. They gave them permission, and there was actually a quota licensing system where it's like giving out deer hunting licenses to the aliens, and you said you could take X many per year. And I have to be careful about that and quit right there.
I see. Let's see. Lorraine wanted to know about volcanoes. Are they like a gas station?
They can get a lightning discharge.
Maybe.
Yeah, when you break rock, you're letting electricity loose from the ground, and static discharge and all. Yeah, when you break things, you break them subatomically even, and then you get discharged. That's what a nuclear explosion is you split an atom. So volcanoes blow, all that rock rubs together, creates friction and static, and that's why you have lightning storms above volcanoes. They'll come in and take it when they know something's about to do it. They'll come in for the energy, you bet. Generically, they take it from storms, but they do run off of batteries. But they do actually biotech pull from the big storms, and they hang on it and store it and all sorts of stuff. Probably some sort of a electrical storing centrifuge or something, whereas they zap and can probably run for the next month off of. I don't know how it works. I know they're highly advanced.
Mm-hmm.
So
right. I wonder.
And we've got pictures of lightning, the cubes in lightning storms. So, and we've had
haven't we seen videos of like what looks like crafts going in volcanoes?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
I don't know.
It could be orbs, orbs,
Mm-hmm.
they're robot drones. So, maybe there's scientists up there going, well, let's study this right before it blows,
Yeah.
So sure. And the drones, the orbs, the little round balls, those are not manned. And so they're remote, computer driven. And they usually travel in threes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, drone orbs usually travel in groups of 3. And you can have squadrons of them too, but and we've got pictures of that if you wanted to pull up the Empire orb. And you can have ships and drones together, and they will fly together in groups. And the major craft we know that there are fighter craft because we've seen fighter craft docking stations, and we know that there's service ships and all kinds of other weird different ships and good ones and bad ones and big ones and small ones.
Because like you said,
we've seen the space wheels and stuff like that we attribute to different factions off in the distance over time. And we've seen recent craft that we kind of thought maybe had something to do with our secret space force. And they were putting out a mock-up of what they're now talking about, the space plane. And oh my God, if that's what they're spending all their money on, holy shit. Wow. You know, it looks better, but it doesn't at the same time. And I'm going, I don't know. I think that's public. I think they're showing us a balloon here. You know, so it's a distraction. You know, well, it's called, the NASA just released information about the space plane that we have, that we obviously paid a shitload of money for, because they're showing it off.
Uh-huh. Do you think it's really us though?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's landed on our deck. I watched it land yesterday.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I see.
and you know, and then, you know, the new Space Force that Donald Trump created, are, you know, walking in their funny new little spacesuits and going on to the tiny little thing of, you know, a half-size version of what we used to call a shuttlecraft. And yet they're similarly designed, but they're more of a plane now than they were that big monstrosity that they were trying to fly up there with the really bad shielding plates. And their shielding plate technology looked like it's a lot more advanced than it used to be. But still, it's the same principle as a glider, that once they come in out of space, and they're going to try and reach for, you know, way out extreme ends of Earth's outer atmosphere, 3,000 miles, et cetera, and still remain within the sphere of our atmosphere of our planet as missions. So that's what that's for. That's not interstellar. It's actually just an orbital plane for the Space Force.
Yeah.
And perhaps in space, it probably acts a little more aerodynamic than the damn thing looks on the runway. So I was just a little bit disappointed by what they showed. And I was like, wow, okay. Shouldn't we have better than that? I'm sure we have way better than that, because they don't show us that stuff.
I wonder what they have that we don't get to be shown, you know, what they don't show us.
Well, you know, it's about 25 years. When shit's about 25 years old, then we get to see it, you know, because they've moved on. Spent oodles and oodles of money developing it, and, you know, and all of that. Because, you know, they write the checkbook, you know, $30 trillion in debt. It's a hell of a lot of money. It's a lot of toilet paper, I can tell you that. Ever since COVID, we now look at things in toilet paper. Yes, in gold dollars and petrodollars. No, in toilet paper dollars.
That's
Sherman dollars, damn you, not Bitcoin. I want Sherman dollars, you know.
Right.
Each coin will allow me to buy Sherman toilet paper from the manufacturer ahead of you. Yeah. The COVID, I'm still chuckling about the, you know, the toilet paper shortage. And, you know, maybe hopefully that taught people how to make a pantry and store food and toilet paper and laundry soap and water and salt and all the things you're going to need, you know, because we need to learn to go back to our old ways, and because we're probably going to run through another Great Depression. If China fails, it's going to drag everybody with it, and they are failing. They are failing, and I don't think there's a ghost chance of a hell that they're going to pull this one out of the vortex that they're being sucked into. And they're still I mean, they overbuilt all these cities on money, and all these people are defaulting, and they're having huge protests about people no longer wishing to pay mortgages for buildings they'll never even see. And these people were paying all their money, and it just went into this big corruption scam where people just absconded with billions of dollars. And the government isn't pointing the finger at the government, which is because all of these corrupt individuals that have made all kinds of money out of these deals that went through, and borrowed against stuff that they were telling people they were building, and in a lot of cases half finishing or completely screwing up. I mean, if you look up Chinese buildings falling left and right because they did such poor jobs on the rebar and the cement that they went under budget and way under code. And they're just, you know, all these unoccupied cities all over the place that they built everywhere around the world and loaned out money to everybody. And the big premise behind that was for default, so they can jump into all these other countries through parts of the negotiations of the loaning of the money, that they can take over their economic supplies, like their mining region here, or their gas mines there, or oil wells here from that country, or this country, or this country. And they've set up a default intentionally so that China can spread out and get their hands on commodities that they're running out of. I do my homework.
Right.
I do my homework. Yes, we are slaves on a slave planet, and we are either slaves to the rich guy around the corner, or the big guy above us, or the big guys above those guys.
I gotta
So it's kind
open
of
my
absolutely
door.
hopeless. The only way to get around it is to earn intelligence enough to deal with it, on an intellectual basis, and get ahead that way. Because money doesn't matter. What matters is how you spend your time, and what you learn, and how you get along with people around you. Because we have a very short time period for all of us, and before you know it, all of a sudden you're running out of time. And I pray that you are healthy all the way across the board for that experience of time. But there's a lot of sick people out there, and we have unfortunately poisoned ourselves. We shot ourselves and we didn't know it yet. And that, of course, has been since the 50s and the 40s, and the introduction of chemicals and sequestering oil in the ground. And then we hit the generation in 1973 of the plastic era. And boy, did we screw up on that one. And don't even get me started about radioactive nuclear power plants. Oh, my God. You've got to be kidding me. Who even dared start that machine up day one?
Right. Because that's, like Fukushima leaking still.
Yeah, I got directly dosed by it. That's where I ended up with my thyroid cancer. You saw my surgical scar. That's also why I have trouble talking for long distance or over periods of time. And by the way, we've been running for 7 hours and 27 minutes.
I know. This is almost a new record.
Okay, I'm going to get another Coke. You got to walk away. It's my turn. I'm going to go get another Coke. And before you know it, those 2 Cokes are going to want to come out.
Okay. That's TMI. So. Oh, yeah. I think the longest show is 8 hours. Yeah, Carol Ann, it's 7 already. I know. And we're still just going at it. I don't know. I'm getting tired. I don't know about you guys, and then let's see. I know it's like 9:30. Oh my gosh. We started at 2 this afternoon. So I know for Carol Ann it's 10:30. So let's see. We still have about 20, a few people on TikTok. I'm surprised that many people are still with us.
The only reason that I do these this long and continue to do it the way we do, excuse me, pop the Coke here, is because I remember when Jesus was first talking, and literally all the way back to you guys' first show, and he said, well, yeah, I used to grab Sam's radio shows, the Radio Wasteland, and I'd sit in my car and drive around and listen to them, and when I get to pick people up, well, I'd just turn it off and then listen to it later. And that's why, we keep doing these long shows, because maybe you'll do the same and have subject and topic, and from crazy to left field, that we go into all these circles of all these topics. We end up losing topic over. Sorry, I'm still trying to deal with that first swallow. Woo.
We are winding copper. You're winding copper while listening in. I'm not sure what winding copper means. Copper wire. Oh, copper wire. Okay.
Probably could be recycling or creating generators. I don't know which.
Yeah, something.
Remember, you put magnets in between a coil of copper, and you spin that coil of copper around that magnet, and you are creating electricity. Did you know that?
No.
That's how electricity is made. You have magnets inside these great vast generators, and then water flows through a turbine, through a paddle wheel, which leads to a turbine in these, like Hoover Dam, for example. And they have these great big huge spools of copper with very large magnets inside of them, and then this thing goes either around them or it goes around the magnets inside, depending. You can have different diodes and different ways of collecting and generating the circular rotation of these magnets. They can go on the outside or the inside. And they create an electrical field by the transition between the polarity of positive charge, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. And that's what electricity is. AC, DC, AC.
Right.
that's alternating electrical generations. And that's how you make
That's
electricity.
right. Alan was telling me something like that. He was going to make a machine once. I don't know
Yeah,
if that
I
was
never
it or
had
not.
I never had the funds to actually do experiments. I thought about a lot of stuff, and this would work, and
Yeah.
this would work. And I have friends that have perpetual motion machines that are still running by taking one generator and hooking it up to another generator, and then hooking it up to a battery, and all you have to do is start it with your finger, and the damn thing just keeps running forever. It feeds itself, which creates its own power, which feeds itself and uses it, and then feeds. And there's a
Right.
lot of people that are making those machines now, and it is a lot far simpler, and then you can even suck energy out of Earth too, which is what Tesla equations are all about: 235 volts, et cetera, et cetera. And there's many different technical science things, including aquifers from the Romans that we don't functionally use properly. No, there, even Roman heating, for instance, they would heat the floors rather than inside the home, and that way you're not getting carbon from your fireplace, which will end up giving you pneumonia come winter, depending on the ventilation in your own home. And the Romans were around long enough, using all the technology from all the races that they were enveloping, to actually learn stuff, and they made pride out of learning all the possible sciences, where we today don't. We stick with our own stuff, and we go, oh, we know we're right, and I'm gonna live in that really cool house like that, and we're living in shit that'll burn down around us and kill all our children. So I mean, so we don't
Right.
learn, and we need to. And of course, I'm going left field again at hour 7. I'm off in loony land. Pardon me, I'll come back.
I don't know. I just feel like we're, definitely living in the leftover of a previous world that was way different, obviously.
Well, and you
We're
have
just
to
like
ask,
in
well,
the
what was their main technology? Was it living with their people and creating enough power to do the simple things, to operate simpler machinery, because they have a less likelihood of having to travel from, say, for instance, the Amazon to Florida, rather than jumping a plane, and maybe they had flight,
Mhm.
and we haven't even, because it's on Egyptian hieroglyphs, and we know that even their models actually do fly. They've been built larger mock-ups of the Egyptian hieroglyphic plane, and they've powered it with a micro little piece of Chinese rocketry, some little firecracker rocketry, and put it in the small model, and the damn thing flies. So,
Right.
and they make great gliders too. So it could be an interstellar glider, or not interstellar, but orbital glider, just like they're working on now. I bet you if you could hand that to them, they go, "Oh, cool! We've been looking for this design forever." Well, duh, it's been on the wall in Egypt for and you
For
call it a conspiracy
thousands
when
of years.
and we also have to take into account that not all of the top major scientists are that damn smart.
Yeah.
And people forget that. They're the top minds. Well, are they really? They don't have
No.
me, and I'm being arrogant and kidding at the same time. That's the double side of that coin as well. Is like, well, they didn't ask me, and I'm sure there's a ton of shit I don't know. But I mean, I just sit there once in a while. I just shake my head and say, like, why aren't we using an Archimedes screw on this, and why don't you do it this way? And that's efficiency experts for we should have a level of efficiency. It's like, I don't understand why we make so many models of cars, and if we were smart, we would have easier, more transitional crash fenders, and go back to the old bumpers, because we sure break our cars really easy, and then you spent $5,000 to fix a plastic bumper that didn't do its job. The older cars used to have great bumpers, and you'd bump somebody, and then you go, oh, I got a scratch. And you do that now is, oh, I got to go to the auto body shop for
Totaled.
$15,000 to fix this.
Yeah.
And that's that same speed of crash. And the older cars were so much better in so many ways. They were a little rougher, and then sometimes a little safer, and then now you get crushed, where in an older car you wouldn't get crushed, or you wouldn't barrel off this cliff and roll and get smashed, where you barrel off a cliff before, and it was such a heavy car, it actually launched like a sled. and you'd bounce a couple of times and actually live through it. But now in the smaller cars nowadays, that's not what happens. You bounce once and you flip upside down.
Yeah.
And where the older cars would bounce and then just straighten down until it hit a tree. Now the newer cars, you bounce them once and you're flipping upside down, sliding into whatever. Or if you're going down a mountainside, then you're gone and bye. So upside down sled, here we go.
Right.
And I've seen that in many numerous small cars where they just bounce once and then they flip. Anyway, you can see it in traffic too, where there's an upside down minivan, or the new SUV. Oh, they're upside down. Short wheelbase, just like the Jeep.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They
Yeah.
made the wheelbase too short. And they, I see that automatically. And of course, to me, it's just known technology. I thought everybody knew this, but the world doesn't work that way.
I agree with Carol Ann. It's like everything's just disposable at this point. That's how they treat it.
That's part of the economy as well. It's called standard obsolescence. If we don't replace major basic household services every 3 years, our economy suffers. And that's the wrong way to look at it. And this is why they make shit that only lasts for 3 years. Right? It used to be if you bought a refrigerator, that damn thing would last you 40 years if you took care of it. And now you buy a refrigerator and you're lucky if it lasts 5. And if you got a good one, keep it because you can't replace it.
Like the older ones seem
Right,
to
and
be
they were
better.
made in America versus now made in not even Taiwan.
Yeah.
Nothing. Only the good stuff's made in Taiwan. But I mean, if it's made in China or if it's made in these other countries, and they don't respect longevity or putting components in the right place so they stay cool or work well or clean themselves or whatever, then you're looking at a very large expenditure every few years to be got to have the new ice maker and all of that. And I knock on wood, I have a refrigerator that is like 25 years old, thank God. And now I keep praying every time I clean it, and clean the shelves inside and go, yes, you poor old dear wonderful noisy refrigerator, thank you for being here. And yet I'm desperately waiting not to have to replace it.
Yeah. I know. I mean, we have one that was already here in this house, and it's older and it's great.
I'm on my third stove in this house. It used to be when my parents had a stove in their house, it was there always.
Yeah. Right.
Now I'm on my
It's like
third
that.
stove already. I don't know how many washer and dryers I've gone through.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, and things don't last anymore. And if you had an old Whirlpool from the 70s, that thing worked forever. It'd make a bunch of noise and thump and jump and move all over the place, but those damn things worked. Now you buy the new shit with all this computer gadgetry and created this, and all of a sudden you can't even open the damn lid and it won't let you do this, and you got to unplug it so you can reset the computer. Like, I mean, for all this technology and shit, this is where I talk about, in other civilizations versus where we are today. There's different ways we could have focused certain things that, we wouldn't be on that. And what kills me about the opulence, everybody cares about this $1 million house and wearing that kind of clothes and, Crocs and Louis Vuitton and all that crap. And it's like, oh my God, people, can't we focus on something a little more important? I don't think a $500 purse has any function other than status and, $300 nails. I mean, whoa. If you're going to get, your nails done and you have to pay a couple $100s to get your nails done, there's something wrong here.
Right.
I mean, 3 days, 4 days worth of work for a higher paid, profession, and then, a month's worth of wages for, a McDonald's worker or whatever. I mean, we shouldn't
really
be where we're at.
disappointing to see, right?
Yeah, we need to be able to make enough money where we can actually live, and we're not. We're completely, the corporations have taken over, and unfortunately, we continue to let them. And that bothers me. It really does. There you are. I'm sitting here looking for some. Never mind. Something that's right in front of me, and I didn't see it.
I wish we could figure the way out of all that.
Well, of course, we're going to have to go through some kind of
corporations.
drastic change before it ever changes us, which is what we're facing now. And we are looking at climate change. And anyone who denies it is an idiot,
period. You're a fool. 73 degrees in Oklahoma on December 8th is a little too not normal. And, half of China washing away on one side and freezing their asses off on the other, and the Russian storms and all that storms that went through what they called they called it a tropical storm Chiron, and it was actually a hurricane that went way up in magnitude, and of course that was never reported because it went from one end of the continent all the way from Ireland to Japan, and then widened out as it went, and which is why it affected so many countries from Russia all the way down to Saudi Arabia and all of that as it passed. And
was that when the water rushed up on the shore?
Yeah, that was like in I believe, that was the of like the Black Sea on to brain about the 20th of November, and you can look that up on YouTube. And that whole area, and it went through, and they had a really nasty storm that was blowing people down the street in China, and it also happened in Saudi Arabia. You can look that up. People in Saudi Arabia were being blown down the street, along with other articles, like park benches and garbage cans and traffic barriers and you name it. The shit was flying down the street, and so were the people, and it got them so out of the blue that these people were rushing for their lives and being tumbled everywhere. And that was the storm that started in, I warned 2 days ahead of time before it even got to Ireland, because I watched it grow out in the Atlantic Ocean between the United States and Iceland. And I just watched it and I went, okay. And that was a storm that had actually gone through here. And, I could tell the tale and I could keep going because it actually went across the United States as well. But, I don't want to stretch it too long where everybody goes, oh my God, and this is what's going on. It is, oh my God, these are huge weather events. And people better really start rethinking how they live. And if you've got yard furniture at all, I would put it away or chain it up. Because it's going for a flight now. We go by now, And this is, we're not living in the same climate we were living in 5 years ago even, and this is all, and it's magnifying every year. And like I keep going, oh my God, what are we going to do next summer? Provided we can tolerantly get through this winter, and we can't even go that far ahead to talk about. We can only talk about what's going to happen in the next month. Don't forget last year, look what happened in the Sierra Mountains all the way down to the Mammoth Mountains in California, where they had all of that snow. Mountains and mountains and mountains of snow, and everyone was trapped. And by the time all that shit melted, guess what happened? The whole climate of Central California changed in one winter. And that is going to happen again. And I talked to Daniel in Louisiana. He was talking about their weather and how the storms that are affecting Texas all the way up to the East Coast and New Hampshire and New York and Pennsylvania now are they missed him. They went around him, and I just went, wow, you lucked out, and yet they need the water. And still at the same time, we're talking about how the Mississippi is dry and the Amazon is dry and Panama Canal is dry and these other rivers on the part of Asia that's not being reported. And then when it isn't dry, it's flooding everywhere and wiping out entire villages and towns. And, like the example of the Libya thing, and that was a tropical storm, minute hurricane that slammed, and it was briefly a hurricane, but they of course didn't report it as such. But they called it a tropical storm in the Mediterranean, which does not exist. And that was this year. So, and you link all of these weather conditions, these superstorms, and all this crazy shit, and the lightning storms, and people's roofs ripping off, and people flying down the streets, and mass amounts of waters, and then before you know, the whole town's cars are flowing out into the ocean. Well, that's where we're coming. That's what's coming for everybody. And we're lucky here, and we went through some of that already here in Montana. We had superstorms, and of course we posted that, talk about it in 2021 and the superstorms that went by in San Francisco and in South Dakota, and there was quite a few of those major storms that went through Canada, and then a couple of them went through Ohio,
Just look up the derecho of Ohio 2021. And they call it a
Okay.
derecho, but that's not what it was. And of course, they tell you these convenient little half truths. So this is a superstorm, and it's gonna rip through, and there it comes, and 100-mile-an-hour winds. Hello, high winds used to be 30 miles an hour.
Right.
And
Again, they just want you to question your memory.
Yeah,
It's like,
anything
it's always like this. It's
anything
always
above
been.
74 miles an hour in
Uh-huh.
a rotational storm is a stage 1 hurricane. And there never used to ever be any northern hemisphere hurricanes on land ever.
Yeah.
And they go over us, and they went across the Atlantic Ocean. They hit Ireland. It hit Spain. It hit France. It hit Germany. They were all wiped out, flooding like crazy. It hit Croatia. It hit Russia, Ukraine. It hit Saudi Arabia. It hit Taiwan. I mean, all of that shit. All the way to China, all the way to Kamchatka, all the way to Japan. And they're not linking that in the national world news, and this is why we're talking about it here for you guys. These storms are superstorms, and we're going to see more, and more. And then, like I said, what's coming this next summer? We're going to be super hot in some places, and we're going to get flooded out and stormed out in other places. And then this winter, God only knows what. I keep thinking we're going to have those open core vortexes where people are going to suddenly, all of a sudden, see 60 degrees below zero Fahrenheit. At the turn of a dime, it could happen. Or 40 or 20, where we see these rotational hurricane-like storms in winter, which is what happened to northern China on that Chiron storm. It was just superstorm blizzard from hell. And it completely, now granted, they don't know how to deal with snow the way that we up here in Montana. This is like a nasty blizzard for us, which is normal. But what they went through was, 100-mile-an-hour winds. So.
It just does a lot of damage. I was going to say hi to Gators. Gators is with us. So he's telling
Dennis,
us
now
hi.
you're getting tired too, Dennis, because he's making jokes.
Uh-huh. I saw.
Hey, Gator Sky Exploration, how are you? They are
yeah.
saying hello, Rebecca.
We're getting loopy.
Yeah, we've been doing this. Oh, cow farts. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a big thing in Australia.
Everything.
Yeah, they are blaming cows for that, and pigs. There was a big thing in Australia where they started taxing the Australia farmers and sheep herders and pig farmers for cow and exhaust farts. And there was a citizen coalition called Farmers Against Ridiculous Taxes. And if you spell that, it's FART, and you can look that up. That's in Australia. They've been taxing people for global climate change, when in actuality, if you look back to 1653 BCE, we had the same thing happen. And it's not Earth sequestration of gases, although there is some of that going on, especially with air travel traffic. Yes, we are at high carbon emissions, but not climate changing status like we have been in past ice ages that would cause manipulative climate majors. But yes, this happens every cyclic 3,654 years we go through climate change. And that was what the fall of the Egyptian at least two cycles of the Egyptian pharaoh dynasties were broken up by climate changes, and that is also recorded in Egyptian lore. So, and even the dates even match. So, we're being lied to by our governments, and that's an absolute. Because if you go back through history, and people ask, well, what's coming? And I just say, well, look back what happened already, because that's an example of the passing cycles. And of course, I also talk about the harbingers on the Mayan calendar, and study into those four squares around the circle in the center of the Mayan calendar. And those are Baktun symbolizations, and you got to learn about Baktums and the time chronological order of Mayan and Incan hieroglyphics. Takes a little study. I kind of sort of at one time could almost read some of that. I quit, and I probably have forgotten more than what I've already learned. But high school in 2015. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Aaliyah. She said that 50-50 it was, decided that 50% believed in climate change in the class.
Well, as it's being
So-
handed to us, saying that our CO2
Uh-huh.
carbon emissions. Now we've actually started healing some of those fluorocarbon issues with our Earth to Brain. Come on, I can't even think of the stupid name of our upper atmosphere ozone layer, and a lot of that has been healing. And yet they were wondering why, the emissions were still rising and we were still seeing and suffering these changes, and they were following up on these levels and blah, blah, blah. And if you don't take into account the fact that there's a second star there, that's what happens. When you have a second star, your planet heats up. And of course, they're not going to admit to that, but that's what's going on, because all the planets tipped. All the planets heated up as of 2011. And just go back and look up the coronal mass ejection record of our star, the CME backblows of 2012. And that all shows you the arrival in the co-orbiting of our second larger star. And we documented that too, although very few people have actually bought into that science because they don't fully understand it. But it's what we documented.
Yeah.
Another sip off the old ice cold pop here.
I know. Is it time for another can, Sam?
No, I already got one a little while ago, and I'm sipping slowly
I'm
here.
kidding. I'm kidding.
Remember, I only have 2 cough drops left, and I don't have any
Oh,
wish to
dear.
choke today.
Yes. You're going to have to stock up for the next show.
Well, although the other 2 cans are asking me to this is why you should be playing some music in the background, because that guest has not been back, has she?
Not this show or the last show, I've noticed.
Right. So I think we can have
right.
music now
So
that she's
in
not
that
complaining
case,
about, and I don't wish to down her, but I do like a little background music once in a while. I can't play it here because then I won't be able to hear you.
I agree. I do too.
I don't have headphones.
Yeah.
And of course, now would be a very good time for you to put up the PO box and all
Let's
of that
do that.
again. And I'm going to get off my elbows and take a walk here. I'll be right back.
Do that. Okay. So here is Sam's P.O. box, and we have Cash App and Venmo. So if you haven't sent Sam a card, he would love a card. Honestly, that means more to him than a gift, really, just to know that people, remember him. So, and I'm bad about that myself. I've never been a real big card sender, and I think a lot of people aren't, because people don't mail things like they used to. But it's not that hard. You just pick up a stamp and do it. So let's see. Yeah, I saw this from Carol Ann talking about how it's possibly flooding versus snowing. So, and I know where you are, it should be snowing by now. We get a little bit of snow in Oklahoma, nothing like it used to. Nothing at all. I mean, we get a dusting, maybe a few inches each winter, but nothing hardly at all. So I know we all see things changing. Let's see. I think I make sure I didn't miss anybody.
Okay. A quick marathon walk back and forth twice because I forgot to turn the
Run
light
back
off.
and forth.
Oh, I got almost back here and I went, I didn't turn the light off,
Right.
Okay, we're going. What's our record? What since we're talking.
The record was when Leandra first joined us. Let me scroll back.
That was 8 hours and some odd minutes.
8 hours and 26 minutes.
Okay, gee, good to know. I thought she was going to be here tonight.
That was the last Saturday. That was
okay.
last Saturday was supposed to be. I don't know what came up.
Briefly typed to her, and I thought she was coming, but
I haven't heard from her again.
I am very excited that you were talking with Planet X Hunter.
Yes,
Dave, and that's awesome. I can't wait. And now that you got the donation information up, we're under estimates. I don't actually know, but under estimates we're halfway there. So we gotta push and beg a little bit and go. Come on, guys, get us there.
That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good.
Yeah, but we're running out of time.
I know.
How many days till Santa comes?
And then we've also got to, have shipping time and all of that and et cetera. And
Right.
because
Less than
everybody's
20.
got to get the money to me so that I can get to the store and get it wrapped and underneath the Christmas tree come Christmas morning. And that's why otherwise I wouldn't be insistent. But there we are
Right.
running out of time. And remember, if if you do mail it to my P.O. box, whatever your donation would be, Christmas card, etc. I will get it back to you as fast, even if after Christmas you'll still get your Christmas card. I don't know how valuable that is, and you'll get one of my cute little gold cards. And wow, big bonus.
I know. Well, it's nice. It really
may be
it is
important to some
nice.
people. I
have mine still. I have a couple.
And I've thought about, yes, trying to do a little bit of some sort of art that maybe we could sell. I don't want to jump into having to do shipping all the time, but I guess if we're going to get anywhere, and we can do something like that. But then I have to check into what the rules are and, making money and all of that.
Right.
Because crowdsourced donations are non-taxable. But if we start selling things, then we fall into a new tax bracket that we have to pay attention to and account for and learn how to do that properly rather than break the rules, because we don't like to do that.
I don't want that. Yeah.
Right. I don't want to create a nightmare on and then I swore for years I wasn't going to sell t-shirts, but and then I even got some hats printed up because everybody really liked my thinking cap. And then I thought, well, I'd had so many comments about the thinking cap. I had 20 made, and I think I sold one of them, and the other ones I gave away to everybody. So, once to the mailbox, where I'm, I've got paid for ahead of time, and then I mailed it off to them. And the rest I tried to send one to all my friends, and I actually did ponder about sending you and Alan one, but I didn't think that you would wear one. So. And by then I turned, and I know Leandra wants one as well, and I looked for that extra one, and I have yet to find it. It's somewhere.
Yes.
I had one left over, and I kept it for myself, but I've yet to wear it. So I don't know where it ended up. But I've thought about doing that again, but that's a handful of money I don't have either. So and the last batch of hats cost me well over $350 just for 20 hats.
Man.
And they're about $20 a piece or $18, and I'd have to do the math.
Right.
But and then I also had to pay for artistic one time. Now, if I'd have kept printing more, they wouldn't have charged me again. But I had to pay like $80 for them just to even design it on their machine, which I thought was a little screwy. Just another way to soak a guy. And they, of course, didn't tell me about that price ahead of time. I had to pay for that after they were already making them, and we were waiting for them. Oh, by the way, you need to pay this. And I was like, oh,
well, good.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm not coming back
Small
here.
print.
Thank you. Yeah. They weren't really honest with me when I ordered them, and then I ended up paying like another $80 or some odd dollars for that. So, and I was, I'm such a poor salesman, and I just wanted to give everybody one. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. And like I said before, I mailed one to Andy, and it cost me $38 in postage.
So it's $20 cap plus $38. That's a $60 almost.
Yeah, $60 hat. So here I'm losing money, and I'm not making anything off of it. So it's like, no, not doing that.
Oh man, I know.
And you'd only make any money if you ordered 1,000 of them or something like that. And then you order something and it's sight unseen by the factory that's going to make them, and they were actually a little less than I had expected. Because I asked for a specific type of hat, and they kind of got there but didn't.
Okay.
I like those baseball caps, but I don't like the big square ones with the straight, flat out brim. I want the rounded brim one that sits comfortably on the head and doesn't stand up like you're wearing a 10-gallon hat.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Even though I don't wear caps.
In baseball caps. Yeah. There's like 5 or 6 or 10. There's some good ones and some really horrible ones. And pardon me for saying, but the farmers wear the horrible ones, and I don't know why. Maybe it keeps the dust off their head better. But I like a closer baseball cap than a regular hat, whatever they call that. That's not a baseball cap. But anyway, dang, my elbows are getting sore from leaning on this desk. I'm like, wow, I need
Gosh, Sam. Yeah, you
Give
do.
me some knee
Mine's
pads,
kind of
too.
rough too, but I got a long sleeve shirt on, so it's not bad.
Well, I have to lean forward to sit next to this mic, otherwise I'm too
Right.
far away, and that's why I'm leaning on my elbows here. For the last 8 hours. I'm like,
Yeah,
hello,
you need a
8
little
hours and
mic.
1 minute. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, hi, and welcome
Sure
to my
enough.
idiom. YouTube has this
I
once in a lifetime offer.
really, I
Yep.
am very surprised we still have 24 people listening. I think TikTok phased out on its
Yeah,
own.
We
Yeah.
outdo them. Yeah, well, we can wind her down anytime
And
you're
I don't
ready.
know why it did not. Oh, yes, it was detecting inactivity.
Oh,
I don't know
crickets.
why, but right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the crickets
Okay.
are chirping, and we're boring. I know it's the guys that are listening that drink coffee and donuts, and they're getting bored. We didn't say anything good.
That's it.
T-shirt. Oh yeah, we did T-shirts too for a while. Deb has made some T-shirts, and there were a few of them. And even James came up with a T-shirt idea. I have a picture of one that I'd love to sell, and that's with me on the front that says "May the source be with you," and that one picture, which I don't even remember which picture it was of me. Don't take a lot of pictures. I did for
Yeah.
everybody out there, I did change my Facebook profile pic. So that's the real me, with the new, in case you are wondering, because I've never changed my picture before, not in 13 years, but I did yesterday. So it's me with the glasses on. Anybody else without the glasses is not me, because we found out there's a big profile,
Yeah.
and I don't really want to announce that either. I don't want to discuss too much about that. But anyway,
Right. I didn't know you had not changed your profile pic before.
not once, not
I
once.
did not know that. Okay.
I've
Wow.
I've changed my overall personal page wall a few times, but I still have
Yeah.
that one planetary orbit model that somebody got. I think it was God, who was it? What's that guy's name? But anyway, somebody sent me a mock-up drawing that they did, and it was very kind and polite for them to make it, and that's the one that's on my personal wall now. And my friends can go there, but I don't know if people who don't know me can go there. Although I've gotten some really crazy comments from people that I didn't think were my friends, so maybe they can access me. And I
Right.
checked that today, and I talked about that with another person about privatizing my personal wall a little bit better. But I'm pretty satisfied with where it is, and I can deal with the intruders as needed.
Yeah.
So
Mine's
Dennis is
kind
very
of
surprised he's awake. Well, at least we're gripping you and making you merry
right. At least it's
and
not sitting there snoring at us.
yeah,
It's
guys,
a
it's it's
compliment.
it's it's that season. It's that winter thing. It's almost Christmas. Hey, we're having fun, sitting indoors and roast those chestnuts. And I know I'm going overboard.
Yeah. I'm surprised I'm awake too. I know the last show, let's see, it was Tuesday night and it went on to like 2:30 in the morning. But I know I was dozing off. I could feel it.
Yeah,
I
I was
couldn't help
watching you
it.
guys.
I could not
I'm sitting
help
here
it.
300 miles an hour going. Oh my god!
I know, and I'm like sitting here, can't even hold my eyes open.
Hey,
I'm trying though.
my friends who are my close friends have always known that you guys are allowed to say, "Sam, shut up." You know.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, when
Fair enough.
when you've had enough, you've had enough, and just holler. I'll go
Yeah.
and play Star Wars. Because I did have a cup of coffee, in the afternoon, so I'll be up until 2 o'clock in the morning because I wasn't
Oh
stupid
my
grabbing
word.
coffee.
I
Yeah,
wish I
yeah.
had that
Well,
reaction.
I'm very
Coffee.
careful
I
with
just drink
caffeine.
coffee because it tastes good. It
Yeah, well,
doesn't
that too.
do anything for me really. Doesn't keep me
Well,
awake.
I've reduced the amount that I've been drinking. A, for financial reasons, and B, for it's not great on my stomach. And C, it deals with the time schedule thing, and I don't sleep well enough as it is, so I figured I'd cut a lot of that out of my system because there was a period of time where I wasn't sleeping hardly at all. And that's because my mind is going 5,000 miles an hour trying to deal with all this shit. And yeah, it does. Your work can keep you awake if you're obsessed with it. And I'm going to say scientific work because I think that's what I do. Um, So, and it does keep me awake, and I do try to talk to everybody. I do share. It does bother me. There's a lot that does concern me, and I try not to be extremist or, and the henny penny thing. I've said that damn near every show. But in ways, the sky is falling, and there's disastrous stuff going on right before our very eyes, which is part of the reason that I feel it's this important that we do communicate with people, and why we do share this podcast. And we hope that you follow along, and we hope that we're an information source for you that is hopefully intellectually gathered with less bias than someone who has survival gear or knives or large show payments and want to sell you this or that or bitcoins or whatever other scam or side, or what they actually refer to now as side hustle. And I always thought that was a really rude term. Hustle. It's in the 70s, when you hustled somebody, you were ripping them off. So I don't believe in the term side hustle, but I guess that's what they call it now. So we're not trying to pull a bunch of side hustles on everybody, and we're just trying to share this information with you in a hopefully concise, educated, scientific way that I do spend the time studying, because I want to be able to tell everybody what's going on, and I want to continue to run Montana Sky Watchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous in my connection with them, and I want to share the proper information that is constantly being researched every day, so that I can tell you what's going on, and because I'm concerned about it. And if I come off like an idiot talking through my nose, well, that's not a good thing, because then I'm misleading people, and I'm not pulling the money boys or any of this other crazy crap. I'm trying to be as scientifically informed as I can and be my little niche. Montana Skywatcher is the #1 Nibiru website out there, period. I have yet to see anything better. Oh God, I wish I could find better. I'd like more information, and it doesn't necessarily have to come from me. I wish I could find better, but to date we haven't. We rely on all of our wonderful members around the world to continue to add information so we can stay informed. So every 15th of the month we put out the site drawing so we can show you what's out there in a general placement and color and description and size, and include some of the information on what's going on with the sun and the light pinches and all why this and that and the other thing, and hopefully correlate all of this information in a concise manner so everybody can hopefully understand it at their level. And beyond that, I'm doing my best.
I think you're doing well. I mean, you put on a good show every time, and you
And
put
I
a
hear
lot of
that from
information
people,
out there.
There have been people that say, "Oh, you do a great show," and I just go, it's just me
You're
talking.
natural.
And Carol
Right.
Ann, Carol Ann has not found anybody. I don't think that you're going to find anybody that does what I do. I mean, we watch Ryan Hall, y'all, and he does great on weather, but I mean, there isn't anybody out there that does Nibiru the way I do, and you do, and us. And I've always said, even as an administrator, all the way back to Montana Skywatcher 1, it's we. I have never said I'm doing this and I'm doing that. I've always said we are doing this, because this is how this works. It is citizen science. And I wouldn't know what's going on if I didn't have Petty over in Hungary giving me stuff. And I wouldn't know if I didn't have Rebecca sending me stuff. And I wouldn't know if I didn't see the stuff that Jesus provided, and Andy Pohl and Gillian and Matthew and all these other people out there, and Robert in New Zealand, and Michelle Mountain in South Africa, and even Leroy at the town pump. I mentioned him twice today. Here in Lolo, without people and their information, we wouldn't be where we're at, and it's we. And this is what we are doing, and we would like you to be part of the citizen science. And I'd like to continue to ask you what it is. What is it that you're going to be as a citizen scientist? I mean, it's great that if you want to sit and watch and listen and be an armchair viewer, great. But if you want to make a difference, further this science, do get it out there, do share it with people. Some people you have to sort of kind of like stick it under their nose to smell it and be a little forceful. But it's not like we're talking about something that we think is happening. It's not something that, we read on Google, or we read on Facebook, or we heard from, pardon the expression, QAnon. And I hate to drag that out, but oh my God. And you also have to be very careful where you get your information, and we've all worked together, and that's why all the sister sites are joining up. I mean, this is why all of us are doing this program from multiple sources around the world, as many as we can drag in, and we're going to keep doing, I guess. Your turn.
I was going to say, I, as far as I know too, I mean, we're just getting started really. So, but actually,
I've been doing this for 13 years already.
This was your idea. No.
Well, I know that, but I mean, I thought you guys were going to run the show, and I would guest every once in a while.
I know.
But
I did. Well, I kind of thought that at first too.
Yeah, and then I said, "Well, I can do this, but we have to be microphone only," because I didn't even think I could get through. I didn't think it. Hey, it still may not last. They may cut me off yet, because that's what every time we do something, we find out. A couple months go by, and boom, we're done. Including free of the major trolling and all that other stuff. But anyway, we're always.
Regardless, I mean, all of this information, because we're at like almost 20 shows now, believe it or not. It's really
that many
adding up quickly. Yeah.
Well, I thought half that. I was thinking half.
I'm gonna double check because I counted the other day. It was well over 15. I don't know, a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and
Let's see.
What Carol Ann is saying is like, we are developing a community. We see a lot more people every week, and hi, and hey, nice to see you, and we get some regulars, and that's great. Let's
This
just
is
add
20.
people.
Since Jesus and I did our first show that night, Jesus and I, tonight is the 20th video, the 20th one.
Ooh, the 20th show.
It doesn't seem possible, but it is.
Anniversary special. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. Excellent. Show number 20. I thought it was like 10. My brain told me 10. But I've done so many shows over the last, 5 to 8 years. It's just, and it's amazing how much time has flown by. And how we've all aged and watched all of this stuff, and yet it's just so fast, and yet every day, and we barely even notice that time passing by, let alone the 8 hours we've been sitting here today talking.
Right.
It's past you, and it's like, wow, how did that happen?
But what I was gonna say was, I mean, at least what we have recorded so far, is out there. It can be shared. It can be listened to, for here on out, I mean, that's a really monumental task that we've
right. And I got to reiterate, for those of you who are seeing me on my picture, I'm not talking video link because my upload speed won't handle both the camera and the microphone, because it's a high definition. If I still had an older low definition camera, I could probably make it work better, but my high definition camera takes up a lot of feed, and when I do plug in, it makes me patch and skip and break up, and then I get kicked off the site. So we've turned the camera off, and this link has managed to be stable, and that's why I do these shows with my standard picture.
I thank you, Carol Ann.
Well, why aren't you talking? Why can't we see you? It's because I can't run the microphone and the camera up here in Montana. I wonder if I'm banned with shadow banned or not, because we've had issues, and that's what happened to my Skype. My Skype finally all of a sudden just. And it ran great for a long time, and it worked, timely, and no skip outs, no nothing. And then all of a sudden I started breaking up, and then I'd get booted off Skype, and then I'd have to relaunch and rejoin in again. And then it got worse. And then all of a sudden one day it wouldn't even open anymore. So, and it should still work, I mean, why not? But it doesn't. So over the years, I've lost a lot. Even my encrypted sites are gone. I can't get them to even reload.
Right. You're doing pretty good considering all that.
So, there's something hokey going on, and I'm not going to, point it out, but there's something going on, and I wonder why my upload, and my IP is probably flagged, and I'm slowed in upload speed. So whatever.
Right. I understand that. I happened to me on
You
Facebook.
know, I do live in the United States of America, and there is a far bigger government going on behind the scenes than what we see in front of the scenes.
Mhm. Carol Ann donated $10. In case
Oh my
you
gosh.
didn't see that, but it was a like a congratulations for our 20th show, I believe. So
Yay.
thank you, Carol Ann.
This is where I wish I had those little,
She's so
soundtracks I could
supportive.
play.
She's like our little cheerleader, you know. She's our
Yeah,
cheerleader.
yeah,
Yeah.
and everybody
So
else out there, do not make her the only one that is doing such wonderful gifts. You too can get out there and be
yeah.
supportive, just like she is. And I'm gonna pull the
And-
Jerry Lewis muscular dystrophy telethon here, going, guys, we're
Uh-huh.
winding down. We gotta do this for the kids.
Earlier, I
And,
saw her handling the trolls. You know, I saw that going
awesome,
on.
awesome.
They had me. I don't know what was going on. I couldn't see. I could see that there was a troll, but I couldn't see the comments. It was strange. Like
Oh
I had
yeah,
been
well,
blocked.
it's horrible when some trolls block you and yet they backstab you
Yeah,
on
but
your
I did get
site.
them out. I did figure a way out. So
Yeah,
they're gone.
I threw and unfortunately some people obviously got caught up in that, but I threw out a whole bunch of spammers this week, and because I just got all of a sudden a whole bunch of people I'd never even heard of, and I would have never let in the first place, and I don't know how they got there.
Yeah.
So, and we've spent a whole week trying to deal with all kinds of crazy stuff that's been going on. And obviously earlier in the show, we saw that, Andrea was affected by that. Sadly, she got popped out when I'm sure that I didn't mean to kick her out, but
Yeah.
the old expression "shit happens" comes to mind here, and I apologize. And again, I hope she's still listening, and I apologize that it happened, but sometimes it happens. I mean, hell, Rebecca got thrown out too.
I I know. You know what? Back then, see now if you remove somebody from Facebook, there's not an option to just remove them. All you can do is ban. That's
Yeah,
the
right.
only
And then you
option.
have a hell of a time. Then you got to go into the
And
blocking and you got to look it up, and then you got to, go
yeah,
back, and
so it's
there's
way
a whole,
different.
there's a time period, I think, too, in where your options change after a period of time. And
Yeah.
I don't understand
Yeah.
everything Facebook does, because every time I do, they change it. I mean, I got new upgrades today. I can't wait to see what they are. I didn't even go into the
I don't
tutorial
know.
about it. I just, I only had, when I turned the computer on, I only had 5 minutes before the show tonight because I was taking a nap today.
Yeah.
I got up way too early this morning, and I was, catching up and I immediately went into Skywatchers this morning to try and look for spam, because I spent 2 hours cleaning up what was in there the other day after my 2-day suspension. I came back and there was just a ton of crud back there. I had to spend a whole bunch of time removing. And
Yeah.
that's where my patience level sort of went out the window, and I removed a whole bunch of people who were breaking the personal rules, the citing, posting rules. And I just cleaned house, and everybody that broke the rules that I didn't barely know, if they're pulling crazy stuff, they went by, zoom, gone. So, because we're doing science, that's what we're doing. We're not, I don't want to see a spider crawling across somebody's leg in Malaysia. I don't need that. I don't need, oh, hey, we got this crocodile. And I mean, these people
I
are
know.
posting spam. It's like, I don't care
I
about a
get it too.
crocodile, or the funny cats or a goat. I got that too the other day. And these new
Random.
members that come from God only knows where. And how did you get here, and how are you posting? And why did you post that? Because this is a sky watching site, and we don't need, and then there was a bunch of people that were running through also going, trying to pull money scams. I had a bunch of that like last week. Oh, I'm going to take care of 10 of my friends here. And I went down Montana Skywatcher 2, and I went, what the hell is this?
Hmm.
And I had to fight because there were like 3 or 4 of those people doing that. And
Yeah.
so,
Dropping
I can
comments.
guarantee you the new invites, the people who invite their friends, don't do that. Either apply yourself. When somebody comes in and suggests I let in 50 people of their best friends, no, not going to happen.
Right.
You know, if you want your member friend as a member, have them do a personal request and fill out the questionnaire. Because if they don't, I am less likely to even let you in.
Mhm. It's true. I mean,
Well,
there's
we've had to be. We've had to
these
be.
bogus accounts will invite bogus accounts.
Right, and
I've
we've
noticed.
had to unfortunately be a little bit more careful than just anybody coming in, unfortunately, we've talked about this. The bad apples ruin it for the rest of everyone, and it's not good. It's not cool, but unfortunately, that's where we are. And I need to do science. I don't need to do, oh, look how many cool members we have. That's not why I'm here. And if you are, accepted, cherish it, treasure it, follow the rules, because you could get out very easily by even goofing up. And that's why I tell everybody, if you do get in, and I'm not trying to sound separatist by this, follow the rules, see how we do things before you want to stand there and hand me everything you learned off the internet about Nibiru
Yeah.
or what you think you know. And it's because we wrote the book. Pardon me. There, I did it. Whoops. We wrote the book on Nibiru for everything since day one. We were here before anybody else. I was here before
Wow.
BB3. I was here before Scott. I was here before Steve. I was here before Jeff. I was here, literally since 2009 on. And if you typed in Nibiru into YouTube back then, you saw 3 videos. That was it, period.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really,
Thank you, Michelle. Gosh,
man.
well, maybe we're going to make that
This
Christmas.
has been right. This has been a rewarding show in that stance. You've had several donations, good ones. So I appreciate it. I know Sam appreciates it. So awesome. Wow. That is really nice.
Yeah, I'm thinking, those Christmas bells, Santa's sleigh
That's
might
it.
actually
I know.
come.
I can't. Yeah, I haven't really gotten into Christmas in a long time. Actually, it's been in several
Sorry,
years.
I had to play with Nova's Christmas stocking.
Yeah.
That's the only bell. And I thought about they're a little big and dingy, but I apologize for everybody that I just blew out of your living room. Or you got that really loud because we're talking too quiet, and then I bring that crap
Right.
in their car going that scream too. Obviously, I'm becoming delirious off of Coca-Cola.
That's it.
The juice,
It's setting in.
Yeah, that's caffeine in a can.
Yeah.
I went to the truck stop gas station the other day, and the girl goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, I just had a Red Bull," and I went, "Ooh, how do you drink that crap?" If I drank a Red Bull, I would puke.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste.
Oh,
I'm sure.
I can't even. Ow, God, I got that kick again.
It's pretty foul.
I can't
I don't
do
like it either.
I can't do ginseng and all of that in the drinks and all that other energy drink crap. I'd be ill like you wouldn't believe. I stick to a pretty from scratch diet. I cook everything pretty much from scratch. I don't eat a lot of processed frozen foods or McDonald's or any of that. Oh God, if I ate a McDonald's hamburger, I'd puke. And I am not kidding you. That would happen without a doubt.
Yeah.
So because I worked in restaurants and I tableside cooked and I know how to cook. And there's no way I could eat that stuff and actually have it stay down. Anyway. Yeah.
I know.
Off into
I
the
know.
topic. You have any planets left before we wind up here? Because in a minute and 20 seconds we're going to be past our record.
I know. As I was double
And
checking.
we are here to talk about the planets after all. That is,
Yeah.
citizen science.
We're setting a new record tonight. That's exciting.
I can't wait till we get a little, ability to add little tiny micro recording sound bites, dun dun dun, something like that. That'd be great if we had a production team so we could actually add that to a show, And that's what James was doing with my early shows from the. He barely did what I wanted him to do because he didn't have a lot of time either. But I would always like to have a production team that could, add. And of course, that would be a recorded show as well. Instead of going live. But if you have an actual production team where they're following along with the host and the co-hosts are talking about, and they slip in these little sound bites in between and exhale breaths, so we could get a sip off our ice water, etc. But I'm always missing that, and wishing I had one of those little buttons I could push that makes a cute, cool sound that or show. And speaking of which, where's our startup music for the beginning of the show?
Right.
Get your
Right.
son
Where
in.
is it? That's a good
Is he
question.
better? He was sick, wasn't he?
He is better. He actually is better. And I was thinking about that yesterday, actually.
Hey, what's his first name, please?
Taylor.
Okay, Taylor, this is a direct request. Will you please do your mother an intro soundbite? You did such a really good job before. I would love to hear more because you need your citizen science report,
Right.
And I don't want to fry my voice doing it to open because everybody hears me for 6 hours anyway. So that we want someone else.
I'd like it to be, not long, just like maybe 30 seconds.
No, you just have it you could have it for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And just do it short, sweet. And that way, see, a lot of people, when I watch some shows, and here's an example. I watched Dan Hurd mining, and he's a prospector, and I love the guy. But he has a startup song that goes doo doo doo, and I've watched it for so long, and it's such high pitch and uncomfortable to listen to after 2 or 3 years that I automatically skip past it on YouTube. Bye. And then I get to you where he's talking again. But if we have a catchy, early, short, nice little bit of music where he says, "Hi, welcome to the Citizen Science broadcast or podcast," or whatever. I'm sure he's going to do it. I don't have to dictate to him because he's doing a great job on his own, and I'm sure you two will figure it out. But if you do just a short clip and you use that and save that, and you could put on a little video logo of something with it. You put your video, your music, and then your voiceover, and make it just short and sweet. You can do a 7-second one, or you would time it and see to yourself how long you want to do it. The longer you do it, and depending on the music that you add to it, and I do recommend Nara, I really do, because that puts you that puts you slightly on the edge, and it's a really cool song, and it brings you up to what to me is my song for Nibiru is listening to Nara. And and even a couple of seconds of that, and then drop the volume level and let him do the voiceover, or you'd let him do the voiceover and then bring the music up. So you can try many versions, see which one works best for you. But do tell him that. I ask him, please do it. We do need it. And
we do.
I love what you're doing with the thumbnails and everything are real good. And I liked how you're changing different ones in the ships. And I remember last week's show, it perfectly fell into topic as we were talking about the triangular Star Destroyer craft that are coming out of the cubes and all of that. It was perfect. So
I know we didn't even plan that. It just happened that way.
I just wonder what's next. It's like, oh, cool, what's next? That kind of thing. So I'm looking forward to it myself.
I don't even know. So I just kind of play it by ear, and it falls into place. So
we could even do. Of course, we always talk way too long to do individual planets. We could do the talk about. Here's all these pictures we have of Nibiru, and that would take an hour, maybe. And I've thought about that, but we can also have a story a podcast where we talk about the earlier pictures, because we don't have a lot of those, and so we have numerous of them. We don't have a lot, and it just and early descriptions of the planets and how we got here might be interesting to people. Well, on YouTube, if you're watching this once it's posted, write comments in the comment section on YouTube, and then I'll be able to read them later. And if you have things that you want to see or questions you want to ask and stuff, and we can get to those. And this is where we can further this, so where everybody enjoys it and wants to know things and gets to participate and be involved and do their parts of the citizen science. And you can report things to us as well. I imagine, I don't know how much you do on TikTok or whatever, but I'm not available through cell phone. So.
Right. On TikTok, you mean?
Or anything, yeah. Email, this, that.
Right. I get it. Yeah, as far as I know, TikTok is still plugging along. I haven't been on in a few days myself, really. So,
Yeah, that's good.
but it's been growing
Yeah,
well.
we're
So,
going to run into. We haven't had anything really go wrong bonkers yet. So knock on wood, and thank goodness that we haven't had any blank shows where where this people are talking but there's no soundtrack, or there's a soundtrack but no picture, or and I'm not going to make any
right,
suggestions for the dark side, but fortunately the dark side hasn't drastically visited us yet here on these. We've had some trolls down the comments lines as well, but that's
right,
to be expected. And
right.
there are naysayers everywhere,
That's it.
and
I
they
mean,
also eat at your local restaurant and all this sort of Karens in Walmart. Dun dun. Yeah.
we're surrounded. Help. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, my daughters like to watch Karens on
They
all these
do.
videos about
Okay.
Karen and Karen
There's
and Karen.
Kens and Karens. I know. Kens and
Yeah,
Karen.
Kens and Karens, and oh my God,
Mhm.
I mean, I watch some of it with them, but I don't really wish to be emotionally involved in watching somebody lose their mind in public.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really a strange place that we've become. Because in the 50s and 60s, this did not you didn't behave like that. My God, they would
Right.
lock you up in a rubber room. I mean,
Maybe
you would
it's,
go for, mental health if you behave like that in
yeah.
public back in the 70s, 60s, 50s. I mean, hello, lock you up, throw away the key. And now it just
Maybe
seems
it's,
like commonplace every day at Walmart. And it's like, wow.
mhm.
And I don't know how we
I
got
think,
here.
I think people think it's acceptable behavior, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Like
we're
they've seen
becoming
it
numb
and
to it.
it's right. Right.
This is my world. I get to, and unfortunately, I don't have all the answers when it comes to that, but I'm amazed at behavior that I would never in my wildest dreams even think about doing. Not for 1 second. I mean, wow, holy cow. And from
Right.
one end of the spectrum, from how I dress to how I behave to how I act or how I would treat other people included, like wow.
I
And
know.
it's truly we are truly in a rather,
Disturbing.
we're pilgrims in a strange land right now. We truly are. And I'm watching this societal, and of course we've always talked about, we're Atu's moon, and now we're dealing with Saturn's yellow moon. So is this causing extra lunacy? We know that, like right now, my ears are ringing so loud I can't believe it. And all I hear is this high pitch, and it's not tinnitus because it comes and it goes. And then we hear the wah and the hum and all of that. And that's been reported around the world since 2010, 212, 213, 216, 218. It runs in these cycles where it gets worse and better for a couple of years. And we've had reports of that forever, and people I don't think they get into that. And then, of course, then you just start talking about the Schumann resonance and how in physics, sound equals light equals matter. And that's a lot what's going on. The planets, when they pass, they make noise. Each planet makes noise. Stars make noise. There is space noise. You can go to YouTube and look up sounds of the planets or sounds of the stars. And while you're at it, start looking into how big these stars out there are compared to our dwarf yellow. Look at how big planets are compared to Earth. There's all of this information out there that will further your science and understanding. And if you have questions, do ask them. And that's why we do try to answer everybody out there. If we can, if we can read it, if we can get to it, we'll try to answer you. It's just, there's sometimes we have a lot of limitations that the average person who shares a cat picture or a recipe across the internet is completely different from what we're going through. And this is why I also encourage you to donate, because you can make the difference in the citizen science and further it forward so we can actually upgrade, so we can do a better job. And I'm constantly, coming back to that. Because unfortunately, donations have really dropped off this year, and I know everyone's broke. I know it,
Hmm.
me included. And don't let it go. Say to yourself, this is worth it. You actually stick in an envelope or spend the time typing it in and paying with however you would pay it. And a few dollars, and it will make the difference that we make sure we get these kids what they're asking for. And then that'll make us feel better. And if we go beyond that, well, then maybe we can also upgrade in certain ways. Like I could buy a new this or that, or that I can't afford now, which is just about
Right.
everything.
Well, like you need a microphone, so you're not
Right.
leaning
And I need a
forward for
microphone and a
hours.
boom, and I would love to do, and then I wouldn't have to sit forward in
Right.
this chair to do this.
Right. It
And
could be
have
better.
my elbows be sore and bruised tomorrow, because I'm sure that's what's going to be the case. And this really nice
dear.
chair I'm sitting in was paid by people a long time
What
ago.
about a headset with a mic on it? A mic.
Well, I don't know, as
headset.
long as it goes into a standard USB, and then I don't have the money I know they're out there, and I could get away with that.
Right.
That'll work. And that's actually
Okay.
probably a better idea.
I think so.
I could hear you guys better.
Right.
That's not a bad idea. But I just need to find one with a straight in plug-in USB, and then run it off my
Most
computer.
are.
I'm sure, but I just haven't looked into the technology because I don't have the money to go to drive out to Best Buy in Missoula and actually shop for anything, because I'm running a tight budget, and my consideration and concern right now is making sure the Christmas for the kids. And then I come after the fact on that one. So yeah, I'd like a new headset with a microphone for Christmas. Thank you, Santa.
That'd be nice. Yeah, that'd be nice.
I don't even think about that stuff, because I'm trying to get by with what we have. And oh my God, look at the date. We're coming up on the 15th again, and I've got to work on getting the
I know, next
going
week.
again.
Next
Start
Friday, I
thinking
guess.
about it about a week
Yeah.
ahead of time, and it's like, okay, I have to start paying attention to what everybody's sending in, and placement, and and then it's all these different versions and angles from everybody around the world, and I just got to sort of like meet in the middle on that one. And that's why I sit down at the table and draw it, not in front of the computer. And that way I'm not, drawing something I see here from so-and-so in Belgium, or so-and-so in Indiana, and then I'm not just putting their version of it up, which would be partially inaccurate. So I have to figure out how to draw it from my out view from what we have been seeing. And that's how I do it every month. In a dark room, literally, but a little desk lamp over the top, having my morning coffee, and I draw that thing as
Get your little saucers out.
Yeah, get out the can, and the can of corn, and the pepper shaker, and then the coffee cup and the bowl, and then the oval plate. So I can draw in all of this stuff with my magic marker, And I have to go through it. Occasionally I make a mistake, and I'll crumple it up and throw it in the garbage and start over. And within 20 minutes or so, or usually at most, with minor exceptions depending on how long it takes me to color in the big planets.
Yeah.
It's not long. But if I tried to do that on computer, I'd spend 2 hours every time. And they'd be great pictures, and I could have them in a file. But I can take pictures of them anyway and keep them in a file off hand drawing. And it seems to add a different touch, and pardon the expression, but it also dumbs it down on purpose. It sort of just makes it, And granted, I've been given a lot of shit over that, but it's worked.
It's easy to understand, really.
Yeah, and if I was handing out graphics, then that might be a little more intimidating and a little bit more, oh, okay, there it is again, and I don't notice any variation. But here, if I give you an artistic drawing, not saying that it's majorly artistic, but I like some of them, and other ones I don't like. I like the colors and the way I've drawn it, and I automatically go, oh yeah, I remember then, and so it works.
Yeah.
And I get to play with colored pencils. Ooh, thank you, Gillian. And so, and I'm actually doing a hand-drawn drawing. And people who are new don't remember that I used to put in landscapes and the mountain ranges and trees and, all sorts of stuff. And some of those way back are actually pretty good little drawings, And I've chuckled at how some of those, pine trees and, that rock bluff. I always put that same weird Eastern Montana pillar rock thing, which we don't have over here. We have the rounded, taller Mount Rockies, but that that's an Eastern Montana thing, and I of course put it on the right hand side to signify Eastern Montana. It was always pretty much in the same place through all the time, and I'd vary it a little bit here and there, but draw it better and worse. A little gravel pile at the bottom and a few trees, and I'd have fun with all sorts of drawing off landscape distances using a colored pencil, and I think I got it down where I made some pretty cool little drawings. And then the planets got so big that I couldn't include the landscape of Montana background anymore at all, because I ran out of paper. So, over time, I just stopped doing that.
We lost the landscape.
Yeah, we had to, come down in the horizon level because the planets were so big. And now that has saved me a handful of time because I'll just sit there and wind down and keep drawing a little bit. Oh, I'll draw a little bit more, and they need some grass blades over here, and
Oh,
hey,
well,
look, there's a a Charles Russell cow skull, that kind of thing.
so we know if we start seeing mountains and trees that the planets are not as close. Is that safe
Oh,
to
I
say?
imagine that could probably happen. Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
hadn't even thought of that.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
oh, good. The landscapes are
Yeah,
back. Okay, they're shrinking. Oh,
right.
yeah.
They're
Oh,
going
that's
away.
real
Yeah.
science. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy. I don't
Yeah,
know.
don't you love it when those clicking ears? Oh, I hate the ear clicks, and it's just pop, 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 pop. I had
Is
it so
that
bad. God, how long ago was that,
okay?
Rebecca? Where I had it so bad, my ears were ringing so bad, and it felt like I was at 30,000 feet in an airplane, and I was waiting for like 3 days for my ears to pop, and that was all during. Literally the last time when Yuri and Atu and earlier this summer when they were, well, at the end of summer, early fall, um, when they were over the top of us the way they were. And it was like, my God, I am not in a plane. And yet I feel like we're going over the Rockies in a plane at 35,000 feet. And I couldn't get past it. It drove me nuts. And then at the same time, here I'm supposed to do a show and be actually able to hear other people,
Right.
It's like yelling at, well, uh, God, there's some smaller planes where you actually the engines are mounted on the side of the back of the plane, and anyone sits in the back of the thing is immediately vibrated to sleep. But 727 or, anyway, I can't remember which one exactly. I used to remember that back when I worked at the airport. But anyway, yeah, it's like I couldn't hear anything, and here we're sitting here trying to do a show, and it's like, what? I can't hear. And so, yeah, there's effects from these planets big time. And the clicking in my ears right now are ringing like crazy, both ears, just really loud.
Wow. I don't get clicking. My ears have been pretty much unaffected, I would say. I don't
I
have
get I get
clicking or noises.
clicking and chirping and ringing,
Right.
and then somebody else was I got somebody was telling me about they had so much ear pressure and then sinus pressure and stuff like that. Of course, that could be seasonal as well. And a lot of people are getting sick, and we here never really get sick. We got I was the only one in the house to get COVID. The girls did not get it. Um,
Right. Good.
and they are very lucky for it.
You're spared. Right.
Excellent. So, I'm a good dad. I took care of the babies, and I made them wash their hands and use their Listerine nonstop, and they probably hate me for it, because I am a chronic hand washer because that's part of my Sheldon Cooper thing. And because I was a far worse clean freak when I was in my bar era days because I was always bleaching everything. And of course, my children have honed down my used to be's. I used to be a lot, more strict and a lot more, oh, we have a schedule. We got to do this, 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 this. And once you have children, your schedules go out the window, as well as, they
Yeah.
hone you into a huddled mass in the corner and you go, whatever, just do it. Yeah. Go ahead, throw that on the floor rather than, hanging your towel where it belongs. And I still have to pick up their towels, even though I've taught them differently. But they're really good. Oh, by the way, they did a fantastic job of decorating the Christmas tree this year.
Nice.
And
Well, good.
did that the other day. We set up, all the lights and the boughs and all the numerous bulbs and everything, and our plastic Christmas tree that we got on sale from Walmart because it was a display model.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so we got it for half
Nice.
price. It was cool.
Right. Right. You always remember those things.
Yeah, well, yeah, we had to barter. We couldn't afford that 8-foot plastic Christmas tree, and I sure as hell couldn't up here afford any regular Christmas trees anymore when they hit $80, $90, $100. It's like, oh shit! And it's
I
going to
saw
cost
in
me
New
400.
York.
Excuse me, it's going to cost me $40 to get in my car, drive up the side of a mountain, and go get one with my chainsaw, which I can do, and I
Yeah.
enjoy doing that. But my girls hate it; they don't want to walk through the forest with me. Clark Griswold and the family Christmas tree. Although I can do it in a heartbeat, with the exception that I don't breathe as well as I used to, thanks to COVID lung. But yeah, I completely have the chainsaw skills because I used to work up in the mountains with chainsaws for a long time. I love it. I
Mhm.
miss it. I go, you should see the forest we did up in the Garnet Range. It's fantastic. I go up there now. It's like heaven. Anyway, that's another story for another tale, I'm sure.
I bet it's pretty.
And there's no new comments, so nobody's here commenting.
They're sleeping.
Well, yeah, they're probably wise. They're probably wise.
Oh boy, they went to sleep.
Well, we can
That's
give
good.
ourselves another 15 minutes, and then we'll have a brand new record, and then we'll probably end it.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
Carol Ann talks in. I used the same tree for years. I get my decorations and sale after Christmas. Wow, I've never did it. Who has money after Christmas? Not me. You know, and then I start saving for next year, and literally, or in the Hoffman household, we have to save usually months ahead of time for everything, you know, and think and plan ahead because, you know, extras don't come very often. Oh yeah, we're right down to the wire all the time. Every month we get just by. And this is too why I asked for help for Christmas, you know, for the kids. And how did you like? Could you hear Shiloh well enough, or was she way off? Or
No, I could hear her fine. Yeah, it didn't sound like she was far away at all.
well, she was standing over my shoulder, about 2 feet away from the mic, 2 or 3 feet away from about 3 feet away from the microphone. I was amazed that you heard her.
Pretty good, really. I picked it up well.
And of course, try to get nobody to come out of the cave. That's a different story.
That's different.
The teenager, they live in the teenager cave, and they bring things in there. I've told them 1,000 times not to eat in there, and they do anyway.
Right. I'm the same as Carol Ann. It's a small Christmas for me because, I mean, there's no children involved. You know, it's all just adults.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's not quite as exciting when you don't have little kids to entertain.
Yeah,
So
they've moved up to the electronics age and no longer into toys, and which is fortunate because boy, when they were little, we went through the My Little Pony syndrome like you wouldn't believe, and it was great. You know, I mean, they were cheap. You could buy 2 little ponies for $8 and $9 a piece. And
yeah, those are the days.
And it didn't break the bank, and they would get a toy once a month or something because we've never had. Because we're paying for internet that I could never afford in the first place. And so we've all these years we've had to buckle our belts down for this. And that is part of why we've always done the Christmas donation thing. And and it is Christmas is then I'm a child too, you know. Christmas is for children, and I volunteer to be part of that hopefully holiday spirit. And I was occasionally grinchy in my past, you know, when I was a little too busy working to do Christmas when I was alone. But now that I have children and everything is very important, Christmas is our number 2 favorite. They say number 2, but I think it's number 1 sometimes. But they love Halloween and Christmas and the rest of the, you know, we don't do Easter, and you know, because we're not Catholic and resurrectionists, because I don't believe to this day. Never mind. I'm going to stop right now before I get in trouble. I wasn't going to. I'm going to throw that on the plate.
I know.
800 people go, "Oh, you son of a! You know, how dare you say that?" So I'm not going there, especially not before the holiday.
I hear that.
I know. I was actually having that conversation with my children today about the 3 wise men and the star. You know, they followed a coming star. Hello. You know.
Yeah.
Are you following the coming star, Christmas people, Skywatcher members? Are you the 3 kings? Because you're now following, you know, we are following the second coming star. And then if you look at the early planet pictures going back to 2008, you see the star Anno Domini cross, as it's referred to, which means year of our Lord. And that's known as the Anno Domini star pattern. And then a couple of years go by, and then it got bigger, and then we could see all the planets and the extra star that wasn't ours. And then by 2011, 2012, it came into the northern hemisphere when people were watching it from the Antarctic camas, and then from South America and all that, and South Africa. And a lot of people talk to us about that still to this day. So the coming star, and our, you know, let's get out our wise men. So, you know, and their camels and the little drummer boy, you know, and all of that, you know. I watched that the other day. I chuckled, you know, 1962 or something like that, little claymation, little drummer boy. I loved it.
Yeah. That's always the best. You know, Rudolph and all that. Of course, now you can watch them anytime you want. Used to, you could only see it
Yeah, that's
one
still the
time a
best
year.
Christmas album to this day is that whole soundtrack from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And my children know it
Right.
well, and we, they played it over and over again. Now they wouldn't even plug it in for the world, but
Right.
and did you get that copy of Scrooge?
Did I get it?
Yeah, well,
Did you send it to me?
sent,
Oh, you
yeah,
did send it to me.
yeah, I
Yeah, I
sent you
got it.
Scrooge, and then I sent you Dune, and
I haven't watched
that's
it
my
yet, but
favorite
I did
Scrooge
watch.
movie.
Okay.
I already watched it last week, and I'm probably going to watch it again. Sometimes I've even
again.
watched it
I'll
3
have to check
times
it
a
out.
year.
Right.
And of
I
course, I
haven't
have yet
watched
to
it.
see It's a Wonderful Life, and that's probably on the list. Got to watch that
Mhm.
too. And I
Right.
think that's about all of my major Christmas stuff I do watch on purpose. But I mean, oh, wait a minute, Home Alone, yeah, can't forget that.
Okay. And
And
Christmas
what about
Story.
what about
Okay.
National Lampoon's,
Christmas Vacation.
Christmas Vacation? Yeah, we got a copy of that.
That's a
And,
classic.
and
Yeah.
I tried. I think the girls watched it once, and I try to watch it every year.
Uh-huh.
Watch good old Clark Griswold and the Family Christmas Tree.
I know. That's a good one.
And the road rage driving with the station wagon and all of that. I loved it, and I'll never forget Cousin Eddie. Dumping his porta potty out of the back of his Winnebago in the family sewer drain, and the flaming reindeer flying across the sky from the gaseous explosion of a cigar.
Uh-huh.
And I'll never forget the grandpa guy burning up the Christmas tree and the cat, or the cat actually burning up the Christmas tree with grandpa standing there next to it, and the back half of him's on fire. Yeah, I love that one.
Oh boy.
And
It's like I haven't seen it in so long I've forgotten what it
and the nostalgia of
happened.
old 1950s reel-to-reel 16 millimeter footage of early Christmases, which we also had in the attic, and my dad took 16 millimeter back in the 60s, and old family Christmases. And my dad used to spend days doing the tree, days in a row doing the tree.
Yeah.
And he'd move this and he'd move that. And that was back when you hung tinsel one strand at a time. No, you can't throw it up there. It has to be one strand at a time. And he would spend days doing that. And then the invention of the white can spray snow. That we'd spent a couple of Christmases with a few sprayed trees. That was always good. Then you can go color theme on that. And then back in the late 50s, early 60s, for a while they had aluminum Christmas trees, which shined and you could do really cool stuff with them. But, oh, my God, they're tacky as hell today. Anyway. Old people.
Yeah.
God, I've moved into that senior role, and it's weird. And damn it, I did that doing this, talking to people. I gained an entire decade older. Didn't even notice it happened, and here I am. Wow.
And then that happens. I know.
Working for you
I'm
guys
not far
to
behind
get you this
you.
information, and I'm in awe that the time already flew by. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. My kids have grown up. Wow. How did that happen? And that's the way time is. Every year it gets faster. It's spooky. It really is. I'm enjoying it, but I mean, wow, could it slow down a little bit, please? I need more time.
Right. That's
And you start pondering it in your 60s. All of a sudden, you say, "Well, I've only got 2 decades left, or 3, or 4 if I'm really lucky." And even 4 decades is not enough. It's not.
Oh no. Right.
So hi, everybody out there in podcast land. Welcome to, Sam's Rambling Mind. I'm glad you spent another, visit with us. Thank you for tolerating our tomfoolery. There's a good word for it. That's another term from the 50s and 60s, tomfoolery.
That's old school.
Yes, Carol.
Yeah,
I understand you are, and Carol knows stuff I don't know, and because of her generation.
She's ahead of us. Yeah.
Yeah, like the way proms used to be in high school, and the old high school yearbook, and all of that's gone. And the way people used to sing in movie theaters, and they were actually well behaved, and
it's a whole different world.
Candy dots and all the old candy we don't even see anymore in movie theaters that you used to get. Chocolate covered raisins and all that crap. I love those. I would always save my chocolate covered raisins for the last, man, at the end of the show.
Right.
Dun dun dun.
Right.
I mean, they were
Yeah, I
50
miss.
cents back then. They were the expensive ones.
Well, I miss going to the movies in general, but like the dollar movies, I mean, that was something I did a lot with my kids, and we could go
Yeah,
burn an
we had those
afternoon,
too.
and
We had those here too. We had cheap movies
yeah,
that you could bring children to on say and I watched with the Lone Ranger and the Three Stooges and all the cartoon from the Looney Tunes to Warner Brothers and Hanna-Barbera and all of that. And we don't have that centralized focus anymore. Now everything's, paid preview and paid services for this and paid for that. And Disney now you have to pay for it. It's like, wait a minute. We grew up on Disney and now they're not
yeah,
sharing anymore. Now all they give a shit about is making money. And it's spooky that they bought Star Wars, and it's great that they did, but it's also spooky because I'm sure that, we're going to continue to pay for it. And, I'm going to have everything that comes out about that one. Oh, God, that's reminding me. I get to play Star Wars. Yay.
oh yeah,
Cool.
that's the unwind
Yeah,
time.
that's the unwind. I go out unwind. And then,
Unwind.
of course, then my heart will get racing because I'll be shooting stormtroopers and robots and, depending on
Oh
which era
boy,
you play. And I'm still running on PlayStation 2 from, God, the 90s. That's a machine from the 90s, and I'm not kidding you.
yeah,
And my friend gave that to me because one side didn't have the working memory card, and he couldn't play two sides. And it would save on one side, but if you were playing a two-player game, it would only save the one of the two-player games. And that was barely a minute malfunction. And he just gave me the machine because he wanted to replace it because he was playing with his girlfriend, his significant other, and they were playing on the same machine together, and they wanted to be able to save it, so they went out and bought a new one, and they had this one that worked. And I'm in awe that almost 30 years ago that they gave that to me, and that damn thing's still working.
that's awesome.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
having trouble finding controllers for it. And I'm using a
right.
wireless battery operated controller now. And I don't think I know there might be one or two on Amazon someplace, but I can't go into the stores and get a copy of it. I have to order it through whatever that store is in the mall. Can't think of them. I don't want to promote them anyway. But
GameStop.
yeah,
GameStop.
GameStop. That's the place. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think I can order it through them, but they're not really. They say, well, why don't you get on your smartphone and order it yourself from Amazon? Here it is.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
I don't
Well,
have a smartphone. I can't order the package. I want you to order it to your store because they don't deliver to my house for some reason. I don't know. And then when you get it in the store, I will come and pick it up. And I'm willing to prepay, but they've done that in the past for other things. That's how we got Shiloh's PlayStation 4.
but it can go to your PO box, can it? You can get packages
Usually,
there.
but every other once in a while, they could probably send it to my PO if it's small enough. But
Yeah.
every once in a while, I even run into that where they say, well, we can't send a package through. And I go, are you kidding? This is a post office box. But I've run into that where they, for some reason, we can't send you that. It's like, what? Yeah,
That's where I get mail.
I got to the point where I stopped trying to order anything. And it's like, okay, I'm blocked there too. What the hell? And I'm not one that ever has money to do that either. So, we get by. That's it. Kids, food, clothes first, bills, first. And there's not a lot extra over. And this is also why I ask for help every Christmas. Because that's the truth. I am not a wealthy person. I get by because I'm very careful with what we have. And
Right.
it's going to be less before you know it. So we do need more funding. We need to keep going up, up, up. But we can't go back.
Right.
So, and I'm not intentionally trying to promote or generate money on purpose, but we do need it. And we have to change what we're doing. And I can't see any other way. And there's so many other people out there that are charging subscription fees and wasting money on this, that, and the other thing. And if this is important to you and you want to continue this topic and what we're doing, then you could sort of, send us something our direction. And that way we can continue to do it. Because, we're going to get depressed if people don't listen. And one way you can show us that you listen is by help us fund us so we can do better equipment and do this better and get better at this.
Right. I'm always wondering or trying to think of ways to, share this in a different way, different.
Well, we
approach,
could
I
also, I
guess.
could also send you more material. I'm not completely in the habit because every time we spin around, bang, it's time to do another show. And I've been unfortunately dealing with a lot of logistics and administration issues, which is why I haven't been doing a lot of picture. I've been gathering them. I just haven't been sending them to you. And I'm, of course, not saving near as many pictures as I used to because we have gone through a recent slump in posting. And I still, according to the graphs and everything. I don't know why, but there was a lot of busy people that have been busy from the summer to the fall, and they too perhaps are busy with economic issues or other things that they're busy with. Like I was dealing with my yard. I spent a lot of time outside this year trying to deal with cleaning up my yard and dealing with grass and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And my grapevine barely did anything this year. I was in awe that my grapes did not produce. It was weird. Usually I have so many grapes I can give away a whole bunch to everybody, of Concord especially. I have a little bit of white grapes, and you could make wine out of it. I just never made enough white grapes to actually do it, and I don't want to make Concord wine. So I was making jelly, and I've got, a ton of jelly on the shelf already. And so I wasn't making any jelly this year. And in actuality, I didn't get enough to actually do anything with it. It was surprising.
Wow.
I think it was too hot.
Something I've noticed real quick, when we recorded, I was sitting on the porch and you talked about how loud my birds were, my birds. Well, I mean, I would normally I have 3 feeders and I fill them each morning, and easily by 1 o'clock or so, the feeders would be empty. I mean, I was just, knocked out. Well, I filled our feeders, I don't know, 2 mornings ago. They've not even been touched. They're all full. I don't know what's going on. The
Well, we
birds
know
aren't
that
here.
there has been a
Not
very
eating.
huge bird depopulation going on. I've been telling people this for 5, 6, 7, 8 years now. The birds are
Noticeable.
gone. They're not I don't see the flying geese go by every fall and winter. I saw one small V this year, and there used to be thousands before. I mean, we don't see any of the medium birds. I see a bunch of finches now and doves and some magpies, and I see a lot of eagles and I see a lot of crows. But the rest of them, the starlings and all of that, and the blackbirds, and we occasionally get a bluebird, which is not even supposed to be here. And I actually saw a red-headed cardinal a few years ago, which was completely not supposed to be here. But we don't even see the geese anymore, and we don't see the medium, smaller birds. And then we got a bunch. There used to be vast flocks of baby, tiny little finches, and now we only have a few. And it's weird. My trees used to be full of them. I mean, so much so when they took off, if a cat came around the corner of my house, it scared you because how many wings went off when they, jumped off the bird feeder. And now I'm looking at 3, and they're jumping from the tree back to the bird feeder
It's
to the tree back.
changing.
And where's the 1,000 birds that used to be there 3 years ago? They're not there.
Yeah, this is unbelievable based on what I've been used to feeding. I mean, it's been going on for years that way.
And I actually saw a couple of squirrels, which was surprising. And we had that fire this summer. God, I'd almost forgotten that. And all the boxes and everything. And I haven't seen a raccoon in forever. If the boxes moved, which is nice because now they're not yapping, 50 feet outside my window across the road in the field. Now that field burned, completely wiped out all of their hiding spots. And so they moved closer to the river, and I finally heard the foxes howling at night again, blading or whatever you want to call it. But they're farther away, which is cool. I like that, rather than as loud and annoying as they were. And of course, we have mountain lions, and we have wolves, and we have bears here, and in Lowell, believe it or not. And they walk along the river, and they'll sneak into people's yard and go through and eat what they can.
Yeah.
But we used to have raccoons. I haven't seen any in years. And we had coyotes briefly about 8 or 9 years ago, and then the wolves moved back in, and because they stopped the wolf hunt, and so they moved back into our area. And then the coyotes left when the wolves got here, and then they went and they migratorily changed location. Probably went back to Idaho, whence they came. because they moved in. And then, of course, you don't see the crow populace as we used to see, and you don't see the magpie populace as we used to see. We are seeing a lot of, I haven't seen a lot of ospreys or hawks either at all. I see the bald eagles a lot. We have a lot of them, but I mean, we have a family of about 10 of them that fly over the top of me all the time, and they're local. But we don't see any osprey or hawks anymore. Come to think of it, I haven't seen one in a very long time.
Right.
So,
Hey there, Jesus.
Wow. Where?
Jesus is listening. Jesus,
Oh,
that's him
oh,
right there.
okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
So he's listening at work right now.
I'm not seeing it on scroll.
It's it right here. The Nibiru system is already here.
Yeah. I'm
That's
sitting here looking
Jesus.
everywhere but what's highlighted.
Right, looking for Jesus, I'm sure. Right. Yeah, that's his
I was
YouTube
reading
channel.
all the other ones but the blue one. Weird. It was right in front of my face and I'm not looking at it. Okay, got me. Hello.
I
Good
know. It's
morning.
well,
Okay, I'm
that's what
waking up.
happens after 9 hours. So
Yeah. Oh gosh, shit, we did hit
you're
9 hours, didn't we?
delirious. Yeah.
Yeah, delirious new record. So out there, people, welcome to our podcast,
Oh,
Citizen Science.
boy.
We exhaustingly work for you.
I know. Till we're delirious. Yeah.
Top minds in our lab coats, struggling away, working our fingers to the bone, including those pencil marks you get on the side of your finger from writing too long,
Yeah.
scribbling
It's like
desperately
that.
in our notebooks, solving the mysteries of the universe just for you. Just a moment,
Oh
just a
boy, this
moment.
is funny.
Like that beginning opening that Radio Wasteland used on, and they took
Right.
excerpts from the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still, and I loved every second of it. It's like, yay, God, your production team is on top, man. Good job,
Neat.
and it really does add
Yeah.
to the show. It really does. And that's why they have
That's
a production team, and that's why they were a
Who
functioning
is
business.
this? Who is
Radio
this?
Wasteland.
Who? Oh, okay.
And they were doing, and they did that excerpt where that news announcer, just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. And that's from the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. It was produced like 1954 or something like that. It's a great movie with Klaatu and all that. I love the movie. And its message and how, they tried to talk to government officials, but they wouldn't get in line with requirements of the information being shared. So he ended up finding a little old scientist someplace that, was doing theoretical physics on a chalkboard in an office someplace in Washington, D.C. And he started out talking to him. And that's, the premise of the movie. And of course, there's the new version of The Day the Earth Stood Still, and they sort of bypassed that, kind of stretched the story over to, average Joe citizen. But and that early rendition is a very good movie. I recommend watching it. The Day the Earth Stood Still. And it's a little long-winded and hokey and cool. And then there's the robot, and all of that.
Right. I've seen that part.
That is a darn good example of what could happen, because their technology is so much greater than ours, and they have computer drones, and they have, just like we have advanced algorithm computer behavior now that we're running Alexa and all of this, and automatic militaristic target recognition systems and all of that, and AI and all of this now that we're dealing with that. You can integrate all three of those, and you've got a literal automaton. I don't recommend creating a race of robots that shoot anyone who gives aggression, because, wow, it's going to be a lot less people around here until we learn not to do that. And we should learn not to do that. We don't need to do aggression. We need to do reasoning and debate to solve our differences rather than killing each other. Especially now that our population growth has sort of tanked out, and we are not growing as many humans as we used to grow, and we're seeing a population decline worldwide, and that's not discussed,
right?
Because the communist factor and the lack of food factor, and then the I'm too busy to do anything but make money factor. We are not the same society in many different countries as we used to be, and there's for many economic reasons and social, geopolitical, etc. But yeah, I was just looking up those figures, and there were, there's zero population growth in some cases, and like China, for instance, they're about to have nothing but old people and no young people to pay the taxes in order to support those old people, which is kind of going on already,
Right.
and
That's,
it's only going to get worse.
I just think about, you know, how like all the chemicals in the food affecting
Oh yeah, in the
the
soil, in the
population,
water,
it's affecting people's ability to have children,
and all the nasty crap that they spray on stuff just to get rid of a bug, so they have a higher yield,
right,
so they can make
right.
more money.
So it's
I mean,
changing
sometimes, and this is
people.
why I advocate growing your own food and knowing your soil, and don't put leaves in your dirt if you're planning on growing potatoes, because your potatoes are going to end up tasting like mold. So, you have to be careful what you put in your garden in good soil, and you have to learn farming skills. And then a lot of that is gone and forgotten. I mean, how many people have actually grown potatoes or corn or carrots or green beans or I've grown all of that stuff, and kohlrabi and all, and pumpkins and watermelon and squash and green peppers and red peppers and tomatoes, and I've grown all of that. And I've even grown barley and wheat and cornfields because, when I was a teenager, I used to switch pipe and we grow these big, huge crops. And don't forget, we grew hops as well. And I worked many years on a farm. So
Good night, Dennis. I believe he's going to bed at 5:10.
yeah, I
I don't know
think
if
it's
it's 5.
probably a good idea that we
Oh, 5:10 in the morning. Yeah. Wow.
yeah okay.
Probably so.
Dennis, type one. Oh,
They
in the
stayed up all
detail.
night with us. Yeah.
Well, excellent.
Thanks,
Thank you, Dennis,
Dennis.
for listening. We're very glad to have you, Skywatcher and Sky listener and podcast listener
Right.
and tolerant of crazy people. I mean, tolerator of crazy people. Me,
Right. Maybe he's just right at home. Maybe he's
Well,
crazy with
yeah.
us.
I hope
Yeah.
you fit well. And welcome to my rubber room. Would you like a long sleeve jacket with buckles like I have? That kind of thing.
That'd
The
be
men
nice
in the
of
white
you.
van are coming for me. That kind of thing.
That's yeah.
Oh, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine being locked in a rubber room right now and not being able to go outside and watch the sky. That would really bother me.
Yeah, really, that would be bad.
You have to let me out, my lord. You promised me. I am tired of eating spiders and flies. Oh, wait a minute. That was Igor with Dracula. That's the wrong guy.
As long as you get a window, at least.
Yes, yes. Oh, look there, the moon doth cometh.
So I guess we're going to plan on a show for Tuesday. As far as I know, Jesus will be with us Tuesday evening.
Right, that's the reason why we do the Tuesday shows.
And then I'll be finding out by next week. Surely by then I'll know when we're going to have Planet X Hunter. So that'll give us
awesome.
that
Excellent.
to look forward to.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to talk to him and hear what I want to hear what he's learned and where he's at. And maybe he could sign up for Facebook long enough that he could keep in regular contact with us, even on Skywatcher, Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, which is filled with more experts, because it's not open to everyone.
It's a small group, about 200 people.
Or, if you really wanted to go to the quietest room, that would be Montana Skywatchers, which is a repository of library. And there are a few people that regularly post in there, but they're just comfortable in what they do. And we don't really even need to talk in a lot of cases. And I post other stuff there that I don't post in Montana Skywatcher 2. Sometimes reaching in a little more metaphysical, because it is such a private group. And when I feel like posting something I want to post, I put it there, rather than when on two I try to have more rules and stay generally on the same topic. And then Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, I post stuff for you guys to watch, which is a little different than what I post on Skywatcher 1. And then Nibiru Followers Anonymous Plane 1 and 2, I don't post often on 2 very often, but usually my Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I'll also try to share everything I post with MSW2 there as well. And that's for the general populace, and keep the word going. And then I'll throw some here and there on other sites. But sometimes I often wonder if I'm a pain in the ass to other people or not. and I don't like overposting to places that don't maybe
Right.
agree with me.
Yeah, and don't forget the Nibiru Watch Africa. That's
Yeah,
that
I
new
have not
group.
gotten there. I've got it in front of me still on a
Uh-huh.
notepad here, and I have not gone
I
there.
think I sent you an invite, but
Really, I
I don't
haven't.
know.
I'll have to look back. But
But
yeah,
you have to just.
I've got caught up all last week in administration.
That's a
So
good one too to
I'd
start.
rather not have to do that anymore, guys. I'd rather not be busy with junk, and I'd rather go back to doing the homework.
Mhm.
Please, thank
Right.
you. Knock on wood, that kind of thing. And let's just hope that some of our problems are hopefully solved for a while. I know they're going to come back worse, and I'm just not even going to pay any attention to it anymore. It's part
That's
of
the
it's part of
best.
that's just part of like learning to open your mail a little more careful, and I've had to learn that too. So,
Yeah. Right.
good morning, Mr. Pinhead
Now we're getting
Skywatcher. You're
we're getting good
kept me in the
mornings
last
now.
2 minutes of us talking, and you have
Yeah.
9 hours of rambling to
Homework.
get through. Yeah, homework. Do your homework.
Yeah, 9 hours of homework to listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see what this week, next week brings. And I'm of course waiting to see the example of this storm that has gone through, I'm sure, Arkansas today and all the way up toward the East Coast tomorrow and the next day, and to see
Right.
what snow effects and storms and the wind speeds were forecast for only 70 miles an hour. So I guess that's a good thing. 70-mile-an-hour winds
boy.
in the
That's
blizzard. Yeah. That gets better than 100. So knock on wood on that department. But 70 is still enough to take down a lot of trees and remove a lot of shed roofs and
yes.
little driveway carports and all of that, and lawn furniture for sure, and barbecues and you name it. Somebody's dog will blow down the street or whatever, or people, and like we saw. And then, of
Right.
course, they're
Goodbye.
not always accurate, and it is a rotational storm coming from a dip in the jet stream, dead center of the country. So God only knows where it's going to do once it gets to the north and then hits the Atlantic. And it could go up and head up to Iceland and right over to England and start that whole thing again, like Chiron did, because that's what happened here. We had a semi-moderately nasty storm that went all the way up the coast, all the way from Louisiana, and then it ran across the Atlantic and became a superstorm that went all the way to Japan. So, and and then died in the Pacific Ocean because it hit that warm air, and then it changed, and then it went into some crazy shit that went up into the Gulf of Alaska and just continued that same angle up.
You just never know.
Anyway, so let's wind it up.
Strike.
So everybody,
we successfully made a new record tonight, so it'd be hard to beat this one. This might be the top.
9:18 might be 9:20 by the time we spin around twice.
I can't believe
on
it's
the floor,
11:20. Oh my god! So let's go
I'm
ahead
amazed
and
I'm still
wind
talking.
it up here. Me too.
And I only had
but I'm
one
not.
cough drop. I swallowed it halfway through.
Boy. Well,
Garrett,
please. But okay, I think we'll go ahead and end it here then.
Okay. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you very much for listening.
Good night. Thank you, Sam. And we'll be back Tuesday evening at 7:00 Central with Jesus. So
okay, please watch our next show. Subscribe, hit the announcement bell and all of that. Share with your friends.
And thank you
come
for
back,
all the
watch
donations.
again on YouTube, because there'll be a copy of this on YouTube. Nibiru Followers Anonymous on the live show selection. In case you can't find it, click on the bar that says live, and then you'll find this show. And review it often, and then if you have something to comment, we'll read that later and after the show, and then tomorrow and the next day. So anyway, we'll get back to you if we can. And I'm out, and I'll just click off faster. That way you won't have to worry about it.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.